to Lucknow, a significant day for Australia and Sri Lanka in this World Cup. Both sides have played 2 and lost 2 so far, so something's got to change today, and whoever loses, well, under big pressure in this World Cup. A bit like England, actually, after their defeat against Afghanistan yesterday. Sri Lanka have not beaten Australia in a World Cup match since their famous win in Lahore in 1996. So we're at the Akana Stadium, a new stadium in Lucknow, home of the Lucknow Super Giants in the IPL. Fair to say, it's not a huge crowd in at the moment, but the man on the DJ is trying to whip everyone up, and they've come for a bit of a quiet afternoon. The flags are being taken out onto the ground. Tell you what we need to do is we need to find out what happened at the toss. It happened about 15 minutes ago, and Pommy and Bangwa was out there with the 2 captains.
Right, let's get the toss going then. Sir Richard Richardson, former captain of the West Indies, is the ICC match referee. Kusal Mendes and Pat Cummins, the captains of the respective sides. Who has the coin? Pat, where you go?
Head.
Head was the call in head today.
Bat first.
All right. It's heads. You want to bat first, you say. Why do you want to do that, Kusal?
I think earlier wicket is looking good. I think in the second half, I think maybe it will be turned. That's why I chose the bat first.
Okay, how much of the previous game that Australia played here did you watch, and how much did it inform what you're doing?
Yeah, I watched in the previous match also. Then I think wicket is better than in the morning. Then that's why I think main spinners we have in Dunit and a couple of spinners. That's why I chose the bat first.
Yeah, injuries, an issue obviously within your side. What does that do in terms of selection? What have you done for today with your team?
Yeah, I think 2 changes, and Dasun and Matish are not playing. Charmika and Lahiru Kumar is playing. I think unfortunately Dasun is not playing, which I think most important match today. Then unfortunately he's not playing. I hope other both guys have done really well in a couple of matches he played in a practice match also. Then I hope he can do it everything.
Okay, what do you think a good score is on here?
I think past score maybe 280, 300. I think that's a good score into the pitch. I think I can manage my inning, and my batters are done well. I think good score into this pitch.
Okay, all the best today.
Thank you. Good luck.
Pat, tell me if you mind the fact that you have to field again.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we probably would have batted as well, but yeah, I don't think it's too big a difference.
The debrief, how's that gone? What have you done in a couple of days? Just a day in between, I guess, before you've got to play again.
Yeah, I think first of all, have a day off or so, and then the last 2 days have really good training sessions. So I think everyone's really clear on, quite a few areas that we need to kind of sharpen up.
And is it a case of just trying to start again?
Yeah, we've got no other choice, really. Again, we've been well off our best, but we know when we're at our best, we're as good as any side in the world, so it's about getting back to that.
What have you done with your team?
Same level as last week.
Okay. Yeah. All the best then.
Thank you. Cheers.
The story then from the middle is that it is Sri Lanka who've won the toss, and they've decided they'll bat first.
So both captains wanting to bat first, which is against the flow of the tournament, really. A lot of captains wanting to bat second, and the dew factor later hasn't always worked out for those captains, mind you. So let me give you the 2 lineups. Sri Lanka today with a couple of changes. They are Patam Nissanka, Kusal Perera, and then Kusal Mendes, who's got a busy day, bat number 3, captain and keep wicket. Sadira Samarikrama, Chadit Asalanka, Dhananjaya de Silva, Dunith Welalaga, Chamika Karunaratne, who's playing his first match in this World Cup, in for Shanaka, the captain, who's injured. Mahesh Tikshana, Lahiru Kumar is also playing his first match in this World Cup, in for Patirana, and Dilshan Madhushankar, the left-arm pace bowler. Australia unchanged then: Warner, Marsh, Smith, Labuschagne, Inglis playing his 13th one-dayer today, Maxwell, Stoinis, Cummins, Stark, Zampa and Hazelwood. Hello to our listeners in Australia on ABC Sport, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app, and hello of course to our listeners in the UK as well on 5 Sports Extra. Our commentary team today, we've got Nikesh Rughani, his first match of the tournament, Carlos Brathwaite is with us as well, Russell Arnold later, and we've got Aaron Finch, former Australia white ball captain, will be joining us too. But last but by no means least is Geoff Lemon, who's been in Lucknow for a week. Well, you were here for the South Africa game. What did you glean, Geoff,
Well, I gleaned that Australia have an uphill battle ahead of them at the moment. Yes, you've got two teams that are zip and 2 at the moment. They've both lost 2 games, but Sri Lanka have made over 300 in both of theirs, and Australia have yet to crack 200 in either of theirs. They looked a shell of a team the other night. They dropped catches, they were sloppy in the field, the batting was nowhere. They were 6 for 70 at one point, or 70 for 6, depending where you learned your scoreboards. They were
There's only
never
one
in the
way
game.
to give the score, Geoff. There's only one way to
Well, we are broadcasting to Australia, Simon, and in our country we are the one citadel. We're like the USA with Fahrenheit. We're stubbornly hanging on to it, and we will potentially never let it go. But they just didn't look like a team that was here to compete the other night. They looked tired. They looked at a loss as to how to get themselves in the game. They were never in the game after the halfway mark. So, you know, initially we thought, well, maybe 3-11 that South Africa made was 20 or 30 too many, but in the end it was a couple of hundred too many.
Yeah. So that's the narrative, isn't it? Australia tired, Sri Lanka bruised. You know, they've got injuries. Australia just a bit weary. They played a whole heap of one-day matches in September, and they turned up at the World Cup just a little bit under par, really.
Well, they've also got these squad problems where they've got one squad member who's still in Adelaide watching on TV. They've got Alex Carey, who they've dropped after one game, which means effectively your squad's down to 13. What are you going to do? Turn around and bring him back after one match that he's been out? So they're picking from 13 players effectively. So their only choices are Stoinis for Green, who are pretty much a direct swap, or whether Sean Abbott comes in for one of the big 3 quicks. So they've made no changes today, but they've got no flexibility. Adam Zampa's the only specialist spinner. Glenn Maxwell's outbowled him so far. But if Zampa gets smashed around again today, well, how do you keep picking him through the rest of the tournament?
Well, it's a really good question, isn't it? And you feel you want a spin option here in India, and mainline spin option as the two teams make their way out onto the ground. The huge flag's been a feature of this competition. They are unfurled and being held out, and very shortly we're going to get the 2 national anthems, and we know full well that the Sri Lanka national anthem takes a little bit longer than Australia's national anthem. I can see some Australia supporters in their yellow away to our right-hand side.
Rise for the national anthem of
Here we go,
Sri
then. Here are the
Lanka,
national anthems.
followed by Australia.
I think someone needs to put $1 in the meter. Cue the national anthems. Where are they?
Yep, they're just scrabbling around behind the back of the stereo.
Here we go.
They plugged in the RCA cord. We're away.
Right, nearly ready to go in Lucknow. Big game for both these sides early on in the World Cup. Played to and lost to Sri Lanka with runs, but not with wickets and restrictive bowling. And Australia 2 defeats against 2 of the better sides in the tournament, if not the 2 best sides in the tournament so far, India and South Africa. So it's been a tough start for Australia, and in theory it gets a bit easier from here, but we only have to see what happened to England last night in Delhi to realise there are some traps around the corner potentially for all sides in this competition. Right, all those boys in their white tops and white trousers taking the flags off the ground, and we're about to get underway with Sri Lanka winning the toss and batting first. Now, both sides wanted to bat first today, which is totally against the run of the tournament so far. Carlos Brathwaite alongside me. We've seen 1 game on this ground so far. South Africa batted first, scored over 300, and Australia could get absolutely nowhere near them. Hello to you. Good afternoon, Carlos.
Good afternoon. Yeah, it looks as though they felt you get the better of the pitch first up. It looks quite good, to be fair. There's a little tinge of green. It played quite true the time that South Africa played Australia, and potentially not that much of an effect of dew, which means that the pitch continues its deterioration and you don't really get the ball sliding on as you do in places where the dew takes more of an effect. So it could be just luck now. We've seen teams tending to want to chase, and that's not the case in Lucknow, and they would have played 1 game, so they should be better off knowledge-wise than we are.
Yeah, just waiting for the Australian team to make their way. In fact, they are out there already, and Australia just broken from their huddle at the far end of the ground, making their way onto this greenish surface. There's a sort of hint of brown in it as well. The pitch from here, well, there's just perhaps just a look of tinge of green, not much really, but it's largely sort of a light brown colour. This ground here in Lucknow is a bit reminiscent of the Dubai International Stadium, sort of bowl, 2 tiers, and with the ring of fire lights and the floodlights peering over the top. And we've got the pavilion at the far end of the ground, huge giant black scoreboard, sight screen rather, at the far end, which says India 2023 above it, and it says it takes 1 day, which is the slogan of the World Cup. And I thought perhaps today we might come up with a better slogan for the World Cup than it takes 1 day, which strikes me as being a bit uninspiring really. Anyway, so thoughts out there, you can get in touch with us at BBC TMS. What say you, Carlos?
Yeah, hashtag BBC TMS. Let's rejig the slogan of what is the biggest tournament in our sport. And I read it takes 1 day, and I read it a few times across a few stadiums, and then it hit me.
Yeah. That's the World Cup slogan.
That's the World Cup slogan. Yeah, imagine Nike or Adidas or Puma. I think the marketing teams would have been fired if that was all they could come up with. So let's vow to, put our hands up for a marketing spot at the ICC. ICC, hashtag BBC TMS. Let's work on one throughout the day.
Definitely. You want something like, passion, fire, hope, something like that. It's a World Cup. And it is passionate. Goodness me, the Afghan team were passionate last night in Delhi. England reeling from that defeat. I wonder whether Sri Lanka can do something to Australia here and really set them back. This is a game both sides need to win at the start they've made, and it's a strange atmosphere. This is a World Cup, but I reckon there are about at the moment a couple of thousand people in the ground at most.
That's a lot, including volunteers and staff and us.
Right, here's the first ball of the match, and it's going to be Mitchell Starc to bowl it, and he's bowling to Patton. It's an excellent delivery. It's very full. There's an appeal for LBW straight away, and it's been given a not out. Nasanka surviving and start thinking about a review. It was a typical start delivery, right up in the block hole, swinging. I suppose it's just a question whether it was going to beat leg stump or not. Pat Cummins is going to go for it with 3 seconds left. Our 2 umpires today are Chris Gaffney and Joel Wilson. It was Chris Gaffney that gave that not out. Joel Wilson's a late replacement, actually. This is Chris Brown, the TV umpire.
On-field decision is not out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can I front on first, please?
Has Nisanka gone first ball of the match here? We're seeing the front on now. It's a big in-dipper. No, he has not. Not least.
Okay, rock and roll that for me one more time, please. Looks as though it hits the edge of the back. Could I have an ultra edge, please?
Not least because he's hit it and it's not hitting the stumps. Because it was a big inducker. Not a bad delivery, but it did far too much.
Did it even hit the pad?
Well, I'm not sure it did. It might have hit the edge of the bat first. Difficult one, whether it's hit pad first or...
Roll it through. Yeah, thank you. I can see that it's clearly bat first. If we could go back to the on-field umpire, thanks.
Well, it's going to be given not out.
Stay with your original decision, Geoff. You're on screen. Signal now. Yeah,
nice start for umpire Chris Gaffney, but it had absolutely nothing going for it, that, because it hit the bat and it wasn't going to hit the stumps. It was still good and bad start from Australia, because it was a really good delivery from Stark. It swung, it dipped in, but it was going down the leg side, even if Pathum Nissanka had not got some bat on it, which he did. So he survives, quite right too. It's 0 for no wicket after one ball, and Stark loops in with 2 slips in and bowls to the right-handed Nissanka. It's outside the off stump, and he allows it to go through to Josh Inglis behind the stumps for Australia, taking the place of Carey after one defeat. So as Geoff was saying, Geoff Lemon before the start of the play, Australia sort of painted in by that one. You can't suddenly take Inglis out and bring in Carey. They're already a player down with Travis Head not fit, recovering from that broken hand. He's still in Australia, although I heard that he's not far away from heading out to India. Just to give Australia an extra option, a batting option and a bit of a spinning option as well. Stark from the club end of the ground moves in and bowls to Nissanka. Good carry there outside the off stump. Nissanka pushing at it, missing it, and it flying through to Inglis. So a good start here from Mitchell Stark.
There's a left-handed option as well. We see wrist spin being quite important. You know, it's always more difficult to bowl to that left-hand, right-hand combination. But if you look down the middle order of the Australian batting lineup, they're all right-handers, especially with Carey being missing. So it'd be important to just mix it up and have that option, potentially let our left-hander float. And even if he doesn't float, when he comes in, he disrupts the rhythm of the spinner in down middle overs.
Indeed, yeah. Here is Stark, past umpire Gaffney. And bowls down the leg side. I think it's going to be called wide. It is. Umpire Gaffney in action again, as Inglis sprawled away to his left-hand side to take the catch. We've come from Ahmedabad, where we watched India play Pakistan on Saturday. That was an anti-climax, really. Big game, built up a lot. Lots of people turned up. Someone on my flight said his friend had come in from America to watch the match. It was that sort of occasion in terms of support, but not much of an occasion in terms of cricket out in the middle, and we're still waiting for a close finish, although the action in Delhi yesterday was pulsating with that tremendous Afghanistan victory. As Stark went to bowl there and then pulled out and said to the non-striker Kusal Perera, "You are out of your ground." And he did not take the ball to the stumps and knock the bails off.
Just whip the bails off. Literally, like, if you're out of your ground at the non-striker's end, I haven't bowled the ball, just take the bails off. You're literally right there. If Steve Smith drags his foot out, the keeper won't warn him before he stumps him. Stay in your crease, simple as.
Well, that was a sort of warning from Stark to Kusal Perera to stay in your ground. Stark bowls. It's driven by Nissanka, not timed. Goes bobbing up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I haven't seen all of Australia's matches in which Mitchell Stark has been participating, but I've seen quite a lot of him, but I have not seen him do that before. Anyway, perhaps they warn, you know, they look at everything, don't they? All the sort of team analysts. So perhaps they decided that, you know, they've seen that he's come out of his ground in previous matches, and that just gives you that bit of advantage, doesn't it? It turns a potential dot ball into a single, or a one into a two. Anyway, something for Kusal Perera to think about at the start of this match. Start bowling with 2 slips to Nissanka. Moves in now and bowls to him. It's down the leg side. It's turned away down towards 5 negatives. Very quickly off the bat. It's gone away for 4. Stark with that in duck is going onto the pads of Nissanka. And a nice leg glance. So he is underway. And Sri Lanka moved to 5 for no wicket coming to the end of this first over.
Yeah, Stark hasn't really got it right. Even the first one that beaten Nissanka was still missing. Hasn't really bowled that Mitchell Stark-esque delivery that starts just on off stump, off and middle and tracks back and crashes in to middle stump, and Pratham Nissanka's been good. He's left the ball well when it's been outside the off stump, and he's just capitalised on another offline delivery to get his account off the way.
There is something there for Stark. Goes in now and bowls to Nissanka. That's full, that's clipped away. More runs from here. It's going out towards the boundary. It's a long chase. Is it going to be an unequal one? Yes, it is. Ball has enough on it. It was a teaser, that one, from Marcus Stoinis, whose trousers fall off as he dived on the ground. See his black undershorts or whatever he's wearing. Not quite sure what they are. It could not stop that. It kept him interested all the way to the rope.
It's a massive square though, isn't it? Massive boundaries out square. Off the bat, I thought it was very well timed by Nissanka, and then it just felt as though it took ages to get there, and kept Stoinis interested for as long as he got the dive out, and then it eventually hit the advertising boards. And it was 144.3. Decent pace by Stark, working up ahead of steam.
Right, it's going to be Hazelwood to bowl the second ball of the match. Josh Hazelwood from our end of the ground. Hazelwood is, well, he picked up some wickets down in Chennai when we caught up with the Australians down there, but that drop catch from Marsh really hurt Australia. It's been a early feature of their World Cup, drop catches, cost them against South Africa as well. Now he's bowling to Kusal Perera, he's left-handed, and Perera allows that to go across him. There was some swing there for Hazelwood, away from the left-hander with the angle as well. And it's taken by Inglis. We've got, I think it's the first time I've seen it in the World Cup so far, we've got a conventional scoreboard to the right of the pavilion at the far end of the ground. Is it in operation, or is it just my eyesight? No, the overs remaining says 0. The total say 9, it might do. Very, very small numbers. I don't know if your eyesight's better than mine, Carlos, whether you can see a 9 there or whether it says a 0 there.
Yeah, it does say 9. It looks as though it's barely operational.
Hazelwood bowls and Pereira defends back up the pitch, and Hazelwood picks up.
So it does have batsman 8, total 9, overs 1, extras 1. So yeah, they are working away on it. There's loads of like empty things up top with first innings, second innings, wicket, target, etc.
Well, that's acceptable, isn't it? Because we haven't had a first innings there or a second innings.
Understood.
Yeah. The huge giant screens away to our left and right are showing the score. It says Sri Lanka 9 for no wicket, and we're in the second over of this match. And here is Hazelwood, that rocking run of his past umpire Wilson, and bowls. It strikes Pereira on the pad. It goes backward a square. They're off for a single. I'm pretty sure that it was mainly pad there. Yeah. Umpire Wilson preparing to signal, and there we go. Umpire Wilson's having an unexpected day out today, because it was supposed to be Alex Wharf. He's not feeling particularly well, so he has been replaced. And Joel Wilson is, well, he's been promoted from 4th umpire. He wasn't the TV umpire. I think Chris Brown was going to be the TV umpire today, so he was thinking, oh, a nice relaxing day in Lucknow. Now he's right in the heart of it.
Just walk outside with the umbrella every now and again, carry some water. But it's surprising, I thought 4th would have gone to 3rd, and 3rd go on field. So interesting dynamic where the reserve is actually literally there in case one of the top 2 go down and the 3rd umpire remains regardless.
10 for no wicket, middle of the second over. Nissanka on strike, Hazelwood bowls to him, Nissanka in behind that, nudging it away into the offside towards Stoinis, who's in the covers, and there is no run. So we came from Ahmedabad yesterday to Lucknow, and on that flight, Carlos, you got me a bit twitchy at one point when the plane dipped.
Yeah, it dipped, it shit. Yeah, that was scary. I thought that was it. And the headline would have been Sunil Gavaskar, the great man, was on our flight as well.
Yeah, Sunil Gavaskar was sitting behind us. He had one of those sort of COVID masks on. I don't know whether that was just to sort of disguise his face, because he's the centre of attention wherever he goes as Hazelwood bowls and Nissanka drives fluently towards mid-off. Nice looking shot, but straight to the fielder. At Ahmedabad Airport, he was mobbed by people wanting a photograph. I thought you were bad, Carlos. I mean, the constant stream of people coming up. You had to be your photographer yesterday.
When I saw him, I was relieved.
Yeah.
But then on the plane, one lady was very nice. You know, she politely asked the air hostess to go and ask Sir if he would be able to sign it and, you know, take a photo with her eventually. after this ball.
Let's watch Hazelwood going into bowl to Nissanka. 2 slips in, 3 save, 1 on the offside, 2 on the on. Hazelwood bowls, Nissanka defends, back to the bowler, and there's no run.
And then after he so kindly signed it and he went to the bathroom, they saw an opportunity. And right there, they call that a galley, where they prepare all the meals and stuff. The air hostess just signaled to her, and she tried to be as incognito as possible, like really stealth. And the lady went up, she took a photo, he was gracious, and then you just heard before you could look off of the great man and look back to him, there were about 10 to 12 people stood just waiting for pictures, and it turned into impromptu photo shoot. And it was just feeling for him. He just wanted to relax on this flight. He had the turbulence, he got back a little bit of rest, and there he was in the middle of a photo shoot that he didn't even realize he was a part of.
10 for no wicket, second over completed. Here's starting the third over. Bowls to Pereira, who defends that into the offside. Has to get the bat down quickly on that delivery. Goes out towards cover. Yeah, I mean, you normally see the stars here being photographed in the airports and wherever you see them at grounds as well, but not actually on the plane, with people charging forward up the aisle to photograph Sonny at the start. Anyway, so he would have been the main one to go down, wouldn't he? If you...
And there was your friend just one seat ahead of us who decided against the use of headphones and had very loud conversations before we took off.
Yeah, that's a real feature of being out here as well. People don't put the phone to their ear, they just you hear their conversation. Stark bowls, a big drive and a miss there from Pereira past the outside edge and through to the wicketkeeper. Anyway, we had a bit of turbulence. Carlos caused me a bit of panic, because I'm a pretty nervous flyer, and Carlos thought it was the plane that had the problem. I thought it was turbulence, because I could see that I was by the window, so I could see all the clouds, the big billowing cloud outside. So I thought,
all I felt was that shake. Then look outside, it didn't look as though we were moving. Felt the shake again, but yeah, the pilot was very understanding. He came on the PA system just a bit later to explain there was a massive plane above us who flew too close, and as a result, that was the turbulence.
Here's start bowling, and in behind it is Pereira playing back to the bowler, and there's no run. I said to Sonny actually when we landed, you must have flown so many times in India. Do you ever feel a little bit nervous about flying? He said no. He said actually the 3 occasions when I really felt nervous travelling is when I've been on a train, and he said he's been in 3 train derailments.
What?
Yeah.
In India?
Yeah. He said not huge ones, but but if a train gets derailed, then that has the potential for, obviously, for chaos and mayhem.
I'm very bad at flying. I won't lie.
Well, don't sit next to me in the future, Carlos, because I am as well. It ripples through the plane, doesn't it? 10 for no wicket, middle of the third. Stark bowls, and that's driven really nicely by Pereira, but straight to wide mid-off. And there's no run. They normally give you the extra legroom seat that you need as we're further back.
And then it puts more responsibility on you as well, isn't it? Because if something does happen, God forbid, then all of a sudden you're the one tasked with remembering what the air hostess told you when you should have been listening attentively.
That's right, yeah.
About pulling the latch and evacuate. And is there fire? Is there water? Is it safe?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Here's to safe travels from here on in without any turbulence. 10 for no wicket in the third over. Pereira yet to score. The left-hander faces start, left armour to left-hander. He's off the mark now, turning that off his pads down towards fine leg. Hazelwood seemed to hitch up his trousers there before he threw that in. Perhaps one or two of the Australians have lost a bit of weight here in India since they've been here, because we saw Stoinis' trousers come off once when he dived across the ground. And Hazelwood, just as he went to pick that ball up, to hitch up his trousers. Right, one more, 11 for no wicket.
I think our producer's probably lost a bit of weight the way he's been looking lately. But back on the field, I think Australia have been moving a little sharper today. I don't know if it's a concerted effort to really whip the ball in and, show some energy right from the off. But everyone been sliding around, picking it up, whipping it into the keeper, trying to create a real sense of buzz, energy, a little bit of a vibe.
Stark moving into bowl to Nissanka, and Nissanka turns that away, runs from here, probably 2, back with a square, down towards fine leg. Zampa runs round to his left-hand side and picks it up. There's no more than a nudge off his pads there from Nissanka, and score advances to 13 for no wicket at the end of Stark's over. So 3 overs have been bowled, and Sanka moves to 10, and Kusal Perera has 1. Phil Long is with us, scorer today. Just about made it in time, Phil.
Yeah, the first thing I heard you tell me was about train derailments, which I've just arrived on from Delhi, so I made that one okay. But yeah, it was a bit tight. We arrived just before 1 o'clock, jumped in an auto rickshaw, and as you'll know, the security is the final hurdle, isn't it? So lost a bottle of water, but here.
But you are here
for that first ball, yeah.
With all your numbers today. So Phil Long, our statistician today. And here is Hazlewood going into bowl to Perera, and Perera struck high up on the thigh pad there, and it goes away down into the gully region. And second slip fielder comes round and picks up, and there is no run. Hazlewood at the batter there, extra bounce. Actually, on the thigh pad, just on the top of the front pad, and then onto the, let's say it went onto the back pad as well, away into the offside. No run. Our screen is stuck in the commentary box here, but in the big screen out there showing to all the players, it says 13 for no wicket. Here is Hazlewood to Perera, flashing cut shot 4 past the dive at point. That really was a fine shot. There's a bit of width there from Hazlewood. When you bowl right arm over just across the left hand, there's always that possibility just to give the left hander a bit of width, and invariably top order left handers are very good on the cut. And that was cracked away.
Well, it's Kusal Perera's bread and butter. And I love how he waited on it and then really got his hands through. He knew as long as it got square, almost straight, dead on the point line, that was going to be 4. He didn't try to keep it down, just hit through it real nicely.
Hazlewood bowls full this time, driven down the ground, 4 more. Mid-off is quite wide, so half extra cover really, so there's a big gap between the stumps and that fielder. Drilled down the ground for successive boundaries, and Sri Lanka advanced to 21 for no wicket in the 4th over. That was a nice solid punch down the ground on the drive from Kusal Perera.
Classic, overcompensating, short and wide the last delivery, trying to come a bit fuller, coming too full, but the good poise from Kusal Perera. Didn't try to thrash it. This time he just essayed a nice straight punch off the front foot, full face of the bat, showing the maker's name.
Hazlewood, what's he got here? Bowls, strikes him on the pad. Ball goes away into the onside towards forward square leg, and there is no run. I think probably compared to being in Ahmedabad at the weekend, it's probably sometimes quite nice to come along to the cricket and just have a bit of space and time. And you can choose your seat, can't you? A big open spaces this ground here in Lucknow. Quite a quiet, relaxed day out at a one-day international, as opposed to the sort of feverish excitement.
Yeah, but it did say
the other evening
promised us 130,000, and not sure it was full. It was not capacity, was it?
Well, I'm still trying to find a figure for that game. Hazlewood bowls, Perera swings at a ball that's outside the off stump, goes on the second bounce to the wicketkeeper Inglis. Perera missing that. He was looking to hit that through square leg. I mean, there must have been over 100,000 people in there.
Probably 100. I think it still breaks the record. IPL was 101,000, I think they said. 101,400 or something like that. So I think it still has the record, but I guess the question would be, what is that record?
Yeah.
And can it be broken for the final? Dare say if there's India, Pakistan.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it says sold out on the websites, and there still seem to be some tickets.
Scalpers.
Well, yeah, it could be that. Here is Hazlewood bowling. Kusal Perera forced to defend towards backward point. There's no run. It's the end of the over. We had 4 overs. Sri Lanka winning the toss, batting first. They're 21 for no wicket. More from Carlos, and then it will be Geoff Lemon.
Interesting start. I think Sri Lanka will be the better pleased of the two teams. Mitchell Stark has not really got it right, especially to the right-hander. Not enough balls in that traditional Mitchell Stark era, which challenges his stump, inside and outside edge, and the pad potential ball down. Kusal Perera started quite slowly. Pathum Nissanka is classy and as controlled as ever. You're just waiting for something to happen. Kind of had a sense of it with Kusal Perera, back-to-back boundaries. But yeah, the game is quite in the balance, and Australia would need a quick breakthrough.
It's that early bit of left arm swing that you're looking for. We were looking for it with Shaheen Shah Afridi the other night. Rohit Sharma pumped him over mid-wicket for 4. Last night in the Afghanistan game, Johnny Bairstow given out LBW to one swinging in from Fazal Haq. This one from Stark going across the right-hander, Nissanka, who leaves it alone outside the off stump. And then Stark thought he had it, almost had it, except for the fact that it hit the bat.
Only.
And was missing leg stump probably. Aside from that, good shout. So the Australians, funny old start. Burned the review, even though it was off a good delivery. Couple of boundaries in that first over. Mankad threat as well from Stark. He's given the warning, so he's free under that randomly applied moral code to take the bails off from now on. Should have just gone for it the first time, shouldn't he?
100%.
Here goes Stark. Left arm over to Nissanka, who leaves again outside the off stump. Real lift. That one takes off and swings in the air, I think, after it passes the batter. Josh Inglis took it away to his left.
Looks strange old pitch. We saw Hazelwood from this other end of the ball, a short ball that gone through on the bounce. This one from the other end obviously was Stark on a better length, probably even fuller. I think Nissanka was tempted into a drive for half of a second, but then going through well overhead high English, jumping full length. So it's interesting, literally fuller you get, the more you get out of the trap, but the shorter you get, bounce just kind of dissipates and holes into the wicket. You have to monitor that as we go on.
Stark up to Nissanka, who is driving this time, but he hits it straight to mid-off. Didn't time that particularly well. It was an angled bat, and he got the bottom half of it.
What are your thoughts on the Mankad? Well, it's not the Mankad anymore, is it? It's the run out at the non-strikers end.
Well, it is a run out at the non-strikers end. There's been a fair bit of back and forth about this. Initially, some people were saying that it was offensive to Vinu Mankad to name it after him. I think it's a tribute. It's like a Cruyff turn, or, you know, you name certain... Simone Biles has about 3 gymnastics moves named after her. You name things after the player. Whoever pioneers it. And Vinu Mankad wasn't the first to do it, but was the most famous. Stark bowls to Nissanka, who drives him down the ground. That will go for 4. Almost underneath the non-striker, who hops over the top, and the ball hops over the rope. 21 without loss, has 4 added to it. It's now 25 for none. Nissanka up to 14. Kusal Pereira for 9. But I would note that our colleague Ben Horn got in touch with Vinu Mankad's son not that long ago and interviewed him about it, and he said, go for it. Why not treat it as a tribute? So some members of the family have said that they don't see it as disrespectful at all. Vinu Mankad, one of the test greats, made double hundreds, took 10-wicket matches, a wonderful all-rounder for India. In at the hip, and Nissanka's hopping up on his toes and playing the ball down. But that's also part of his story, is that he pioneered that mode of dismissal when he ran out Bill Brown in the test match in Sydney in 1948. So why not make it all part of his story?
Legacy lives on. But yeah, I just think the whole being holier than thou attitude, I'll never do it, why not?
Absolutely. Then
they should instruct your keeper then to not stump a batter if he walks out, unless he is given a warning.
Or just to say, I'm going to bowl a slower ball. This one's the slower ball. Just watch out for that. It'll be a different pace. Stark. Again pulls out. Okay. Well, he was looking at the non-striker stumps. This time, it's Kusal Pereira. The other time, was it Nissanka at the non-strikers end? It was KJP as well. So, okay, if you've given a warning, then why not go through with it the second time? And this time, well, his bat was just trailing in. But Stark must have been thinking about the previous delivery, I think. Kusal Pereira just has a smile at him and says, I'm okay, buddy. I was in my ground. Not by much, I will tell you. The bat was trailing and was just fractionally behind the line. But he is walking early. Now he's standing dead still, KJP. The Stark bowls short outside the off stump, and Nissanka cuts it down to deep third, 26 for none. What do you make of that?
Yeah, well, Stark is looking at him, but he stood his ground. So even if Stark had ripped the bails off, could have potentially been an embarrassing Adam Zampa moment. Remember Adam Zampa trying to effect that run out at the non-strikers end unsuccessfully. And that's what I just felt the first time you had him. take the bails off, he's gone. You are 0-2, and this is my beliefs on that, regardless of the current situation. But you're 0-2. You have an opportunity to get someone out, run them out. Kushal Pereira goes on to score 125, 130, match winner, and then you look back and think, oh, he should have. No, do it. It's a dismissal. It's within the laws of the game. Run him out. We then go to spirit of cricket and spirit of the game. When you edge the ball, then walk. Simple as that. Don't hang around and say it's the umpire's decision.
Sure. If you're talking about those intangibles, it always seems like a moral code that gets enforced so that some people can feel better than others. But how do you decide who gets to enforce the moral code?
And when?
Why is it this team's decision or that team's decision about what's right and what's wrong, as opposed to just following the laws? Hazelwood comes up to bowl to the right-handed Nasanka, who's kept strike, punches it off the back foot to cover to Stoinis. There's no run there. And I know that one of the arguments people use is that there's no skill involved, and so it's not the contest between bat and ball. Sure, that's fine. There's no skill involved if somebody trips over halfway down the pitch. You still run them out.
Correct.
There are dismissals in cricket that involve skill, and there are dismissals that don't involve much.
Or what if someone steps back on the stumps when you run in and bowl a half tracker? They step back on the stumps because they slip.
Exactly.
And a massive cow drive that goes for 4. Do you tell them, okay, no, not out? I love that shot. Take 4.
Sure, exactly. Hazelwood up to Bolton Nasanka, 2 straight, picked away off the pads. They'll come back for a couple surely. Touches in and turns back. The Olympic swimming tumble turn. In fact, they'll get 3. First session of a test match here, out to deep square leg. And they've run back for the 3rd. You won't see many of those in 50-over cricket these days. 26 without loss should tick over to 29 in a minute.
Yeah, we saw one last night in Delhi of 3, and it was kind of a gasp. We don't see 3s in ODI cricket.
No. A rare, lesser spotted 3 has been run. I think our scoreboard's eaten the dust again as well. We had this issue the other day. The electronic scoreboards went down, and the manual scoreboard was having some problems as well. Barely visible at the far end of the ground. Hazelwood comes up to Pereira, who hooks him away. This will bounce out for 4. There's a long chase out there for Zampa, but he won't get there. A deep backward square leg. He was too fine to get around. Too fine for this world. So that should take them up to 33. If my mental arithmetic is going along okay, as the scoreboard's reset, 33 without loss.
Sri Lanka have been really good at just being real disciplined to the good deliveries, but also pouncing on anything too short and too wide. Definitely too short, not enough pace into it, and hammered by Pereira.
Hazelwood up to Kusal Pereira, who drives him nicely just to the right of mid-off, and Labuschagne comes sprawling across, takes the ball well in one hand, keeps them to a single, flicks it back in, 34 for none.
I think if you're looking at, the trend of the tournament so far, Jasprit Bumrah has been the best bowler, especially from a seam bowling perspective, and he's kept it quite simple. Yes, he is quick. Yes, he is very skillful, but he's kept it very, very simple as well. And I find if we look on the evidence of what we've seen from Australia, not many balls have been hitting the stump. Jasprit Bumrah forces you to play each and every delivery, a little bit of seam movement here and there, but challenges the stump more often than not.
Hazelwood, a heavy-footed approach up to Nasanka, who tries to turn to the leg side, but he's tangled up there, gets a leading edge that rolls back towards the bowler along the ground. No run.
And even on that occasion, yes, it's a dot. Yes, it can potentially be the beginning of pressure, but that's going through waist height just above. You're not really challenging his technique in any way. You almost want Josh Hazelwood, the one that bowls in Sydney. That real challenging lane through it, challenges the top of off stump, top of middle stump, and asks questions. And then that's where your skill come into play. Move away slightly, move back in slightly, and then you're challenging top of off and edge versus inside edge and pad.
Slip, gully, backward point waiting as Hazelwood bowls to Nasanka, punches off the front foot this time, but straight to short cover. Won't get a run there. Another over ticks by. We've had 6 of them bowled. Sri Lanka, 34 without loss after winning the toss and choosing to bat. Kusal Mendes, the stand-in captain today. Dustin Shanaka has been the white ball captain for a long while. He's been withdrawn from the squad with a muscle strain. So Chamika Karunaratne, the all-rounder, is into the squad and into the 11 today. Kusal Mendes will bat at 3. He's been in terrific touch the last couple of matches. Made a very fast 70 against South Africa and then made 100 in his last start against Pakistan. Sri Lanka lost both of those games, but surely if he keeps making runs, he'll end up on the winning side at some point. Australia don't want it to be today. Desperately need a win here. It's a 9-match group stage. They've lost their first 2. So they can still qualify. They could probably still lose one more, but they can't lose more than one more.
And with England to play, Pakistan to play, I think there's a
New Zealand to play.
The corner.
Yep. Start of a new over, and it's Cummins, and he's straying onto the pads, flicked away by the left-hander for 4. Well, that's a loosener to start off with. Sri Lanka up to 38 for none. Pereira flicks that ball away.
Yeah, once again, not hitting the stump. I think that should be a barometer. That should be a filter to begin with. How many balls can hit the stump and then use the skill from there. And Kushal Pereira, like Patam Nissanka, been capitalizing on anything outside of that area.
Cummins. Right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, who's playing a little back cut to backward point. Races in Steve Smith and makes sure there's no scoring. Phil Long?
Yeah, Australia repeating their tactic from the other day. Mitchell Starc bowling those 3 overs from the far end, and his replacement bowled 3 overs for 13 the other day here against South Africa, 3 overs for 16 here today against Sri Lanka.
Saying farewell to Carlos Brathwaite for now. He'll be with us during the day, and a very good afternoon, very big good afternoon to Aaron Finch.
Very warm afternoon to you all. It's hot out in the middle.
Yeah, it's a warm welcome in a literal sense.
Yes.
Cummins up to Pereira, who tries to flick. This one goes down the leg side, and it's a wide. So it hasn't been the sharpest bowling start from the 3 Australian quicks, Aaron.
No, it hasn't been, but there's also been some good batting. There was a little bit of movement first up from Mitchell Starc. A wasted review that was hitting big part of the inside edge.
Probably missing the leg stump, even if it hadn't.
And pitching outside leg stump as well. I don't think it had a huge amount going for it, but I think that shows a little bit of desperation from Australia as well.
Yep. They're near the edge in some ways. Here goes Cummins. Short outside the off stump. Slashing away is Pereira. Doesn't lay bat on it. It ends up with Inglis. What did you make of Mitchell Starc pointedly looking at the non-striker stumps and pulling out not once but twice?
Oh, man, if you want to waste energy on a brutally hot day out in the middle, it's a lot of effort to go to not take the bails off. I think the first one is okay. The second one, in defence to the batter, he was still in his crease when he would have expected Mitchell Starc to deliver the ball. So sometimes you take your eyes to the game.
Cummins into Pereira, who swipes across the line and misses. Again, it's Inglis receiving the ball. Aimed that over long on somewhere and didn't touch it whatsoever.
Aimed it over the long on grandstand.
Over the old scoreboard.
Yeah, he doesn't do things by halves. Kusal Pereira, he's somebody who takes it on.
That ball would have had to go through security to come back into the ground.
Absolutely. As a batter at the non-strikers end, you watch the bowler come in generally, and then your eyes will naturally track to the batter at the striking end, and sometimes you just expect the bowler to bowl when he does, because that's what everything tells you should happen.
Cummins up to Pereira, who plays, well, it's a kind of back foot punch in the end, but he gets the inside portion of the bat. He looked like he was setting up to absolutely flay it down the ground and then just reeled himself in a little bit. The ball ends up with square leg. He's not quite sure whether he wants to go all out or whether he wants to rein himself in a little bit, just get through this over. 1 ball to come in it, 39 for none.
At different times, his innings will flow like this. It'll be a time when he tries to hit every ball for 4 or 6, and then there's ones where you feel like he's not trying to score a huge amount and he's just trying to knock it around for ones.
Cummins up to him, Pereira, and he stabs the ball away off his pads this time. Square leg quickly in the form of Warner to finish off the over, 39 for none. Kusal Pereira, of course, played one of what I would say was one of the best test innings ever played, the 153 not out that he made in South Africa a few years ago. It was just after Sri Lanka had been tailed up by Australia in a test series. They went to South Africa expecting to get thumped, and they won 2-0. And he saw that chase home, 9 wickets down, 300 plus. It was literally the Ben Stokes innings about 5 months before Ben Stokes played it.
Yeah.
And KJP got a little bit less attention and credit for it than old mate in the England shirt did.
Yeah, and from memory, that wicket was a really challenging one. That was up and down as well. So he's got so much talent and skill. And it's always been a player that you're worried about in the opposition, because he could get after you and dominate you on any particular day. But consistency probably hasn't been there over the years.
It's 2019 when he played that hand up against Dale Steyn was bowling in that game from memory. Rabada, very good South African pace attack, took them all down, hit 5 or 6 sixes from memory at Durban up onto the hill, where I have memories of Philip Hughes doing that as well, peppering the hill up there when he was facing the spinners all the way back in, is it 2009, the Twin Tons. Well, it's Glenn Maxwell to have a bowl. Spin on in the power play. He starts with a wide, slides down the leg side. Australia used this tactic against South Africa here as well. Maxwell on with the fielding restrictions still in place.
Yeah, and bowling over the wicket to the right-hander as well, looking to shut down the offside.
It gives it a little bit of air outside the off stump, chopped hard into the ground by Nasanka out to cover, no run.
A lot of times an off-spinner will be straight around the wicket, being really defensive. I think Glenn Maxwell has identified that with a little bit of spin in the wicket, he can be over.
Bowls flatter and quicker in at the stumps. It's punched away into the leg side. Marnus Labuschagne at mid-on has to run quite wide to his right to field. They get 1 run, 41 for none.
Yeah, he can be over the wicket and aggressive to a right-hander and not worry about being hit through the offside, because that is the more difficult shot. Of course, to the left-hander now, he'll be around the wicket. Pereira loves to slog sweep or go over cover, so Australia's got a wide man on the boundary at long off, deep square leg, almost encouraging him to try and sweep.
Maxwell round the wicket, bowls down the leg side, and he's got a little tickle on that, has he? It's skipping away towards the boundary rope, but slowing up. Now, was there a touch on that, or did that come off the keeper?
Leg buys the call from the late change, Joel Wilson.
Yes, super sub.
Yeah, cross seam delivery from Glenn Maxwell, sliding down leg. You'll see him use that delivery to try and get that ball to skid through, go seam up, to try and get some spin out of this dryish looking surface.
Maxwell bowls to the right-hander, and it's through into the gloves of Inglis as he tries to cut this Nasanka and doesn't get anything on it. They're 42 for none thanks to the addition of that leg by.
And to Nasanka, they've got the deep mid-wicket on the boundary and the deep backward square. He is more comfortable sweeping, using the pace over that leg side.
Maxwell bowls to him, outside off stump, opens the face, tries to steer it fine, doesn't get a sweet enough touch on the ball, and short third is able to cut it off. 1 to come in the over.
Yeah, I think growing up on Sri Lankan wickets, which tend to turn a lot more, here's one guy who's very proficient with the sweep.
Maxwell darts it through, stepping across onto the front foot outside off stump, played out to cover by Nasanka. So the 8th over comes to an end. Sri Lanka, after choosing to bat, are 42 without loss. I'm going to leave you in the company of Aaron Finch, and he'll be joined in a moment by Nikesh Rughani.
Nice start from Maxwell. His ability to bowl in the power play and through the middle overs has been fantastic in this tournament. Picking up the 2 wickets last match and carrying a lot of the spin hopes at the moment. His ability to be able to shut down angles, think like a batter, is really important in a game like this against Sri Lanka, where it is a must-win for both sides.
Good afternoon, Aaron. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, good solid start here by the Sri Lankans. 42 without loss after the first 8. Crowd slowly building up. Not expecting anywhere near a full house for this one, of course, with the home side not involved being one of the main reasons, but lots of enthusiasm from those who have turned up in pretty decent numbers. Good support for both sides as we see Pat Cummins in once again, and a big wild swing and a miss this time. from Kushal Pereira, just trying to play that one across the line. And we've seen some variation in bounce already today, haven't we? The odd one just sort of off a full length, Inglis taking them above his head, and then others keeping low like that one.
Yeah, there has been, and I've just seen a replay. The last ball from Glenn Maxwell's over. There was a little feather through to Inglis. Sorry, not a little feather. It was quite a big deflection. Hit him on the leg. Just those half chances that aren't going Australia's way at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, a difficult one, but a chance nonetheless, as Cummins in once again to Pereira, who gets a single there just in front of mid-wicket. Been pretty sensible. There's been the odd wild swing and miss from the Sri Lankans as well, but some good boundary hitting, some good running between the wickets, and a couple of warnings as well for I'm not sure there were attempted runs from the non-striker on a couple of occasions there by Mitchell Starc. Your thoughts on that?
Oh, it's fine, and it's a lot of energy on a hot day like this to be warning for such minute strolls, I guess, out of his crease.
Nissanka then back on strike as Cummins is in. This one is just guided down towards deep third. Another single onto the total. The point I'm trying to make is, what do you make of the warnings? Is it either you've got to be one way or the other? You either just run in and bowl, or you just whip the bails off because it's within the laws. And, you know, if that's the mode of dismissal you want to effect, why not go for it? And then it's up to the umpires to see if he was out of his crease.
I've got no issue with the dismissal at all. I know a lot of people are probably torn between the two. If you're out, you're out. I think it's Mitchell Starc's way of trying to keep a batter on their toes without having to follow through with the taking of the bails off, because then it is taken out of the captain's hands and totally an umpire's decision.
Cummins into Pereira once more, who punches off the back foot straight into the covers though. And no run. 44 without loss here in the 9th over. Live with you on 5 Sports Extra and across the ABC network. Nikesh Rughani alongside former Australian captain Aaron Finch. Phil Long alongside us with all the stats and the numbers today. Seem to have done well clearing all the sweat away, Longy, after your manic journey in from Delhi.
I was puffing as I came into the commentary box,
Cummins then charges in once more to Pereira, who works this off his hip out towards square leg. Takes another single there. Some decent running here between the Sri Lankans. Warm afternoon, Finch. It's quite humid out there as well. You've been out in the middle. What did you make of the pitch when you had a look earlier?
It actually looked really similar to the one from the other night with the South African game. One thing to note is last game was a red soil wicket. Today's game is a composite blend of red and black soil. Do you want to elaborate on what that means? Because I don't. I always get them confused.
I was going to ask you.
I always get them confused.
We'll try and unpick that after this delivery from Cummins. This one is just worked around the corner down towards long leg by Nissanka, and in fact a bit of work to do there for the fine leg fielder, so they're safely through for a couple of more runs. End of another over then. 9 gone, 47 without loss, Sri Lanka here in match 14.
So a red soil wicket is generally one that you see down south that spins more. They don't seem to crack up. They more powder and deteriorate and almost become, I guess disintegrate's the best way I can describe it. And then you have the black soil, which holds moisture in it and creates bounce. And you'll get a lot of those wickets up north of India where you see a little bit more pace and bounce in the surface.
Think of Mohali and places like that, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly right. Mohali, Dharmashala, where you can get the ball to skip through a little bit more.
Maxwell to continue then into Pereira, who sweeps this one, gets a top edge over the head of Josh Inglis. It's safe, it's trickling away down towards the boundary, and it's 4 more runs. Nowhere near where he wanted that, but 4 more to the Sri Lankans and 50 up for them here inside the 10th over.
Yeah, there's a big gap between the man at short 45 and the man out in front of square leg. He's just tried to help it on its way. Top edge, falls safe.
Maxwell then.
Dangerous looking signs for Australia here with these two.
Continuing here round the wicket, and this one keeps a little bit low, thuds into the pad of Pereira. No run.
Yeah, 50 partnership up. The two Sri Lankan partnerships in this World Cup so far before today hadn't got out of single figures. They were 1 and 5, which just mentioned the partnership now to 51.
Full delivery from Maxwell, defended by Pereira into the offside for no run. So then the difference in soils as well. I mean, for those listening back in the UK, many might remember the Ahmedabad test a couple of years back between India and England, which ended in a couple of days on the red soil. LBW appeal this time. He's trapped on the back foot. Pereira, Maxwell pleading, and Joel Wilson unmoved. Are they going to go upstairs and review this one, Australia? It looked from our angle to be perhaps heading down the leg side, and I think that is the majority view there in the Australian camp. They're not going to go upstairs.
Well, after burning that review in the first ball of the day, you can't afford to take one on a 50-50 call.
Maxwell goes a little bit shorter. It's punched off the back foot, but straight into the covers there by Pereira. No run once more. He's been lively. Bit of turn here for Glenn Maxwell. Bit of extra bounce on occasions. And just looking at a replay of that one, didn't look too far away, that LBW appeal.
That's a clipping leg stump, isn't it, from the naked eye?
Maxwell with a quicker one. And again, punch straight into the covers by Kushal Pereira. End of another over. 4 from it from Maxwell, just that top edge down towards fine leg. 51 without loss, Sri Lanka, after the first 10 overs. I'll be very pleased indeed. They won the toss here, if you are just joining us, decided to have a bat first. And they posted 300 on a couple of occasions already, Finchy, in this tournament. Yes, they've lost both their opening matches of the competition as well, but they're in decent form with the bat, and this is a good platform. Yeah, it's a great platform. I'll be interested to see how Kusal Mendes, captaining the side today, who's been in wonderful nick throughout the practice games or the warm-up games and the first two, will play. He's been in early with the field restrictions. Only 2 men allowed outside the circle, so he's been able to get off to a flyer and then continue. This will be a slightly different challenge for him today when he comes in, with the field being set back a little bit more from ball one. But he's a very wonderful player. He's again, another player who's been a thorn in Australia's side over the years in one-day cricket. Yep, averages over 50 in his 11 innings against Australia. Fresh off the back of that 122 from just 77 balls against Pakistan, his best in ODI cricket. A man in sublime form at the moment. As Pat Cummins continues here into Nissanka, works this one away straight to the fielder there at short mid-wicket for no run. He's got the added responsibility today, though. He's captain, he's keeping wicket, and he's batting at number 3. I mean, you captained and bat at the top of the order as well. How difficult was that?
Oh, I don't think it makes too much of a difference, to be honest. He's been a leader around the Sri Lankan team for such a long time in all formats of the game. So I think the messaging will be really similar from what it's been with Dasan Shanaka over the last couple of years.
Cummins then from the far end once more. Nissanka gets a short delivery, which he just defends comfortably back down the track.
Although we've gone into the second power play with 4 men allowed out inside the circle, Pat Cummins keeping the deep point inside, having only the deep square leg, third and fine leg out. As we see a replay of the DRS from Glenn Maxwell, 3 reds if they had have reviewed it.
Not just clipping as well, so yeah, they would have had that wicket had they reviewed, and Maxwell was pleading for it. He fancied it, no one else seemed to. As Cummins steams in again, gives a bit of width here to Nissanka, who cuts away for 4 in between those two fielders, backward point and cover. The Sri Lankans march on here, and plenty of decent support for the men from just south of India. Just that a bit of extra width there, and Nissanka making the most of it.
Yeah, low risk cricket from Nissanka. He's been patient. Still going along at a good clip, striking at 86. That man that was up inside the circle now drops back to deep point.
How does Cummins respond? Goes a little bit straighter and fuller, but Nissanka steals a single there into the covers. Again, good backing up from his partner Kusal Pereira. Seemed to be on a really good wavelength today. Good energy about the Sri Lankans, even in the warm-up as well, despite those 2 defeats. What must the Australians be feeling at the moment? I suppose now is not the time to panic, but 2 defeats from 2, They've had a start like this with the ball, things not quite going their way with a couple of decisions, and Sri Lanka find themselves 56 without loss in the 11th.
Yeah, I mean, you can't afford to force the game, because I think then you can start to make mistakes and you can make foolish errors.
Cummins into Pereira this time. He pulls this one around the corner down towards fine leg. Another single taken.
You have to be prepared to stick to your number one plan for long enough, and I think it can start to go wrong when you force it. You search for something that's not there. You're trying to make something out of nothing. But I think Australia's strength over the years with this bowling attack as well is how consistent they can be. Once they get a new batter in, they can squeeze inside the ring. They can be really dominant. Just got to wait for that one breakthrough.
Cummins into Nissanka, short, pulled away off the splice of the bat, and well fielded there at short mid-wicket to prevent the single as well. They'll need a bit more of that as well in the field to back up their bowlers. 6 runs from that Pat Cummins over then, 11 gone. And Sri Lanka 57 without loss. And I suppose we saw that with India the other night, didn't we? Everyone talks about India as favourites for the tournament and how well they've started, but you know, Pakistan found themselves 150 odd for 2 with Rizwan and Babar Azam at the crease, and it just takes that one wicket and the squeeze is completely put on, as we saw from Bumrah and Kuldeep Yadav that night.
Yeah, I think what's been surprising throughout this tournament is I expected the wickets to be a little bit more batting friendly and see some bigger scores, particularly it being early in the Indian cricket season, as if there's ever an off season. But I expected them to be a little bit truer. So what that's showing is the importance of, once a partnership forms, is going right on and maximising that, because it's not easy to start your innings. There's times when a batter can build up pressure on his partner when a new partnership forms. So it's important that you maximise that.
Glenn Maxwell in once again, and this is chopped away by Pereira out towards backward point. It's really well fielded out there on the boundary.
David
Couple
Warner.
of runs taken, and yeah, Warner with the full stretch dive after running about 30 yards or so. He may be getting on in years, but still a live wire in the field.
Yeah, it was a good shot. It wasn't a bad ball from Glenn Maxwell. Probably 4th stump, spinning away. Speaks that backward point. Brilliant from Warner.
Pereira then back on strike as Maxwell makes his way in, goes a little bit straighter, and this is worked around the corner to short fine leg. They jog through for a gentle single. Well, all the talk ahead of the 2019 World Cup as well was who's going to break the 500 barrier. And there was a famous line from Virat Kohli at the captain's press conference, which you would have been at ahead of that one, where he said, well, actually, I think we're going to see more 250 scores and 280 scores than we are 350, 400, and certainly not 500. And that's the kind of the way it panned out. And it's probably just a measure of the pressure of these World Cups as well as the wickets that we've seen so far. As Maxwell is into Nissanka, and this is worked down to long on for another single.
Yeah, I think it is. In a bilateral series, you get the opportunity to play the same opposition 3 or 5 times generally. It means that you're able to work out their tactics and almost line up a bowler at certain times as well. So World Cups, you're chopping and changing every single game. It means your planning and your preparation has to change as well, depending on your opposition.
Maxwell into Pereira once more, wraps him on the pads again. Another big shout for LBW, not quite as enthusiastic as he was last time. This one perhaps was angling down that leg side.
Yeah, almost identical, just sliding a little bit more. The off spinner that's just skidding down.
Maxwell causing a few issues then, as gets one to bounce a little bit extra, and Pereira negotiates it well out towards square leg for a single. Just a flick of the wrists here, showing a lot of respect to Glenn Maxwell, who's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders here as Australia's second spinner in these conditions, which are helping his style of bowling. A lot of experience in these conditions, of course, playing his trade in the IPL over a number of years. As he floats one up this time to Nissanka, who flicks away down to long on. Another single taken to end the over, so 12 overs gone. Sri Lanka 63 without loss, and Aaron Finch is going to leave us. We'll hear more from the former Australian captain a little bit later on. So 63 without loss after the first 12, and Carlos Brathwaite making his way in alongside me once more. Afternoon, Carlos.
Afternoon.
Good start here from the Sri Lankans then. They won the toss. They've had a couple of nervy moments. The LBW appeal, of course, off the first delivery of the match from Mitchell Starc. Australia did review that not-out decision. Was going down the leg side, so good from the umpires on that occasion. There was that one from Glenn Maxwell, which wrapped Pereira on the pads. Had Australia not burned that first review, they may well have gone upstairs. That one was crashing into the leg stump. We've seen a few plays and misses, couple of top edges. Also some really good shots from the Sri Lankans.
Yeah, it's been a good set of cricket so far. Australia's still looking a little bit off the money. They've tried a little bit with the intensity in the field, but with ball in hand, they could be much better, I reckon.
Mitchell Starc back into the attack then, into Nissanka, who just guides this nicely down to deep third. Jog through for another single.
And we're talking off air about right decision versus bad decision. I think sometimes umpires can get it, can make the wrong decision without it being a bad decision. I think that was the case with Maxwell. Everything looked like it was going sliding slightly down leg. Pereira had eased inside the line. I think what gave it away slightly was Pereira trying to shuffle that front foot outside of leg stump after impact. But I think, albeit not the right decision, I don't think it was a bad decision from Wilson.
Starc into Pereira then, and just plays inside the line of this one. Pereira pulling out of his forward defensive at the last moment. The ball through to Josh Inglis. And, you could just sense the energy levels. I know it's not really a time for Australia to panic. A wicket or two and they're back in the game. But there's not much enthusiasm out there. It is very hot in the afternoon here in Lucknow. The sun is now shining. It's in the mid-30s in terms of degrees Celsius, but there's not much energy from them out there.
Yeah, this way you need that one person to take the ball and whip it in, rally the troops, take 2 or 3 overs, and it's all yours.
Starc goes full, and this has been worked down to fine leg, and that's going to be 4 runs as well. Was there any bat involved? I think there was. Umpire signals 4. And Kushal Pereira helps himself to some more here. 68 without loss now, midway through this 13th over, and Starc, I've seen him do it a couple of times today, just straying down that leg side.
Yeah, the body language isn't great from Australia. It's almost expectant that there's a boundary, that there's a bad delivery. Someone needs to bring the energy, bring the intensity in the field, whip the ball back to the keeper, get the hands going.
Starc then goes for a similar delivery. This time it's flicked away out towards deep square leg, just the single to Pereira, who moves on to 34. Phil Long.
Yeah, Mitchell Starc aiming to maintain a remarkable record today. He's taken a wicket in every time he's bowled in a World Cup game.
Well, he's into his 4th over here, so still plenty of time to do so. He's going at over 6 runs and over so far, though. Sri Lanka's overall rate just under 5.5. A good solid platform, not the easiest pitch to bat on by the looks of it. Seen a little bit of variable bounce.
Nice little change in the field. They've brought the man over from short mid-wicket to gully. Nissanka's been just angling the ball away for easy singles in that region.
Mitch Marsh standing there, and Starc once again pulls up in his delivery stride. This time doesn't have a look at the non-striker Kushal Pereira, so I think he just got his footing wrong on that occasion, but in a couple of warnings for enthusiastic backing up, shall we say.
Yeah, I think the second one, Pereira was well in his ground.
Yeah.
And they just had a look at the rules, and it says when the bowler would normally deliver the ball, so the height of your delivery where your hand reaches.
We didn't even get to that point, Starc, as he delivers this time into Nissanka, who defends dead into the pitch for no run. I mean, look, it's a controversial point, but we've been over it. It's in the laws of the game. Yeah, we've seen it happen more and more often, and it's going to carry on.
Yeah, and I don't see a reason why it shouldn't, to be honest. We laud players when they turn ones into twos, and if you take a extra couple inches for that to happen, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't lose your wicket for it. Stay in your ground. When the ball delivers the ball, you come out. And if you don't and you're penalised, tough luck.
Stark once more goes short this time. It's a checked pull shot in front of square out towards deep mid-wicket. Another single taken. End of another over then. 13 overs gone. Sri Lanka 70 without loss after batting first. A few more thoughts from you, Carlos, and then it'll be Simon Mann.
Yeah, just heading to my Twitter now to see the BBC TMS hashtag, and if anyone is helping us with our renaming of the slogan for the World Cup. I haven't seen any yet, so please indulge us. It takes one day is the current slogan.
Someone tweeted me say, are you describing the Sri Lanka national anthem? But it does take a while, doesn't it? I think it's 2 minutes and 40 seconds, whereas Australia is 1 minute and 5. Anyway, it's a very jaunty tune. You can't fail to feel happy after hearing the Sri Lanka national anthem. It always gets you ready for a game in the World Cup.
I tell you what, really, it takes one day. If we get the finals and it happens to rain, and then you go into the reserve day, it would actually take 2 days.
Take 2 days, yeah. Yeah, well, Ahmedabad is the place for the final. I'm not sure it rains too much there at this time of the year, but you never know, the world's weather is all over the place, so it could happen.
It was raining in Delhi a little bit when I left this morning.
Was it?
Yeah, just spitting slightly. It was expected, it was in the weather forecast.
So we saw some rain in Chennai at the start of the tournament. Before Australia played their first match against India, it rained both days before the match. Adam Zampa's going to bowl for the first time today. He's had a difficult time of it of late. He took wickets, I think it was in the first one-day international against South Africa at the start of that series, and since then it's been a real rough time. He's picked up wickets, but he's gone for a lot of runs. Something like 7 for 488. Here is Zampa bowling. Short first ball, pulled away 4. Bad start from Zampa. Dropping it down, and the Sanka was onto it, cracking that through wide mid-on. And Cummins has to lope back to the boundary to pick it up. 74 for no wicket, Sri Lanka. Start of the 14th over. Pressure on Zampa early on.
Yeah, that would not help at all. But Patam Nissanka and Kushal Perera have been so good in this. So disciplined with good deliveries and just pounce on anything slightly off. And that was a right long hop. And dispatched.
Nissanka goes to 35. Zampa bowls to him outside the off stump, quite wide. And Nissanka allows that to go by. It's taken by Inglis standing up, wearing his helmet, as Zampa walks back, spinning himself 1 and then 2 catches, bowling in his sunglasses on a sort of hazy sunny afternoon. Zampa bowls, it's full, it's power down the ground for more. Back past the non-striker, he had to get out of the way of that. It was hit really hard by Nissanka all the way along the ground, plenty of bottom hand in that shot. It was given some flight by Zampa and powered away. So 2 boundaries in the first 3 balls that Zampa has bowled.
And there's going to be a field change. Long on has come back. Mid-on was in the circle and deep backward square was employed. They've now come a more traditional 45 short mid-wicket and long on.
78 for no wicket. Halfway through the 14th. Here is Zampa bowling. And the Sanka goes back and guides it away square the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. If you want to email us with your suggestion for a World Cup slogan, there's also the Test Match Special email address as well, which is tms@bbc.co.uk. So I'd love to hear from you with your suggestions. Zampa bowls, getting tossed right up, as driven, but straight to extra cover. And there is no run.
Simon, I want your opinion. Do you think Australia have overthinked exactly our thought, exactly how they're going to go about certain games, and that field, is that a good example of them overthinking it?
78 for no wicket, coming to the end of the 14th. Zampa moves in to bowl. It was turned away into the onside, past the dive, straight mid-wicket, out towards long on. Maxwell is there. throws it in furiously because he had that LBW shout turned down earlier by Joel Wilson. It would have been out if he'd reviewed it, but they reviewed one earlier and that was all wrong, so they're in danger of losing their second reviews. They didn't go for it, and at the time Pereira was on 24. He's now on 34. It's 79 for no wicket after 14 overs. Which bit of...
So you bring your leg spinner on, and we've always been thought leg spin is the hardest art bowling wise. You give your leg spin a little bit of protection, and then you can get cute as they get into the spell. You start with a deep, fine leg, almost square leg in the circle, trying to save that single, and then deep mid with long on in the circle, as opposed to just starting traditionally, allow him to get in to his action, into his spell, and then you get a little bit more cute.
Right, here's a new over from start. 4 overs 24. Bowls to Nissanka, and Nissanka pushes that way into the offside. They go for a quick single towards wide mid-off, and they get it as well. Score advances to 80 for no wicket. Start of the 15th over. It always comes back to that thing about cricket, is that you always want more than 11 fielders, don't you, or 11 men in the field. You always love to have a 12th. There's always a gap somewhere.
But I mean, when you're in the dressing room, you probably have all these things to talk about that could be potential ways to plan and, you know, whatever. But looking at it just from here, you look at India, who've been so successful with the ball. They've bowled the ball at the stumps. Australia have done everything but bowl the ball at the stumps. Does it just come down to just keeping it simple, good execution, and taking your chances?
Start to Pereira down the leg side, slower ball goes from the second bounce to the keeper. Well, that's not bowling at the stumps there, was it? From Mitchell Stark, way down the leg side. It's another run to Sri Lanka, who moved to 81 for no wicket. This is what happens, isn't it? When you lose a couple of games, you start to, I don't know, perhaps overthink the game,
overanalyze,
rather than keep it simple. And I suppose in every cricket match or any ball, you've got a hunch, haven't you, about where the best places to put your fielders are. You got to try and back it and see how it turns out. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Stark to Pereira. Pereira clips that away straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run, picked up by Mitchell Marsh. And I've been fascinated by, I don't know what I've been fascinated by, is watching the spectators in the stand away to our left-hand sides. As the Suns move, they've moved back into the shade to the line. There's a sort of a diagonal line across the stand, some in shade and some in shadow, and as the lines move up the stand, people have moved back. So yeah, who's saying it's a very passive thing to come and watch a cricket match? People have been changing seats throughout the game so far. Start bowls, there's a thick edge from Pereira down towards deep third, through for a single. Zampa lobs in the return to Inglis, right over the bails. One more to the total. We've been having problems with our scoreboards again. What is the score, Phil?
The score is 82 without loss, and that is why we have the old-fashioned scoreboard in the corner. But if you can see 82, then you've got better than me.
The problem with that, as we established earlier, it's the numbers on it are so tiny that it's difficult to see from a distance. You really have to look closely, and yeah, it's just gone up now, that 82nd run. 82 for no wicket. I can see the overs in the 15th. Here is Stark bowling, and forward goes Sanka, playing it towards mid-off, and there's no run.
The problem the other day was I don't think they'd been fully trained on that manual scoreboard, so they were putting the numbers up the right way round as they looked at it, but the wrong way. So this would be 28 now rather than 82. So
magnificent.
It took a while.
That's magnificent. Well, there aren't that many grounds I can think of where we have a sort of a manual scoreboard like that. There aren't many grounds in the world as well that have trees in them.
I think one of those shots that Sharma played the other night would have taken the score from 28 to 83, or from 82 to 83.
Well, he's hitting hard enough, wasn't he? Here is Start bowling, nudged away nicely by Nissanka down towards fine leg. Zampa picks it up. And one more to the total. And that scoreboard, how long does it take them to put up the 83rd run? Well, it does take a while. It hasn't gone up yet. It's going up very slowly. That still hasn't happened. Yeah, so there's some trees as well. We've got some palm trees at the far end of the ground. By the dressing rooms, left and right of the sight screen. I presume they're not plastic ones. You know, I presume they are sort of rooted in the ground. Difficult to tell from this distance. Where are the grounds of trees on Canterbury, of course?
They've been maintained at the perfect height. not distracting the ones that would be on the second level.
Well, that would be a problem, wouldn't it? Because it would get in the way of some of the spectators. Here's start bowling. A drive down the ground. Good piece of fielding at mid-on by Maxwell. He's an excellent fielder. Dives away to his right and keeps that down to a single. And it's such a good piece of fielding that one of his colleagues comes up and gives him a low 5. That would have been 4, I think, off the bat of Pereira. It is only a single. Very well fielded. Pereira keeps the bowling because that was the last ball of the 15th over. 84 for no wicket, Sri Lanka. Lanka has 42. Pereira has 36. Hello to our listeners on ABC Sport, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Sport Listen app in Australia, and to our 5 Sports Extra listeners in the UK as well, as the players take a drink on this very warm afternoon in Lucknow. It's around about 32 degrees. It's hazy early, but it just feels the sun has come out a bit more. It's pierced the haze of earlier, beaming down on this ground. Spectators at the moment, I would say, well, it has built up since the start, there's no doubt about that, and we have noticed during the tournament that as you get towards sunset or just past sunset, people do come into the ground for the second half. And I was talking to the chap sitting next to me, he was in between us, wasn't he, Carlos? He was talking about the experience. So, you know, it's very hot to sit in the afternoon on an Indian cricket ground. You know, people don't like to come. That's why we see that diagonal line and people moving back behind it the whole time, and then stand away to our left-hand side. On the right-hand side, it's fine, actually. It's in shade, and that's where more spectators are sitting on the right, it seems to me, than on the left-hand side of the ground. But it is a small crowd. You think of World Cups, and you look at football World Cups, you look at rugby World Cups, and the grounds look to be pretty much full. Cricket World Cup and vast stadiums in India, it is probably harder to fill the ground. People have to go to work, and also, you know, we had that issue at the weekend, didn't we? But, you know, no Pakistan supporters there, or very, very few Pakistan supporters there, because of the whole sort of visa issue. And the other aspect of this World Cup as well is that we didn't know where all the fixtures were going to be until a late stage. And you know,
is it the right time of the year for the World Cup, you reckon?
Well, that's a good question as well. I mean, when was the 2011 World Cup? I think that was in sort of March time, wasn't it? February, March time. Yeah. Definitely the 1996 World Cup was played February, March.
And this World Cup originally was scheduled to be held in March and February of earlier this year, before it got moved to October.
Yeah, that probably February, March as well. When you get to March time, you're starting to get into IPL territory. Do you want to play a whole World Cup before the IPL? I don't know. And that's one of the slogans you could use. Actually, they could have used better than the IPL. that would have rattled a few cages, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and all the evidence in the first couple of games, probably not.
Okay, not as good as the IPL.
Not as good as the IPL.
You don't probably want to market your tournament like that. Or,
IPL's little brother.
Yeah, almost as good as the IPL. Anyway, you can give your suggestions for the World Cup slogan. It takes one day. I think I've seen somewhere that you see other slogans are a bit longer, rather than just the short, it takes one day. It takes one day to become a hero, or something. I think I might have seen that somewhere, or it takes one day to transform your life, or something like that.
A hero is one day away.
Yeah.
Not exactly, no, not quite.
What have we got? We've got some suggestions here. Let's have a look as the players break away from their drinks. Dave Ladbrook says, we can be heroes just for one day. Well, I'm probably hoping to be heroes for a bit more than that. Some of the Indian players hoping to be heroes for 10 days, aren't you? Days to remember from David. Yeah, best wishes to you and many thanks for the great commentary. Nice to hear from you, David Pearl. And here's one from Elliot from sunny but chilly North Yorkshire. Given the indifference towards this format amongst both players and administrators, and indeed the overwhelming prevalence of T20 cricket, perhaps a better slogan for the 50 over World Cup would be, it'll be gone one day. Bit of, well, a bit of gallows humour out there. Well, the next World Cup is set in stone. Well, I presume it is. I mean, it's slated to take place in South Africa, Namibia and Zimbabwe in 4 years' time. And the ICC events are locked in until 2031. 84 for no wicket after 15 overs. Quite a long drinks break, that. And here is Zampa to bowl after the drinks break. His first over went for 9, 2 boundaries. Pereira on strike, and Pereira gets the ball down the leg side. That's not a great start to his second over either. It's a wide ball down the leg side. Pereira tried to hoof it away, missed it. It was taken by the keeper. What have you spotted there? His last 7 one-day internationals.
Last 6 one-day internationals.
Last 6 one-day internationals. Zampa bowls to Pereira, and Pereira gets another ball down the leg side. He's helped it on its way. He's going down 5 more runs from here, probably 2. Sliding stop on the boundary, keeps it to 2. Throws on its way from Stark, and it's 2 more to the total. 87 for no wicket.
Yeah, Stark basically confirming Adam Zampa's poor form. Last 6 ODIs, averaging 61 with the ball. And there's not a stat that you want to see your wrist spinner having. He's supposed to be chief wicket taker.
The start of those 6 games started with figures of 10 overs, no maidens, none for 113.
Yeah, he equalled Mick Lewis's record, didn't he? Zampa bowls, and that's cracked away by Pereira. Slog sweep for 4. No chance for the deep mid-wicket fielder running away to his right-hand side. Zampa is under pressure here, and Sri Lanka sense it as well, I think. They sense that he's a bit low in confidence. A suggestion that he's not 100% fit as well. That was a ball outside the off stump, whacked away, larruped away into the leg side over the inner ring. Pereira to 42, both batters on 42. 91 for no wickets, 16th over. Zampa's gone for 16 from 8 legitimate balls. He bowls there, that's a better delivery. And Pereira defends into the offside. And Inglis comes from behind the stumps to pick up, and there is no run.
And after the last ball, they were both 42 off 46 deliveries. Talk about batting in unison.
Absolutely. Zampa bowling from our end of the ground, the media centre end, spins himself a catch, moves in, and bowls a flat delivery, nudged away into the leg side towards backward square leg. There's no run there. Keen fielding. Who was that got onto that?
Labouche.
Yeah, picked it up and whipped it in. There was a bit of body language in that fielding. Come on, let's get onto it. Let's put some pressure on it. Came back quicker than it got to him. Zampa over the wicket, tosses that one right up, drilled into the offside, this time stopped at extra cover. And again, there's no run. It was the skipper there, a little bit going down in instalments. Hamstring not quite as loose as Labuschagne's at backward square leg. 91 for no wicket, last ball of the 16th. Zampa to the left-handed Pereira, and Pereira nudges that to Labuschagne, again picks it up and whips it in, hits the stumps. And they might have just pinched an overthrow. There's an appeal from Labuschagne to say isn't that out. And what's the umpire going to do coming in from square leg? Chris Gaffney, yeah, he's going to check this. Well, Labuschagne, there's definitely some body language in that Labuschagne fielding in that over. Come on, we need to raise it. I'm going to set the example.
Review for a run-outs. Keepers in. Your best side angle, thanks.
Doesn't feel like a lot of enthusiasm for it. There's a lot of enthusiasm from Labuschagne's fielding.
Well, like what he said to the umpire, he dropped his bat in, not slid it in.
Coming up.
Well,
thank you. Thank you. I can see the background.
But his point makes sense. He's not slid his bat in and been there forever. He's plunked it down. Just have a look. There might be a smidge of a chance. And the replay shows that there was not in quite comfortably.
Yeah, there was not a great deal of interest from the Australians out there. We are confirmed not out on the scoreboard, but good from Labuschagne. 91 for no wicket after 16 overs. Sanka has 42, Pereira has 42. Those 20 minutes went by so quickly. It's time for Geoff Lemon.
Thank you, Simon. Well, they might not have gone by so quickly for Australia. This innings starting to feel ominous as Sri Lanka build. A hook shot here from Nissanka facing Stoinis, who starts with a bouncer. Why not when you're coming in as not one of the frontline bowlers? Sometimes that's the easiest ball to find your radar with, so I'm told. Drop in the short one. Don't know if you have a perspective on that.
They're also 1 over behind. I like to bowl my best ball first up. Drop that short ball and it gets walloped for 4 or 6, and then all of a sudden you're still looking to find your best ball.
Just the single from that one. Stoinis does pitch up to the left-handed Pereira, who glances the ball down to fine leg for 1. Sri Lanka on to 93 for none.
But you may be onto something because it's so big a square playing area. You almost want to entice batters to be playing cross-batted shots. When the hook is one shot, that even if you are a good player of it, it's quite difficult to control it consistently. So that could be a way of potentially eking a wicket out.
Stoinis in to Nisanka. He has the field set for the short ball, plays this one off his toes. It was in at his hip, plays it to mid-wicket, but they've got a deep square leg for him as well as a fine leg, which suggests that they're happy for Stoinis to bowl back of a length. He's got a deep third as well and a deep point. So there probably won't be too much pitched up with mid-on and mid-off up in the circle, as well as a mid-wicket, a cover and a backward point, the 5 inside the ring at this point. You're allowed 4 fielders out until the 40th over. Stoinis up to bowl to Nisanka, who pulls him, and it's parried away at mid-wicket. That was a chance, but the toughest variety. That ball was absolutely rocketing at Labuschagne, clattered by Nisanka.
We're either on one side of the defence here, he's either saved 2 runs or he's dropped a catch. That was an amazing effort. We talk about that ball back into the track, forcing him to hit square. Did just that in the air. And Labuschagne with an acrobatic attempt. Goalkeepers in the Premier League have been proud of that effort. He didn't manage to hold on to the catch and parried it to the deep fielder. They got 2.
Talk about saving 2 runs. That was saving a free kick headed for the top corner. Stoinis comes in, bowls short again, hooked again by Nisanka, out between the 2 boundary riders behind square. He'll get through for 1 and only 1, take his score on to 46. Pereira's on 43. Sri Lanka 96 for none, but there was that opportunity. Australia, they've dropped so many catches in this campaign already. That was probably the hardest of the lot. But if you can hold it, if you make that chance go your way. They missed out on the Maxwell wicket earlier, the LBW not given by Joel Wilson. They didn't dare to review it because they'd already wasted a review in the first over. Stoinis drops short, hooks, little top edge, it bobbles out. As that struck him off the helmet, might have been a nick onto the lid. It is.
I think Australia has stumbled upon a plan with this short ball barrage from Stoinis. And this looks quite serious. Helmet is off. He's on bended knee, surrounded now by the physio. There's a little bit of concern from Steve Smith.
He's rattled. There's Kusal Pereira. There was no top edge on that. That was flush into the helmet, just above the side, sort of front corner of the forehead. And the ball rebounded back down the pitch. So that is generally what tells you that it's a solid contact. We've seen players concussed by contact like that before. He looks a bit unsteady on his feet, does Pereira. He's being attended to by the physio, but he looks to be swaying slightly. He's shaking his head. Stoinis is busy having a chat in the Australian huddle to Smith and Maxwell as the Sri Lankan opening bat gets checked. Stoinis isn't the fastest operator in the world, but he's fast enough when he crashes into the head.
Yeah, he's one of those players that you'd say bowls a heavy ball on the speed gun. It wouldn't clock 145, but he hits the stick of the bat real hard, and if you get hit at 135, 136, flush onto your helmet, it will leave a mark, and it will potentially, as he looks to have been concussed, swaying a bit, as you mentioned, just blinking quickly, doesn't look quite stable. I think there's a real moment of concern in the Sri Lankan camp for Kusal Pereira.
Well, he's having a drink now. He's still out there. The substitute runners are gesturing to the change room as well. I don't know if they're asking for a replacement helmet, but I would be very surprised if they let him carry on. It doesn't look from that contact like they should let him carry on. He seems to be trying to agitate for that because he's still out there, hasn't started leaving the field. And is that the collection of new helmets that they're bringing out?
It looks so, yeah.
So some spare batting helmets coming out onto the field. The medical staff, 2 of them, still talking to Kusal Pereira, who still looks a bit shaken. He just gives them the okay sign now and says he wants to carry on. I don't know about that. That doesn't seem to fit with the safety protocols.
Yeah, it's a tough one, to be honest. And you want to be sensitive to obviously persons who have been concussed and who have had trauma in that area. But as a player, batting as well as he is, your blood is flowing. Yes, you take a knock. There's a fine line between the medical staff saying, you know, get off, it's safety protocol, and then obviously trusting the player to carry on going about his business, and I guess trusting his knowledge of his own body. So it's a fine line. I think that's where all your tests come into play. You do these baseline tests when you join the team. They ask questions like, what day is it?
Sure. But as we know, those baseline tests can be passed in the moment, and players have delayed concussion symptoms an hour later, a day later, which most often those concussion symptoms become present. They're just not necessarily present at the time. So I think that level of testing is deeply flawed and has to come under question and under review. We saw that Steve Smith, for instance, in 2019 when he was hit by Geoff Archer at Lords, passed his tests, came back out to bat, missed the next test match with concussion. Was he concussed? Of course he was. Just the symptoms hadn't become evident enough yet. Kusal Pereira's had another little wander around with the physio, who took him on a little stroll like he was taking a racehorse around the yard before a run, just to see if he could still put one foot in front of the other. And now the umpires are getting involved, saying, all right, what are we doing here? We need to do one thing or the other. The Australians are starting to wander back to their positions. Umpire Wilson's getting back in position. Zampa's got the ball.
There doesn't seem to be any movement from the Sri Lankan dugout.
He's staying on.
Yeah, he definitely is staying on now.
His bat's leaning against the stumps, Kusal Pereira, and he's putting his gloves back on. He'll be at the non-striker's end for now, but I have to say I don't like the way that unfolded. That contact was serious, head contact. And
yeah, it's a difficult one. I get what you're saying 100%. But yeah, I know. I don't think it could be right or wrong. I think different situations, they either happen to be right or wrong, but you can't really tell in the moment for that said reason.
Zampa has the ball. He'll start a new over from this association end of the ground. Right arm over the wicket, leg spin, drops a little short, backing away. Nasanka cuts hard into the ground. Can't get past Smith. He's patrolling at cover, quite close to the bat. They've got a backward point, a deep cover point. Cover inside the circle, a long off and a long on out. Mid-wicket up. Deep forward square leg almost, out on the rope. And a short fine, floated up by Zampa into the block hole and driven down to long off for one run by Nasanka, who moves on to 47. Sri Lanka 97 for none. Won the toss this morning, chose to bat. It's going well for them aside from that knock to the head for Kusal Pereira. So we'll see how he's able to pull himself together. You often see players dismissed shortly after being hit as well. They can't quite get back in the groove, unsurprisingly. He's facing now. Kusal Pereira, the left-hander, taps his bat. Zampa stays over the wicket, floated up, and he slaps it over mid-off. The ball bouncing out towards the rope. Maxwell running back, will overrun it and get the throw back in. They take a leisurely two, the Sri Lankan batters. Kusal Pereira up to 45, Sri Lanka 99 for none.
It's so funny because that was a bad delivery, but I think just the manner in which he played it, you're almost on concussion watch to see if there's any change in approach. But that was a rank half volley with mid-off up, and probably should have been 4 or 6, to be honest.
Cummins comes over to have a chat to Zampa about whether he wants to adjust the field. They decide not to. Maxwell has his heels right on the edge of the circle at mid-off. Hoping for a miscue. Zampa in at the stumps. Outside edge. It flies away to that short third position. There's no slip, but that would have gone wide of a slip. Still 99 for none. Zampa tosses the ball hand to hand. Has to find a way into this tournament, Adam Zampa. Bowls to Pereira. Fly down the leg side. Has a sweep at it. It's given as a wide. Inglis whips the bails off, but the back foot is planted. That's 100 up for Sri Lanka with that extra.
100 partnership as well. These two have been happy to cross that mark. Real milestone as an opening pair to be able to tick 50s and 100s and get real big partnerships instead of good foundation.
Zampa to Pereira, who gets on the back foot, plays the ball out on the bounce to mid-wicket, who's in quite close. So 100 for none in the 18th over. One ball to come. The opening pair still in occupation. Zampa bowls to Pereira, flat, quick, pulls across the line, top edgy, out into the deep. They have the long on and the deep mid-wicket out. It plugs in between them. They'll get back for 2 more runs. So 102 for none, Sri Lanka at the end of the 18th over. I said it was ominous. Very ominous for Australia. They're both on 47. There's Sanka and Kusal Pereira. Coming in next, Kusal Mendes and Samara Vikrama, who are both coming off centuries in their last outing. So they could be looking at a monster score here, Sri Lanka, and we saw against South Africa, difficult to chase once the lights come on and this pitch starts slowing up, getting a bit stickier, the ball lodging in the surface a bit, very hard to hit through the line.
Aaron Finch did make a good point about Kusal Mendes coming in and really getting off to really good starts in the power play, and it will be a different challenge for him. We'd have to think he's in enough form and he has enough class to capitalize on this good foundation.
Carlos Brathwaite, our company, as he has been throughout the tournament so far. 102 for none. Start of the next over, and it's Stoinis running into bowl to Pathum Nissanka, who's defending the ball down to mid-on. And I'm very pleased to be able to welcome former Sri Lankan international and World Cup veteran himself, Russell Arnold. Nice to see you.
Good evening, Geoff. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Decent start so far.
Decent start. You must be delighted with this start from a Sri Lankan perspective. They've put this 100 partnership together very well.
Pleased, I'd say. Not delighted, because I've seen Sri Lanka throw away advantageous positions away on many occasions. So
Stoinis into bowl to Nissanka. He'll take a run off his pads out behind square leg, move his score on to 48, 103 for none.
So it's a massive game to get off the foot of the table and also to keep breathing in this tournament, just to feel alive again. You've got that start. I think it's a good decision to bat first on a sluggish pitch. We saw against in the match against Australia and South Africa, the first 20-25 overs under lights was very tricky. Hence, try and use that and get into the game. But use the foundation that's been built.
Stoinis into Pereira, clears the front leg and swats him down the ground for 4. Dismissive, get that ball out of here. It was pitched up and he gives it the full clobber, and that is a half century for Kusal Janith Pereira. 51 from 57 balls as Sri Lanka move on to 107 for none.
Very good knock. He's taken a blow to his head, but that's not stopped him dealing in massive blows against the Australian bowlers. As I said, it's important one of these two go on to make a big 100. Nissanka's getting those starts, getting to 50-60, but then throws it away.
Stoinis, medium pace, bowls to Pereira, takes a run out towards square leg. He might want to rush back for the second. He doesn't. Nissanka was thinking about it, but KJP just holds up at the non-striker's end and says, I'll continue having a breather down here. Thanks very much. 48 to his, 52 to his tally with Nissanka on strike on 48. 108 for none. Now the score for Sri Lanka.
A few of the collapses, well, Sri Lanka have had in the recent past. They were bowled out for 53 games ago. In the match against Pakistan, they got a big score, 344. But if you break it down, the last 20 overs, they scored 110. Last 10, 61, with plenty of wickets in hand, Geoff.
Stoinis runs up now to Nissanka, who just defends on the line of the off stump, a decent length, and he respects the good delivery.
So when things seem to be going well, that's when they seem to doze off a bit. So you've got to make sure the job's finished. The man in form, or the two men in form, Mendes, Sadira Samaravikrama, yet to come. This will be a very new situation for Mendes. Not sure how he'll react to that, because he's always walked in as an opener. They lost an early wicket for that reason.
Yeah, he's been the de facto opener, the Joe Root in test matches for many years. Coming in, well, he would bat 4, but he'd still come in the first half dozen overs. Stoinis in and bowls short and attempting a pull shot. Gets a little bit on it. It clears Inglis. Was there a little top edge on that, or did that clear the bat completely? It stops inside the rope. and the umpire gives that as byes. So there was nothing on it, but Stoinis managed to just clear Inglis. It flicked his gloves. At least from an Australian perspective, it doesn't go down as another dropped catch. End of the 19th over, 110 for none. Kusal Pereira on 52, Nisanka on 48. I wanted to speak to you, Russell, about the century made by Samara Vikrama the other night. Gorgeous innings, and it felt significant that there was another player coming in after Kusal Mendes and saying, I can also do this. You don't have to do the job on your own.
Yeah, that was the difference. Mendes played very different to how he played against South Africa. But the fact that he's able to just focus on his game, play the ball on its merits, and not think about the team comes when someone else puts their hand up as well. So it was all good. They're going to have to do it again, and I reckon they need even the tail to chip in and be smart. Pitches get slower. When the ball gets softer, it's hard to play the same shots you're probably playing when the ball's harder and coming onto the bat. So that adjustments needs to be made.
I don't think we'll be seeing a lot of crisp cut shots through backward point for four, for instance, after the 40th over today, as those balls get older and more tired.
But it's a trend we're seeing through the tournament. We're seeing teams throw away. I think New Zealand lost quite a few wickets come the 35th to the 45th. England in Dharamsala. So that's a reason of not adjusting to it.
Maxwell, round the wicket to the left-handed Pereira, flicks it stylishly off his toes out towards mid-wicket. He'll run through for a single, move his score on to 53, 111 for none.
Now this is where Sri Lanka have the opportunity to put pressure on Australia, because Maxwell, he gets through cheap overs. He's been brilliant. And if you allow him to get through some here, then you're inviting trouble. But if you can put pressure like you did to Zampa, then I think there'll be far too many questions for Pat Cummins to answer at this particular stage.
He was exceptional the other night, Maxwell. I think it was 2 for 34 off his 10. He bowls over the wicket to the right-hander, who flicks the ball out to deep mid-wicket. Nisanka for another single. Happy just to collect runs here. Take his score on to 49, 112 for none.
Big boundaries here. 68 metres to Pereira's offside at the moment, and it's the leg side 69 and down the ground 76. So there's no real small boundary that you can target.
Maxwell gives it some flight coming forward. Pereira defends with an open blade, as though looking to work it into one of those gaps behind point. In the end, he can't get it past Labuschagne.
Australia, of course, haven't made good decisions today. None at all. I can't think of any. Blew a review of the very first delivery, which pitched outside leg stump.
Maxwell switching from over to around, drops a little short cut, but they've got that deep point out at that long boundary that Russell Arnold mentioned. That's the one.
Had Kusal Pereira in front, but opted not to take the review. And I also found it strange, Mitch Starc opting to warn the batter twice. On one occasion, he was not even out of his crease. The point being, it's so hot.
Maxwell in at the stumps, turned away for a run out through square leg. They won't think about the second, even though there's a fair bit of work to do for Labuschagne to come in off the rope there. 114 for none. And that, in a milder fashion than the way that Kusal Pereira did it, is the half-century for Pathum Nisanka as well. 50 from 58 balls. So this excellent opening stand gets better and better with a couple of personal milestones for
back-to-back half-centuries for Pathum Nisanka. This is where he gets loose, tends to throw his wicket away.
Maxwell darts it in and opening the face. Kusal Pereira plays it to point. There's no run. I'm going to leave you after 20 overs in the capable hands of Russell Arnold, who will be joined in a moment by Nikesh Rughani.
Yeah, 50 or 58, the 50 runs you'd say is for you. The next 50 or 75 runs that you make will be the difference in your team's total or the position your team could find itself in. Going back to Mitch Starc, it's so hot here. Why would a fast bowler run so far, so early in a game when the ball's hard and it's swinging, and you're opting to pull out just to warn the bowler, the non-striker? So the point is, Australia a little bit distracted and...
Yeah, good afternoon, Russell.
Feeling the pressure?
Feeling the pressure, but if you are feeling the pressure, just whip the bells off. If you're going to do it, just do it. You know what I mean? Just try and effect the dismissal. But you're right, the second time he was well within his crease anyway. As we see Hazelwood here into Nisanka, who flicks this one off his hit down towards deep backward square leg. Should get a couple. It's in between those two fielders there at fine and deep square leg. More good running here from the Sri Lankans. 116 without loss.
Keep chipping away. That's the way to do it. 5.75 the run rate. If they can keep going at 5 for the next 10-15 overs, then you're in a position to really put pressure on Australia. Now Hazelwood's back because Cummins needs that wicket. He's brought back Maxwell to try and choke the batters at the other end and attack from with Hazelwood. Of course, it's not the end that he opened the bowling from.
Right, bowling from the far end. As we look on, in comes Hazelwood once again. Nisanka cuts away, backward of square. Backward of point, rather, and that races away for 4 as well. Again, really good placement. Just a hint of width, really, offered to the batter on that occasion, and Batham Nisanka just eased it away for 4.
What worked for him was he hits it into the square. It's not too far away from Steve Smith at backward point, but the moment it hits there, it just flies away. It bounces over Steve Smith's head, and the moment you're getting it so close to the inner fielder, obviously it's in the gap, too much for the fielders in the deep to do.
Yep, and there are fielders in both of those regions. Square on both sides of the wicket. So this one's a little bit straight, a bit of extra bounce, and that's well defended by Nisanka into the offside for no run. We mentioned earlier as well, Russell, the body language from the Australians seems to be very flat out there. Obviously a wicket might change that. Don't see where the wicket's coming from at this stage.
And even speaking to the others with me, Aaron Finch and Shane Watson, you know how the Australians play the game, and when they are under pressure, you'll see the aggression come out. They'll come hard at you. And when they're coming at you like that,
as Hazelwood is in, and this one is cut but straight to point, no run.
It means they're just about to fall over. So you hang in there. You start strong. Now, so far, Sri Lanka have done everything right. But now, if they can keep maintaining this, that's when you see Australia really starting to feel the nerves.
You can see it right now. I mean, both of these sides, of course, losing their opening 2 matches of the World Cup. Sri Lanka, the only difference being is they've scored 300 plus on both of those occasions. Australia may have faced the tougher 2 teams in India and South Africa. As Hazelwood is in, this is pulled in the air, but safely out towards fine leg. They take the single. But Australia have failed to score 200 on both occasions as well. So a big difference in the opposition, yes. But Sri Lanka, you know, they've done it against Pakistan, of course, in the last game as well. So their batting form is still pretty decent. And the side, I suppose, with more confidence out of these 2 teams, the way the results have gone.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Both teams been thumped by South Africa. Yeah. That's for sure. Yeah. Both never in the game. But opportunities were there for Australia against India, especially once they'd picked up those 3 wickets early. Sri Lanka, well, to me, should have scored a few more runs against Pakistan. I felt that's where they lost it in good batting conditions.
Hazelwood into Pereira, who has a wild swipe across the line and plays and misses through to the keeper, no run. End of another over, 121 without loss, Sam 21.
And a weakened bowling lineup, but I still thought 344 they should have defended. Hence, with missed opportunities. Sri Lanka have a fresh start though, because there's a fresh captain, new captain, who's been the inspiration, who's been amongst the runs. Everyone's taken note of how he's going about his business, and immediately when you have someone who's performing so well, leading the side, everyone tends to follow. But with Dasun Shanaka, it's been a while since he's had a real impact. Not amongst the runs, and when I've been asking the question, is his place justified? First, you've got to pick yourself in the team. And when you're not performing, one thing, the others are not following you, and also just second-guessing yourself when making decisions. You need to be sharp and spot on and go bang, bang in whatever you're doing to actually compete against the best teams.
Could be a blessing in disguise then, as you say. Those 2 changes for Sri Lanka today, of course, Chamika Karunaratne and Lahiru Kumara. What do you make of those 2 changes? Of course, you know, both in the side due to injuries. Batirana as well as Shanaka out through those injuries. But in terms of the bowling attack, how do you think it will shape up on this pitch?
Well, initially the runs on the board and then make that count.
Cummins is in here, and this is full, driven straight to mid-off by Nisanka, no run.
Lairukumara, extra pace and more experience. He'll hit the deck hard. I think he might be good on this pitch because of the unevenness or the variable pace and bounce that you're seeing. Pathirana, still too early to carry such a burden of leading the attack. It's a difficult action. It's a difficult art, what he's trying to do, and he's only 20. With the injuries, Wellalage, who's 20.
Cummins in once more, and this time is defended. Out to point, no run.
Pathirana, who's 20, and Madhushanka, who's 22, they lead the leaders of the pack. That's a very tough place to be. So I'm not too fussed about the changes. Just chip away. Just
in terms of Pathirana, he's an interesting one. Not playing today, of course, like we said. It's the similarities in the action with Lasith Malinga, and with that, I suppose, comes the expectation. The fact he's an IPL winner in this country with the Chennai Super Kings and has been lauded for his performances in T20 cricket. Cummins goes short. This is pulled in the air, but in front of square and for 4, out towards a straightish mid-wicket. Just picked up really easily that time by Patham Nisanka. Almost sat up nicely for him in slow motion, and he did the rest.
He's a short player, and he's good around all formats, and the reason for that is because he's placed the flat bat shots well. Picked that up early. Australia bowling it into the pitch. They've gone to that ploy very early today. They did that in the last 10 overs against South Africa, and it worked. But so far, the Sri Lankans are liking the pace it's coming off.
Cummins again goes short. This has been pulled in the air, a little bit closer to the fielder, who takes a brilliant catch diving away to his left. That is an outstanding piece of work
David
Warner.
He had a lot of work to do. Run a good 10-15 meters and dive in front. The previous pull shot, he didn't pick it up either, but this one slightly late, but he kept coming. So that short pitch stuff doing the trick. He's pulling it from outside off stump, and hence the miss hit. Pathum Nisanka once again throws it away.
Yep, went for that same shot there out towards deep mid-wicket, this time not timing it, a little bit higher up on the bat. But still a lot of work for David Warner to do. Running in off the boundary rope, about 15-20 yards away to his left, and then diving quite low down to take the catch in the end. We spoke about his enthusiasm in the field, and is that the moment to lift Australia here? Sri Lanka still off to a wonderful start, 125 for 1 in the 22nd over. The man in form strides to the crease as well. Kusal Mendis, who's got a brilliant record against Australia as well, averages over 50 in his 11 innings in ODI cricket. Fresh off 100, fresh off more than 300 runs in his last 3 ODI innings as well. He's the man Australia need to get early.
As I mentioned a while ago, it's a different role today. He's always come in as an opener because an early wicket's fallen, and he's used the power play to great effect. Hitting it in the air over that infield has what's got him going, but he can't do that today. It's coming in later, the field will be spread, and some of those shots that he's attempted early in his innings could bring about his downfall. But you're feeling good. He's been batting with a lot of control, targeting short boundaries. It's been brilliant to watch. It's not been a slogathon. And therefore, you've got to back him. He's in his new role as captain. Just be instinctive and hopefully get yourself or get your team those runs they need.
He's facing up here to his opposite number, Pat Cummins. He's made this breakthrough here for Australia. Sri Lanka winning the toss, deciding to have a bat first. The platform is set. Can Mendis take it on? Cummins runs in, delivers to Mendis, gets a full one on his legs to start with. He flicks away down to fine leg. There is protection out there, so gets off the mark straight away with a single.
Yeah, Matisha Pathirana, an IPL, you were talking about it.
Yeah.
And we get carried away with the results he got, but the fact that in the IPL there's an impact sub. He's always the 6th bowler in that lineup, and Dhoni uses him over number 15, 17, 19, just a specific role which he's good at. You get a bit of reverse swing, the Yorker is good, the slower ball. But when it comes to an ODI team or a national team, international team that you're playing for,
Cummins into Pereira, who pulls this to mid-on and scampers through for a very quick single.
Now Maxwell, at mid-off, attacked the ball. He picked it up cleanly. But I thought the opportunity was at the non-striker's end, which was closer to him. But he opted to throw to the keeper's end, the end Kusal Mendis was running to. Well aware of who they want at this stage.
Indeed, end of the over as well, and 22 overs gone, 127 for one. Mendis was well in his ground, and it was probably Pereira who was struggling
not
really
even
to
in
make...
not even in the picture. So going back to Pathirana to wrap up that conversation, he's still learning the art of how you use your wrist to get it behind, get the ball to swing, bowling in early in an innings, middle phase, it's different lengths and how you do your business. So well away from that finished article in all forms of cricket. But do not forget the role that he played for the Chennai Super Kings. And that's the impact sub.
Hazelwood continues, short delivery pulled away by Pereira into the gap there, backward of square on the leg side, and 4 more runs. Another short delivery just sitting up nicely, this time for Pereira, who swiveled on it well, was aware of those two fielders out on the rope, and it bisected them beautifully.
Comparing the results, there's a lot more that goes into to really trust him with the job in ODI cricket or in a different team where the impact sub does not come into it.
Hazelwood then runs in once more, and another short delivery pulled away, this time in front of mid-wicket by Pereira for 4 more runs. Warner was moved a little bit squarer there, and he's picked his spot there beautifully. Pereira this time not quite as short, that delivery allowed him to pull in front of mid-wicket there, and again straight off the middle of the bat. Kusal Pereira having a day out here, moves into the 60s.
Not getting that extra bounce, Hazelwood. But if it is there, they are playing their shots. Warner again brought finer. Probably Hazelwood now going around the wicket will try to force Pereira to drag it from outside off stump. That pull shot.
Change in angle from Hazelwood, round the wicket full, and a big wild swing and a miss there from Kusal Pereira, trying to go downtown.
Yeah, mid-off, mid-on in the circle, and hence trying to keep those boundaries coming. Very different lengths that Australia have bowled today. We're just seeing a graphic on our screens, obviously. A lot of the bowling has been from the fast bowlers back of a length which they did not bowl too well or very much against South Africa a couple of days ago. You know about the analysis and all the homework that's done, and they tend to try and react to that and come up with better plans.
Hazelwood continues round the wicket, goes short, leg side-ish delivery just helped on its way down towards fine leg by Pereira. Takes the single, just swiveled on it, turned his wrists straight into the ground. Interesting point on Pathirana as well, in terms of ODI cricket. I mean, if you were to listen to MS Dhoni, he was suggesting Pathirana shouldn't be playing any other form of cricket apart from T20. How did that go down in Sri Lanka?
Well, Dhoni will have his point of view and opinion coming from where he is and what Pathirana has done for the franchise. But in Sri Lanka, and even for Pathirana, wouldn't he want to be a complete bowler, better his skills?
Hazelwood into Mendis this time, who defends out to point, no run.
And becomes someone who can play every format of cricket and handle different situations. Isn't that what a person is about? Well, I wouldn't put him in the same category as Lasith Malinga in terms of the thought process and tactics. But he does think about his game quite a bit, and I've been impressed with his improvement that I've seen in the last year or so.
Final ball of Hazelwood's over is guided by Mendis down to deep third for another single, so end of another over. 23 gone. Sri Lanka 137 for one. I mean, look, he's only 20 years old. We talk about...
Played the Under-19 World Cup just last year along with Welalage.
Yeah. So we talk about players maybe later on in their careers deciding to go down the franchise route. I mean, it's quite young to be sort of pigeonholing somebody into that kind of route of thinking. So it's good to see him.
Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Absolutely. But, you know, at 20 years old, he's got all the potential in the world. He's had a very good franchise to develop his game in terms of other formats as well. The Chennai Super Kings tend to look after a lot of their players, and look, if he does go and play Test cricket and more ODI cricket, he's got somebody there in MS Dhoni who's been there and done that, and would be a good mentor, despite his thoughts on the T20 game.
Just a word on that impact sub. So you could have a seamer who'd bowl up front, give you 3 overs, who's only very good in swinging the ball. So he bowls in the power play, he's off, you bring back Pathrana to close off the rest. But if you did not have that option, you've got to have a bowler who'll handle different phases of the game for you.
Maxwell back into the attack, bowls full to Mendes, who clips away out to deep mid-wicket for another single. Phil Long.
You mentioned, Maxwell back into the attack. He bowled 1 over, then Cummins bowled 1 over this end. He's now back on. Let me quickly tell you about the opening partnership for Sri Lanka. It's their highest against Australia in World Cups. It's also the second highest in this tournament so far, the highest being Rohit Sharma and Ishan Kishan's opening partnership of 156 against Afghanistan.
Maxwell round the wicket here to Pereira, who flicks this just out towards a square leg position, vacant square leg position. Ambles through for an easy single. Good to have you with us here, Longy, on one of your annual trips to India, I suppose. We both hail from the same part of England, in Leicester. I think the last time I saw you, though, was in February in Delhi.
Yeah, we had a night out at the cinema, didn't we, I think?
We did.
It was our date night.
Russell Arnold then leaves us for now. Carlos Brathwaite back in alongside as Maxwell continues round the wicket here to mend this. It's clipped down to long on for another single. Yeah, it was Pathan, wasn't it? The latest Shah Rukh Khan film at the time.
Very, very good. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
You must have seen a bit of Shah Rukh Khan in your time in India, no?
Unfortunately not. Just
you know
a few
who
clips.
He is, right?
Oh yeah, I've met him, and that photo did really well on social media.
Yeah, I'm sure it did. Co-owner of the Kolkata Knight Riders, of course, as Maxwell continues here.
And I would say
defence.
He's very, very down to earth. I actually partied with him once.
Did
you? Yeah.
Late into the early hours.
Team.
Maxwell to Pereira once more, gets a bit of width and drives square, just backward of point, and that's going to run away for 4 as well. No chance for David Warner of cutting that one off. Lovely bit of wrist work there just to guide it into that gap, and Sri Lanka march on.
Yeah, quality shot again. Looking at the replay now, but I think he really rolled his wrist on that one. Actually didn't, just opened the face, hit it really late. You can see the dejection from Mitchell Marsh as it beat the gap. He's at point trying to save a single. Dissected him in short third.
Maxwell goes even fuller this time, and it's driven just past his dive and his follow through down to long off for a single. So I want to hear about this night out. Where was it? During the IPL, I assume.
Yeah, it was during the IPL. I was playing for KKR, and we had a couple home games back to back with a bit of a space in between them, and the culture at that time was really good. After every home game, win, lose or draw, we'd go downstairs at the hotel bar, we'd have a drink, and it's almost like, regardless of what happens on the field, let's stay together as a family type of thing. But we won a game quite comfortably, and for some reason we had a few days off. Everybody just let the hair down. And yeah, it was a good night. One that went till about 7 a.m. or so.
7 a.m.
Yeah, we started there.
Well, you don't finish an IPL game till close to midnight anyway, do you?
That's how quickly we finished it. So we left, we had a few drinks there, and then we went somewhere, crashed a birthday party or 2, and then came back.
Right, start of a new over here. It's Cummins from the far end, and this is driven square by Pereira for a single out to deep point. Crashed a couple of birthday parties. I bet the locals were pleased when they saw you guys rocking up.
Yeah, there was one guy, can't say the name. What happens in KKR stays in KKR. But he ended up saying happy birthday and shirt off and waving it much like Ganguly on the Lord's boundary. Piece of cake in one hand, shirt in the other. Yeah, they were thrilled. Luckily enough, not many photos came out. So
it wasn't Shah Rukh himself, was it?
Indeed not.
Cummins into Mendes this time, who just guides once more down towards deep third. I want to think about putting a gully in there. He's done that several times so far. Another easy single into the 25th over here. 147 for 1, Sri Lanka.
Yeah, man, this has started quite nicely. He's realised he isn't the the aggressor, the main aggressor. He has been for the first couple games, but he understands that Kushal Pereira is flowing nicely, and he's just trying to rotate strike, keep Kushal Pereira's rhythm flowing. And he's on 71 off 73. He's seeing it as big as a breadfruit and stroking it nicely. It's good batting in partnership again.
Cummins goes very full this time, and that has been hammered down the ground. What a lovely off drive that is from Kushal Pereira, just down on one knee through the line, and the fielders just on their toes, get someone to chuck it back for more.
And he's really sensed that he can really go big here, Kushal Pereira. He went through the gears quite nicely, and you feel as though he's in 5th, 6th gear at the moment. Anything even slightly full, anything short, he's really capitalizing on. You can see a change or an increase in intent to really capitalize on this good start he's had.
150 up as well inside the 25th over. This one's been guided, but only as far as Marsh there at short third. No run. 151 for one in the 25th over.
Interesting field. Mid-on has gone back to long on, and that's prompted third to come into the circle. But then there's almost not like a point. There's almost a third is standing at deep second slip, and point is gone to gully where that ball was picked up and fielded.
A couple of balls left in this Cummins over, and he is once again and once more guided to Marsh there on the edge of the circle by Pereira. So the position has worked so far.
Yeah, it's interesting because these two men are very, very fine, and that's prompted the sweeper to then be a lot squarer. So they're basically telling him, if you want to attack and get runs to the offside, it has to be either straight down the ground where he went a few balls ago, or it has to be in front of square. We won't allow you to cut or dab and get easy singles, twos, or boundaries for that matter.
Final ball of this Cummins over is full outside off, and it has been chopped away out towards that fielder there at backward point. They do take the single. Pereira will retain strike. 25 overs gone. At the halfway stage, Sri Lanka are 152 for one. A few more thoughts from you, Carlos, and then Simon Mann will take over from me.
Sri Lanka really in the ascendancy, and they've realised that they have control, and they're trying to assert a level of dominance in this game that could potentially back Australia out of the game.
Yeah, 152 for one after 25 overs. Over rate's been slow, 12.5 per hour. Australia will be doing some overtime later. Maxwell's out there at the moment, sorting out the field. He's bowling to Pereira, who's 76 not out. From 77 balls, he's hit 12 fours, and Maxwell bowls, and forward he goes and plays that away into the offside. There was that LBW shout, though, that was turned down by Joel Wilson. When Pereira had 24, it would have been out if Australia had reviewed it. Of course, Joel Wilson could have given it out on the field. Here's Maxwell to Pereira. Drives, can't beat extra cover. And there is no run. Straight at Steve Smith. Australia here trying to prevent Sri Lanka making 300 for the third time in this competition. Not that it's helped them that much, they've lost twice. Maxwell down the leg side, tempted sweep shot, strikes the pad. They nip through for a leg by towards short fine leg. 153 for one. In fact, there must have been something on that. There was no signal from the umpire. Must have been inside edge onto the pad of Kushal Pereira. Goes to 77. At the moment, Sri Lanka scoring at 6 runs per over. Exactly 6 runs per over. 153 divided by 25.3, as everyone knows, is 6 per over. Maxwell's in his 6th over, no wicket for 25. Here he is, round the wicket now to bowl to Mendes. Mendes back, guiding it off the back foot into the onside, up towards Mitchell Stark, who lopes in from long on, sends in the return. The lights are on at 4:05 in the afternoon. It is a hazy afternoon, but it doesn't feel like an afternoon where we necessarily need the lights on at 4 o'clock. They're getting them on early. The crowd very happy that the sun's disappeared behind some hazy cloud. Here is Pereira waiting for Maxwell. Pereira dabs into the onside. They trot through. Maxwell jogs across to field it. One more to the total. 155 for one. In the 26th over.
I've loved Sri Lanka's batting progression. In the power play, A lot more fielders in the ring. When good balls were bowled, they respected them, defended them, and they capitalised on bad balls. They've continued capitalising on bad deliveries, but once the field is spread.
Maxwell to Mendes. Mendes nudges that away into the leg side for another single. Out towards Mitch Marsh, showing a deep square leg. 26 gone. 156 for 1. Sri Lanka. Nissanka out for 61. It's the bowling of Cummins. Good catch from Warner. And Pereira 78 not out, and Mendes has been in very good form, is 7 not out.
Yeah, once the field has spread, they've done exactly what they did in that last over, just being able to get off strike and really rotate the strike. It's left-hand batter in Kushal Pereira who's in and set. Kushal Mendes has joined him, right-hander, so they're really challenging the rhythm and the lines and lengths of the Australian bowlers by using that right-hand, left-hand combination to the best of their ability. Capitalise on the bad balls, and when they bowl a good delivery, still rotate the strike. There's been an excellent clinic in batsmanship.
This is Cummins to bowl, his 6th over, 1 for 29. Into Mendes, who slices that on the drive towards deep backward point. Another single, 157 for 1. On World Cup slogans that we were talking about earlier, the slogan, just to bring you up to date, is "It takes one day," which you thought was a bit unimaginative. Carlos and I thought that. Darren says, my slogan for the World Cup would be an Indian proverb. He's listening in a cold Herne Bay. I think the temperature's been turned down a bit in the UK after some unseasonably warm weather. He says, we can't change the direction of the wind, but we can adjust the sails. I think that's the idea of sort of control the controllables. Not sure you get that. It needs to probably be a bit shorter and snappier. Cummins round the wicket. He's bowled him. One bail goes flying over the wicket-keeper's head as they light up. And Pat Cummins has got through. He's got Kusal Pereira out for 78. It's 157 for 2 in the 27th over. Wicket Australia, you feel really needed. Sri Lanka making decent progress towards 300 plus. Cummins round the wicket, past the inside edge, big drive, and onto middle and off.
Yeah, good skill from Pat Cummins as well. We spoke earlier about Australia hitting the stumps more often, or at least bowling deliveries that would go on to hit the stump. That is one of the occasions that they did, and skillfully Pat Cummins adjusting the seam of the ball to ensure that after it pitch it nips back, hits the top of off, middle and off, and that's exactly what you would want from a coaching perspective. In the middle, challenge the technique of the batters. They've changed the field, but they've kept it quite simple. Pat Cummins in this spell so far, and he's been rewarded. I would say much of the same moving forward if they are to use that wicket as a catalyst for a bit of a fight back.
Yeah, definitely. Well, good from Cummins then. 2 wickets to him. Tidy figures today, 2 for 30. He's in his 6th over.
Yeah, 78 for Kusal Pereira, equals his best World Cup score in his 12th innings. His scores in this World Cup before batting today were 7 and a duck.
Sadira Samarawikrama is in at number 4 for Sri Lanka. Made 108 his last innings in the World Cup against Pakistan, so he's in decent form. Well, decent form his last game anyway, not so good in his first game. And he's taking guard, right-hander, up against Pat Cummins. Chris in the Brecon Beacon says champions are made over one day. That's one suggestion. And here's his Gil and Mark driving through Brittany. So they're loving the commentary, they're loving you, Carlos, as well. And their suggestion is the greatest game, remember the name.
Oh. Blushing emoji.
Who's this? Search for the hero inside yourself. Who's that from? Blue Baby, it looks like, on my phone here. Here's a short ball from Cummins outside the off stump. He's past the chest of the batter. He bends at the knees to allow it to go by. Samarawikrama through to Inglis. And this one from Robin La Rocca. So I quite like this, tongue-in-cheek. It'll be over by Christmas. Not sure it will. Keep on going. One day like this would see me right. Who says that? Mikeson Braley Mutt.
Them thought it's a tongue-in-cheek. line from elbow.
157 for 2, 27th over, guided away by Summarisers towards backward point, picked up by Steve Smith, and there's no run. Yeah, this idea it'll be over by Christmas obviously is an allusion to the First World War, which was supposed to be over by Christmas, and it started in September. Well, this competition will be over by Christmas, but it is quite long. The World Cup that was held here in 1996 lasted just over a month. Got it done and dusted in a month, whereas this one goes about 6 weeks or so. 6 weeks and 3 days, I think it is. Cummins tries again. The ball's to Summarisers, drives and gets off the mark. Doesn't really time that. Goes up towards straight mid-on. Throw comes into Inglis, and not before the non-strikers made it to the striker's end. So Summarisers is off the mark. 158 for 2 in the 27th over. I wonder what sort of score for Australia this would be if Sri Lanka were to get, 310, something like that from here. They've got every chance of doing so. They've got overs in hand, they've got wickets in hand. We saw them fail to score 312 to beat South Africa a few days ago. We were watching that game in the minibus on the way from Ahmedabad Airport to our hotel. Cummins bowls, a short ball. Summarisers allows it to go by, bends at the knees. Well, that's good from Cummins, that over. He's bowled 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 31. How many off that one? Just the 2 singles and a wicket. And with the clouds just building up a bit and the lights on, Australia trying to keep hold here of Sri Lanka and preventing them getting it away. Zampa has only bowled 3 overs so far, so Stoinis has had to bowl a couple, and Zampa's gone for 22 for his 3 overs. He's going to come back now, though.
Yeah, probably best to get him back in right at this moment. 2 fairly fresh batters to the crease. And there's a school of thought from the great captain MS Dhoni. Some people think when the 2 new batters, you bring your best bowler back on. He reckons it's best to slip your unorthodox or your part-timer in, or a bowler that's struggling a bit, get away from 2 overs or so, especially in a T20 game. Obviously there's a longer format, but same thinking from Pat Cummins. Get Adam Zampa in, allow him to get into his work before these 2 get set, and can really go after him.
Well, Zampa's back, bowling from the commentary box end of the ground. I just saw a shot on television of someone dressed up in a lion costume. I hope they got one of those sort of ice packs or ice vests.
Unit in the back.
Well, you certainly need it. There's Zampa bowling to Summarisers, who goes back and guides it through the inner ring towards deep cover. And they do trot through for a single, no more than that. Well, actually walks to the non-strikers end eventually. Summarisers, who gets his 2nd run. 159 for 2. Start of the 28th over. This feels like a key passage of the game. Score predictor has 311, which is exactly what South Africa scored here a few nights ago. Here is Zampa bowling. Flat delivery, short pulled away by Mendes towards deep mid-wicket. And there is one more to the total, 160 for 2. I should say, actually, that journey where you were watching on the phone of the person who was from the travel companies accompanying us to the hotel. We had enough time really to watch Australia go from potential winners at the start of their innings to almost certain defeat, didn't we? It took quite a while to get through the streets of Ahmedabad from the airport to where we were staying. 160 for 2 in the 28th. Zampa tosses that right up, driven into the offside through extra cover by Summarisers. It's going out towards the boundary, and there's an attempted stop from Maxwell. He can't get there. Well, if Maxwell can't get there, then not many will. It was eased through the offside. It's another boundary off Adam Zampa. 164 for 2.
Real good timing from Summarisers. New to the crease and not thrashing at it, just real classical cover drive. There's a massive square boundary.
Such a long chase there, Maxwell. You have to hold the play up for him to come back to where he's fielding. That long off. He's back there now. And here goes Zampa to bowl to Summarisers. Again, it's full, and this time he clip drives it up towards long on for a single. Mitchell Stark territory there. With the lights on now, Stark casting shadows across the outfield. 165 for 2, Sri Lanka. 28th over, important game for both sides, even at this early stage of the World Cup. 2 defeats for both in their opening 2 matches. Zampa Bowles. Forward goes Mendes, plays that defensively into the offside. These two teams did meet last year, and Sri Lanka won the series 3-2. Lost the first game, won the middle three, lost the last game. Aaron Finch was Australia's captain for that series. Series played in Sri Lanka. The last time Sri Lanka beat Australia in the World Cup was the final of 1996 as Zampa bowls. This is hoiked away into the leg side. Oh, it's very well caught. Really well caught. Mendes has got the wicket, but the fielder down there has just jammed his knee into the ground. Oh, he's back on his feet. It's Warner again. He's limping away. All his team are going out to congratulate him. That is a third wicket, and it's a first one for Zampa, which will lift his confidence. There's a big boundary out there. Warner being congratulated. He got round and took the catch. It's really well judged. I hope he hasn't injured himself in the process. One of those where, as he dived, his knee got caught in the ground. He was away to his left-hand side, took it in two hands, and then he tumbled over after the knee caught in the ground. Zampa delighted to get the wicket, and it's also a big one of Mendes. It's 165 for 3 after 28 overs. The physio's on the ground. He's checking Warner's okay. He's got a great big smudge of mud on his left knee, but he is up.
We wouldn't be surprised if he's clutching at his groin as he tries to run it off. There's a real debit left with his knee from one foot, shin from the other, a big tumble. And there was a lot of concern on the face of Mitchell Starc, who was at long on running toward him at deep mid-wicket. But he effected the catch. Big moment for Adam Zampa. Hopefully that gives him a little bit of confidence. He's been all out of sorts lately. In Australia with another wicket in this middle period, it's important for them to keep collecting wickets as they go through this second power play. The last thing they would want is for two set batters to be entering that final power play, wickets in hand, and still going at 5.5 and over. They could be staring down the barrel of chasing 330. If they keep getting wickets in this middle period, they could then draw the game back and potentially keep Sri Lanka under 300. I think that will be the goal from this juncture.
Yeah, 165 for 3 after 28. Australia just halting Sri Lanka's progress of late. An opening partnership of 125 and 157 for 2, 165 for 3. So two quick wickets. Pereira and Mendes out. And we're having an early drinks break. I say early, it's gone 4:15 local time, really 20 past 4. We've had 28 overs and 2 hours and 28 minutes, or 2 hours and 18 minutes I should say. So some overtime for Australia, and the umpires are using that wicket for a drinks break. So the ground staff are out there remarking the creases. Australia right next to that huge plastic bottle that's being driven around on the back of a lorry. I don't know if it actually provides any drinks. Perhaps it does. Perhaps they do put the drinks on the cart.
Marketing gimmick.
But it is essentially...
There's no drink in that bottle. Can you imagine all the men just waiting underneath it with mouths open?
Yeah, so there's a name of a drinks company on the back of it. It's possible that someone has put some drinks on the trolley underneath it. But
they have attached a camera to it, so you kind of get a look into the huddle, as it were. A drinks bottle more as a tripod than actually offering any refreshment.
Yeah, I don't think there are any drinks on it. It's coming near us now. It's purely, it drives to the players so that when they're having their drink, you see that on television. Anyway, it's all part of making money out of the game, which needs to happen, I suppose. People need to get paid. 165 for 3 after 28 overs. I think it's time for Geoff again, as play's about to resume after that drinks break.
And I actually wanted to ask you, Geoff, and I'll welcome you with this question. If Adam Zampa doesn't go well or continues not to go well, could we see a situation with Travis Head coming in to replace him and Maxwell being the spinners, adding a little bit of depth to the batting, meaning that the batting lineup can now be more expressive, also adding that left-hand component to the middle order?
Well, your issue is, Carlos, that nobody can replace him unless he's injured.
No, I'm saying when he comes in. So when Travis Head comes into whenever that will be, next game after.
Right. Cummins up, right arm over, and coming forward, Summarisers driving it down to mid-off. They run with the stroke, get through. Direct hit from Maxwell, who missed the stumps a couple of overs ago when he might have had a run out. In this case, the batter is home, 166 for 3. Yeah, so whether they could say we'll rely on Head and Maxwell bowling.
They review for a run out at the batsman's end, keeper's end. Drive your best side angle, thanks.
We'll just hear the third umpire run through this run out, but looks pretty comfortably home from where we were sitting.
Okay, copy that. Yeah, thank you. Batsman was
in.
grounded his bat. Thank you. Ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Again, I don't know why you bother paying an on-field umpire if they can't make that call. His bat's nearly level with the stumps by the time the stumps are broken. Surely you can see that.
It's always the one that gets away, where the bat is in the air or, you know.
Cummins around the wicket, and he's in at the stumps and coming forward. Lanka is defending it down to mid-on. I would think that's entirely possible if Zampa's struggling for form. I mean, he has picked up a wicket today. That's less to do with great bowling than a bit of brilliance from David Warner. So whether that can help him start to get into this game. He's gone at 7.5 and over just about from his 4 overs so far. If he can't get into this tournament, they don't have a lot of options aside from looking at part-time spin. Cummins round the wicket, in at the stumps again, and Lanka falling over his weight towards the offside as he defends that ball out to cover. So what else can you do? They've got Labuschagne, Smith, Head and Maxwell as 4 varying degrees of part-timer. Maxwell's not really a part-timer anymore. He's a proper all-rounder, certainly in this defensive spin bowling in white ball cricket. But could you try to get through 10 or 15 overs with those 4 spread across the course of an innings? You could. It would be a vulnerability, though. Cummins up to Lanka, who sways back out of the way of a short ball, ends up on one knee. 166 for 3, still the score.
Who are the other spinners then? If you had to say, we rule out Travis Head because our tournament is being derailed, who else can you bring in to the team if he is ruled out?
Well, Tanveer Sangha is the spinner who was in the extended squad in the 18, who's a leg spinner, but an aggressive kind of option, attacking leg spinner. Cummins up to Lanka, who tries to flick down the leg side. They're appealing for it, Inglis, as he dives across. There must have been a touch because the umpire's yet to signal a wide, so must have just flicked the pad on the way through, I think. The Australians don't bother getting together to chat about a review, nothing doing there. Putting that responsibility onto Tanveer Sangha would be a big call. He's played a couple of white ball games for Australia in that run of warm-up games and did reasonably well, but doesn't have the experience at this level. Nathan Lyon has declared himself fit again, but he only just started bowling in district cricket a couple of days ago, so there's no way he could have been in this squad at the beginning of the tournament.
Not only fit, but available and willing.
Yeah, I think that was slightly tongue-in-cheek that he said he'd been texting Andrew McDonald to say that he was available. Cummins outside the off-stump, slashing Lanka and missing out, so the Australian captain able to start putting some pressure back on. Single from the first ball, 5 dots to follow. Lanka yet to score. Those are the only 5 deliveries he's faced. So Veera Summarisers 8 from 7 balls. 166 for 3 after 29 overs. Australia starting to prize their way back into this contest a little bit. But I would have thought, given that he's only just started playing local cricket, they wouldn't think that he's built himself up to the level of being able to come in and play here. But I mean, in another week or so's time, who knows?
What about a more defensive option? Obviously, Ashton Agar would have been the one that would been replaced for Labuschagne. So any left-arm spinners? Kuhnemann was on a tour a year or so ago.
Kuhnemann could be a possibility because he is that more defensive mould. He is hard to hit. Zampa comes in, strikes him on the pad. Summarisers, the finger goes up. Joel Wilson says yes. And the Australians flock together in celebration. The Sri Lankan batters chatting. Will they send it up? They're standing together at the striker's end, and we will have a review.
LBW. original decision is out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can I front on first, please?
So we'll first have a look at the down the pitch camera. Loop from Zampa. Pitch is full. Goes on very straight. Is there an inside edge on that?
For me one more time, please. Ball passes close to the inside edge of the bat.
Might have.
I'm going to need ultra edge, please. Show me ultra edge.
So it's heading towards leg stump. Two questions. Is it going to sneak past leg stump by a millimetre or two? Will it be a yellow light on clipping, or will we find an inside edge? This is what the third umpire is looking for. If you've hit the ball, you can't be out leg before wicket.
I think his
stand by, Joel.
Bottom of his bat flicked the pad, and that could have given the feeling or the illusion of an inside edge to him, but it is quite close.
Does that mean we'll get a little flicker on the sound graph that could be from the bat hitting the pad rather than hitting the ball?
It might be just before, so hopefully there's daylight between when those two happen, when the bat hits the pad.
Often we see umpires, third umpires often pull the trigger if there's any movement on the sound graph, even if it's from something else, as we saw with Stoinis the other night. The ball hitting the glove that was off the bat handle rather than the glove that was holding the bat. Ultra edge says no nick.
Roll that back for me, please.
So, is this getting a little piece of leg stump, Carlos Brathwaite, or missing?
Flat line, flat line.
Umpire's call,
flat
probably.
line as the ball passes the bat. There's no bat involved. Can I have ball tracking, please, when ready?
It's been a slow review process. The ball pitches on middle. It's hitting in front of leg, and it is umpire's call on leg stump.
You'll be staying with your original decision.
Summer of Ikram falls. Zampa gets his second. The first one was more to do with good fielding. This one, you can chalk up 100% to the bowler. 2 for 29, Adam Zampa. He's struggled in his first couple of fixtures, but he's coming into the game here. And, Carlos, he's on a hat-trick because he took the wicket with the last ball of his previous over.
I can't believe you were talking about replacing him with Matt Kuhneman and Nathan Lyon.
Well, commentary has a shorter use-by date than most things, I'll tell you what.
But no, two good deliveries for him, and with all the struggles he's had, actually, he's just dismissed he sent 2 centurions from the last game, Samrik Rama and the talisman that is Kushal Mendes, and he's on a hat-trick. It'll kind of be a tournament of not even 2 halves, a 3/4, and then the last 3 balls if you were to get this third dismissal in a row and complete a World Cup hat-trick.
Russell Arnold was pessimistic about Sri Lanka's chances when they were none down. He said a collapse is always around the corner. They've lost 4. Not in an absolute rush, but the last 3 have come quickly. Asalanka at the non-striker's end, and Dhananjaya De Silva will face the hat-trick ball. The all-rounder, off-spin bowler, debuted against Australia in Test cricket in 2016, if I'm remembering rightly, at Pallekele. Adam Zampa will bowl to him. He's got a slip in place, otherwise the field's not overly attacking. Boundary riders back, 4 of them. Zampa bowls to him, floats it up and defending on the back foot, back to the bowler on the bounce is Dhananjaya De Silva. And suddenly the screws are tightening for Sri Lanka. 166 for 4. Phil Long.
And Brett Lee remains the only Australian to take a World Cup hat-trick.
Was that the Kenya game?
That's right. 2003.
Zampa bowls flat, fast, in at the stumps, and backing away, De Silva digs it out to short mid-wicket. So he's got a slip in place, backward point, deep point, cover, long off, long on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a short fine leg just inside the circle, looking for that top edge sweep. Cummins at mid-wicket. Steering the ship in at the leg stump, and he again goes on the back foot and tries to dig it away to the leg side. No run.
You saw that, Phil? You just showed the highlights on the screen there. The Lion is very upset, very aggrieved, slapping his paws and his eyes. He's not happy with this batting collapse from Sri Lanka.
There is a Sri Lankan Lion in the stands. Zampa darts it through again, and again stepping back and stepping away to the leg side. De Silva digs it out to mid-wicket. So his approach to play Zampa almost exclusively off the back foot. 166 for 4, 1 ball to come in the 30th over. Sri Lanka winning the toss, choosing to bat. Great start, century partnership to open the innings. Australia back in the contest now as De Silva plays the ball away behind point. Can't get through the field, and that is a wicket maiden for Adam Zampa, who will obviously be Australia's champion, who will carry them through this World Cup and play all 9 group matches as they surge to the semi-finals. 2 for 29 he's got off his 5 overs. Well, things can change quickly in cricket.
It just goes to show you how quickly, just always staying in the contest. And I think you look to Australia's resurgence or potential comeback with the ball in this game, and I wouldn't even put it down to the bowlers with the ball in hand. Glenn Maxwell has been electric in the field. When you talk about attitude, mid-off, charging in, returning the ball to the keeper. Dave Warner took 2 fantastic catches. We talk about how bad their catching was in the previous 2 games.
Except for David Warner, who was the one who has taken every chance to come his way. He's maintained his level.
And it's little things like those that just gives you a little bit of an eke back in, and all of a sudden you feel as though you're back in with a shout in the contest.
So it's Mitchell Starc to bowl from the club end, and he's being left alone outside the off stump by Lanka. We've got a left armer versus a left-hander. 166 for 4 now, starting the 31st over. Sri Lanka still be on track for a score around 300 if they could go at a bit over a run a ball from here. 4 wickets down makes it harder. Phil?
No runs for 12 balls.
So they can just stretch this sequence of dot balls out. 2 new batters at the crease, both on naught. Starc to Lanka down the leg side. That helps Sri Lanka. 1 added to the extras tally as the umpire extends his arms. 167 for 4.
In Sri Lanka's defence, if you had to have a collapse, I think now is probably the best time to have a collapse. It allows Lanka and Dhananjaya De Silva 4 or 5 overs, maybe. Probably don't want it to be that long, but you're afforded those amount of overs to kind of get into your partnership, into your innings, and then start to blossom into the back end of the second power play and into the final one.
Starc to Lanka, bowls full on the leg stump, clipped away, and that scoreless sequence off the bat is broken as Josh Hazlewood fields down on the rope, throws the ball back in. 168 for 4. One thing about adult life, Carlos, is working out when to have a well-timed collapse.
There's so many bad things about adult life. I was just waiting to hear which one you'd mention.
So I think you're right. This is the time when at least you can get things back together. You've got 5 or 6 overs that you can spend absorbing some pressure, start to build into an innings a bit, and then see if it can blossom from there. A couple of very good players at the crease. Starc to De Silva, who opens the face and plays it straight to Steve Smith at short fine. Can't get through the field. Another dot ball.
One adjustment I realise Australia have made as well as in the field. Everyone from the sweepers on the offside and the leg side have come a lot finer. So backward point is almost like a wide gully, or very, very, very backward point. The sweep on the offside then is a lot squarer, almost dead on square, as opposed to a bit more in front. It saved at least 2 singles that I can recall in close memory.
Starc to De Silva, right-hander, squeezes the ball out again to Smith at that sort of gully position. Here he comes, loping across, grabs the ball, no run there. Yeah, it's all about Stark's pace, isn't it? He's got that extra pace and that sort of slippery, skiddy kind of bounce that means the ball's more likely to deflect behind point.
But I think too with subcontinent players, because they're more rusty, you find the ball tends to go a lot further behind than would usually happen against Australia, England, South Africa, etc.
Starc up to De Silva, short ball pulled away, but they've got fine leg perfectly placed for that stroke as Adam Zampa lobs the ball back in on the bounce to Josh Inglis behind the stumps. 169 for 4 with the single. So Lanka and De Silva each have 1 run to their names. Samara Vikrama the last to fall. LBW Zampa for 8. Orange light on leg stump. Joel Wilson would have breathed a sigh of relief when that one came up on the screen. got the Glenn Maxwell one wrong earlier, said not out when it was 3 reds on leg stump. The Australians didn't review. That was Kusal Pereira who made them pay in the form of runs. Stark in at the stumps and driving the ball down to mid-on. Goes Lanka, tumbling away. There's a save there, and they won't get a run from that either. So, 1 wide, 2 runs off the bat from the over, 31 of them bowled. Sri Lanka 169 for 4. This is the seesaw point of the innings where it could tip in one team's favour or the other.
And with batting hand, it's really important to stay calm when approaching this period of play, because it's the last 10 overs of that second power play when you'll be afforded only 4 fielders out, and sometimes you can feel a bit rushed into trying to capitalise on those last 10 overs. But with the situation of this game, 2 new batters still need to give yourself some time. They need to rotate, strike a little better. They're both 1 off 8 deliveries. How can you get that 4 off 8, get that strike rate up into 70s and 80s, and then blossom as you move through the gears into the final power play?
So Zampa to bowl with 2 short covers in position. One's almost a slightly wider short mid-off. Steve Smith standing on the bowler's side of the pitch. He bowls to the right-handed De Silva. Back cuts. Nicely timed. He's going to pick up 4. Well, it looked like that might just roll out to the deep point sweeper for 1. But it keeps curving behind point with that bit of backspin from the shot, and in the end beats the sweeper comfortably. De Silva up to 5, 173 for 4.
Such a bad ball with that field in particular. Decent delivery if you had 2 points or a point and extra cover, but you've moved one of them to short extra cover, and then he goes flat and fast outside our stump on a length. Duly put away.
Zampa bowls to De Silva, floats it up onto the popping crease just wide of the off stump, and De Silva reaches across to drive it down to Mitchell Marsh at long on. Comes in a long way off the fence to field that ball that was rolling very slowly towards him. De Silva up to 6, Sri Lanka 174 for 4.
That is more of the length that you want. You have 2 men at extra cover or 2 men at mid-wicket for that matter. You want to be a lot fuller, forcing the batsman to come on to the front foot and drive. And you're hoping that if you slow that pace or bring the length back just a little, they can drive aerially and you can cause a chance.
Mid-off up, long on back for the left-handed Lanka. He's also got a deep backward square leg. And Zampa bowls him a low full toss, driven down the ground. Only 1 from it, with Glenn Maxwell herring in off the fence. 175 for forward. Lanka on to 2.
There's that attitude again from Glenn Maxwell. In off the long on boundary, rifling a throw back to the keeper.
And that short straight mid-off in place, as well as the catching cover for De Silva, the right-hander. Zampa darts it through at the stumps, drives it off the back foot down to long on, where again it's Mitchell Marsh doing the fielding. So the cat and mouse continues, the middle overs, where you feel that both teams are happy with about a single a ball. 176 for 4.
And they have been better in this over. They got the boundary early, but the 3 balls after that have all been singles, so the rotational strike has definitely improved in this over.
Lanka, the left-hander, waiting for Zampa. Full, defended, with both feet close together, both pads forming a wall as the ball's played back to the bowler. 1 to come. Inglis chattering away in the stump mark, halfway, he's saying, which is not mathematically strictly accurate at 4 wickets down, but there and thereabouts. Bit of flight from Zampa, full, turned away off the toes by Lanka. He'll get a single out to mid-wicket. Coming in off the rope is Stoinis. Lobs the ball back in, 177 for 4. Lanka up to 3. De Silva up to 7 as Sri Lanka look to rebuild after those 4 wickets went down here on Test Match Special. And also back in Australia on ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. I'll leave you in the company of Carlos Brathwaite. Nikesh Rughani is coming in.
Good fight back from Australia in the middle overs with the ball, and more importantly for them in the field, David Warner and Glenn Maxwell, a resurgent Australian fielding unit in different intensity. real energy. Labuschagne made an appearance. Steve Smith energetic as always.
And comes Mitchell Stark then, and this one has been driven well out towards extra cover. Good bit of fielding there at mid-off from the captain Cummins. Keeps it down to just the single. Lanka with the drive there, and yeah, just a different sense of energy from the Australians and amongst the crowd as well. There's lots of support for both sides actually, lots of cheers when the Australian wickets are being taken. And what's going on here? There's a bit of rain. Seems as though there's a bit of a mass evacuation of the seats which aren't under cover, and yeah, a little bit of rain in the air, and people running for cover. The players heading off the field now.
Well, David
Warner's
gone to the cover.
Yeah, he's helping the ground staff pull the covers on as well. I must admit, it looked like a bunch of school kids running around. A lot of very young ground staff here at the Akana Stadium in Lucknow. And there you go, David Warner. He's pulling it out all the way to the square. It's very good of him. He's been putting in the hard yards in the field, running around those boundary ropes, and here he is helping the ground staff get this pitch under covers. There wasn't any rain forecast, I don't think, for today.
You could barely get some club cricketers to pull the cover, far less the Australian legend. Good on him, David Warner. It was a real scurry. You just saw a lot of blue shirts, and then at the same time there was movement in the crowd, and as you looked across you realized there was actually people trying to get as far up into the stands as possible and seek shelter, but for a moment they were just unsure. Did someone run onto the field? Was there something happening? Just a lot of action in a lot of different angles and areas, but it's just rain.
I wouldn't mind a bit of rain in this weather. It's about 35 degrees out there, very humid today. There has been lots of cloud cover, hasn't there? And you could sort of feel the moisture in the air a little bit earlier. So I suppose the locals may have sensed it coming at some stage. There's not much of a breeze. I mean, there doesn't appear to be thick cloud up above. You can see a little bit of the sun about to set in a short while, maybe an hour or so over to our right. So hopefully it won't be a terribly long delay here.
I wonder if the change in weather coincided with Australia's efforts, because it felt as though they started really well, really energetic. They were zipping the ball in. Obviously they had that atrocious review very first ball, but then it felt as though it was much of the same from the previous two games, a little lackluster, save for David Warner and Glenn Maxwell, and then all of a sudden it just changed. Warner took that running, diving catch, and then everyone seemed to start putting the body on the line, and just wonder if that was because the sun went behind the clouds. It was a little cooler, and you could always find that extra 5-10% to pull from.
It certainly was a real difference there from the start of the game, and what we've just seen in the last hour or so from Australia. I mean, it appears pretty steady just looking across over at the sight screen on the far side. You can see it coming down. It's more than just a little bit of drizzle, but as I say, you can sort of see the sun over to our right, and as you look up above, there's no real thick cloud like you'd see back home in England, or if you're listening to us in Australia as well. So nothing evident to suggest it's going to be too long here. And the weather's been splendid since I arrived in Lucknow a couple of days ago. Did a bit of sightseeing yesterday, Carlos. Some of the old palaces and the sort of Mughal architecture.
Where did you go? Any places in particular?
Former home of one of the Nawabs here, the Bara Imam Bara, I think it's called, which is basically a big palace, lots of grounds there. There's a big sort of mosque, famous mosque on the site as well. There's a famous clock tower just down the road. Really interesting stuff in Lucknow, famous for its architecture, famous for that sort of era of the Nawabs in this part of the world, in Uttar Pradesh. But beautiful weather for the last couple of days, and then it was pretty nice up until now, to be honest.
And on the outside, you're talking about architecture, on the outside of the stadium, I obviously remarked earlier, it looks a lot like Dubai Stadium, but there's some nice, I don't know, you can't really say engraving, can you? But some nice design on the outskirts of the stadium, quite modern and nice to look at. not soulless, not dry.
No, I mean, often the Dubai Stadium is described as being soulless, but that might be a lot to do with the lack of fans that turn up even when there are big matches taking place. And, you know, we've seen various ICC tournaments taking place there and IPL editions as well, you know, some of which have been sort of played behind closed doors as a result of COVID. But good atmosphere created by both sets of fans here, and it's good to see support for both the Australians and the neighbours of India, Sri Lanka as well, heavily supported. Lots of people have travelled over from Sri Lanka as well. Not a massive journey for them to get over across to India. One man who does know India very well indeed, Phil Long, still alongside us. Recovered yet from your travels?
Yeah, an early start this morning. Alarm set at 4:30. So it was England's game last night.
Yep.
4:30 alarm. Left my guest house in Old Delhi at 5 o'clock. Wandered through. If you're ever up early in India, if you happen to be awake, Carlos, go for a walk in early morning India. It's absolutely fascinating because you expect it to be very, very quiet, but you'll suddenly come across a pocket of just, well, energy. I was wandering down to the station through what turned out to be the kind of meat district of Old Delhi, and it was absolutely buzzing. It was amazing. So yeah, wandered through there, got to the station and jumped on the, if you know, Indian trains, the Rughani Express, which is one, sorry, a Shatabdi Express, which is one of the posher types of train. So I had a cup of tea.
Unlike you, Phil.
I know, it was very, very unusual. Very, very unusual. Yeah, cup of tea brought to where I was sitting, had an omelette as well and that kind of thing, yeah.
Masala omelette?
Masala omelette, yeah.
It's got to be masala in this part of the world.
Threw a few chilies in there as well. They weren't charming chilies. Yeah, rolled into Lucknow Junction at 5-1. Game started at 2 o'clock local time. A local journalist took me under his wing, said, right, I'm going to sort out a taxi to get us to the ground. And for once, I would have paid almost anything just to jump in the first taxi coming, but he got involved in some long-winded negotiation.
Okay.
So much so, in the end, we ended up paying the rickshaw. We got an auto rickshaw in the end. Ended up paying him 245 rupees. So I'm not quite sure
how long was the journey.
Well, I'm not quite sure how the back and forth went to end up at 245. You know, 200 or 250 maybe, but 245. And the journey in the end about half an hour. But we got stopped maybe a kilometre from the ground because it's an exclusion zone for motor vehicles, so we had to walk along by the shopping centre near the shopping mall nearby. I was at the gate at about 1:45. I thought, I'm going to make this comfortably, and then the
security
bag
checks,
the pat down, took a little while, and so yeah, rolled in just as those national anthems were going. So I was delighted by that to have made the start, but as you pointed out, I had a good sweat on.
You did indeed. Running up those steps here for a 5-2 start for Phil Long, for a 2 o'clock start for this match. Of course, we didn't have pat downs and bag checks, but Simon and I were with Carlos Brathwaite, former World Cup winner, KKR legend.
Well, we did say it wouldn't take an hour. We thought it was 15 minutes because we passed the ground on the way to our hotel last night. And then as we were coming to the ground again today, we saw the ground was like, yeah, see, just as we thought. Why did they say it'll take an hour when we know it'll only take 15 minutes? Little did we know, it took 15 minutes to get from right beside the ground all the way around the ground. And I think our journey ended up being something like 30-35 minutes all told.
It's basically that slip road, that junction. They closed that off on a match day, especially because we saw, you know, once we eventually made our way all the way around the houses and we ended up miles away from the stadium, turned back, made our way back to basically where that slip road junction is. And we were stopped because the team buses, of course, were coming through there, escorted by security and by the police as well. So they closed that completely off for both of those teams and the officials, I assume, as well. But we made it here in good time.
Yeah, well, it was quite humbling. It was quite humbling, wasn't it?
It was.
We were just like, it was never going to be an hour. We were right. And then all of a sudden, as we are talking about it, we're going further and further away from the ground, so that when we finally got on to one of the roads that I guess would be exclusively for match travel, we could barely see the ground in the distance. And we were a lot quieter when we were then saying, okay, they probably were right.
Yeah, we were pretty chirpy up until about 10-15 minutes into the journey when, whoop, there goes the ground. We've just driven straight past it along that main road. But it is a beautiful ground. And we did get some good service, didn't we, from the cab company as well, dropping us literally right outside the media entrance of the ground.
The only thing I'd say, the only negative is that there was the most delightful basket of snacks. And I took a pack of biscuits. Don't tempt me with a good time. Isn't good for the body. But yeah, they were lovely. Always have bottles of water. So polite. Even if they can or can't speak English, to be fair, just warm and welcoming. I was actually strolling on Twitter and saw one of the journalists tweet something about, I think it was in Delhi, and having this conversation with his taxi driver, who wasn't the best at English, but was using audio translate. And they had this whole conversation about the game in 2 separate languages. So that just speaks to how warm and welcoming the people are. They're trying to make you feel as comfortable as they can, even if there's a language barrier.
And just before we carry on that conversation, it looks as though the rain certainly eased off a lot. I'm not sure if there's any spots of rain in the air. There's a couple of umbrellas still up out there, but all looks a lot more relaxed and certainly not anywhere near as heavy, if it is coming down at all, as it was a few moments ago. So hopefully it won't be too long a delay here. Sri Lanka, just to remind you, if you're joining us, are 178 for 4. Producer Tim Peach out on the balcony in front of us, trying to stick his head out and see if
I think he'll put his hand out.
Stops. He's not put his hand out yet. But, it's certainly shorts and short sleeves weather here in Lucknow. And, yeah, just a whole buzz about the country really when there is a big competition like here. Just to get back to our point, very welcoming, aware that there'll be lots of different people coming in from lots of different parts of the world. And even when there's not a big competition like a World Cup, Phil, we were here for Australia and their tour of India, that Border Gavaskar Test series earlier on in the year, and we're getting celebrity treatment everywhere we went. I mean, the funniest thing was, Carlos, you're like this, I mean, you're used to people sort of knowing who you are and asking you for photos, selfies. Selfies are the new autographs,
sometimes,
right?
Unfortunately, yeah.
And you'll get a crowd building up around you. I mean, Phil and I and the other commentators that were part of our team back then, we were getting asked, like, literally, like, everywhere we went, within the ground, and, when we're coming in and out every morning and evening. And the most humbling thing, especially for Phil and I as well, not really well known outside of maybe BBC 5 Sports Extra listeners on occasion. They take this photo, there'd be like, 20 people around you, all sort of like, fighting to get that photo with you. And they'll say, "What is your good name, sir?" Are you on Instagram? Very humbling indeed.
Everyone on the train this morning was thought I was Australian, obviously, going over for the game.
Yeah.
So as soon as I mentioned I was in fact English, I could hear the word Afghanistan being
Rashid Khan, Afghanistan,
in between various sentences I didn't understand. I could hear Rashid Khan, I could hear Mujib, Gulban, I could hear Afghanistan. Yeah.
Do you ever get called a Britisher over here?
I have been before.
It's not this phrase, isn't it?
Yeah.
Britisher.
Yeah.
And even at our hotel, actually, they've got a big poster, haven't they, of the ICC Cricket World Cup. As you enter reception, they've got a cardboard cutout of Rohit Sharma and then Joss Buttler as well, looking forward to the India-England match. And they've got an India flag, and they've got a Union Jack, the British flag, not the England flag. Seem to get that a little bit wrong, don't they?
Yeah. Culturally, I think one thing that did welcome us yesterday, myself and Simon, was a very big monkey.
Where, at the hotel?
Yeah, a red backside on him. I don't know if that's a monkey or a baboon. I honestly don't know the difference, so forgive my ignorance.
If you got it.
So I tried to get a video, and very poor cameraman.
There he is, just outside
lost focus.
Reception.
And by the time the vehicle stopped and I ran outside to try to get a better look at him, he'd gone. But yeah,
gone up a
massive
tree.
creature.
Yep, you do get a lot of interesting wildlife in India. you got another great welcome at the hotel. You got a bunch of flowers, Carlos.
Yeah,
didn't you?
I felt bad. It's only this morning when Simon asked me where's your flowers. I felt bad because I actually do not remember where they were.
Left them at reception.
Yeah, I probably did. And I'd have loved to at least take them in my room so they would know that I would have appreciated it. But yeah, it was a lovely welcome. It's always so warm. I still don't know the red dot on the forehead means.
Dika. It's a form of respect, you know, when you go somewhere, you enter a new place. Sometimes they have the arti, which is like a steel dish where they have like a diva, which is like a small flame burning, and you know, they might put a garland on you.
Yes.
And put the dika on your forehead. That's
the
just
garland
a sign
is the like wreath of flowers.
Yeah, basically. Okay. It's just a traditional welcome. Guest is like God in India. That's the way they regard guests, and if you are a guest in a new place, then they like to welcome people with those traditions. So, huge mark of respect. The flowers, though, I bet one of the receptionists might have had a lovely little surprise for their partner on the way home, recycling those flowers that were left behind. So I'm sure someone was very happy.
Got these just for you, my
Yes,
love.
just for you.
These were not bought by the hotel to give to one of our guests and then left downstairs and I picked them up. Of course not.
Yeah, you don't want to mention that. Let's hope none of these people follow you on social media and are listening to us right now. Right, we can see a little bit of movement out there. The Super Sopper is just getting a bit of the excess water off the outfield there. There's no umbrellas anymore, I'm pleased to report. The ground staff are just starting to remove the covers as well there on the boulders run-ups, which is a very good sign indeed. So we should hopefully not have too long a delay here. 32.1 overs have been bowled so far in this Sri Lankan innings. They've made it to 178 for 4. Australia clawing their way back into the game. It was a really big opening stand after Sri Lanka decided to have a bat first. 125 put on by Pathum Nissanka and Kushal Perera. Nissanka making 61, Perera 78, and nobody else making double figures. Kushal Mendis with a rare failure. Had to happen at some point, can't score 100 every game. 9 from 13 for him, and Samara Wickrama 8 had a runner ball. Zampa with 2 of those wickets, Cummins with the other 2. A couple of questionable decisions made by Australia out in the middle, not least that review of Mitchell Starc off the very first delivery of the innings, which was clearly not out, and Aussies went upstairs and lost that review immediately. And then there was a Glenn Maxwell delivery into Kushal Perera fairly early on his innings, which was sort of pegged him back in the crease. It was touch and go as to whether or not it was going to hit the leg stump, but on the replay looked really close indeed. Maxwell was pleading for it. They decided not to go up for the review, having already burnt that review early on, and DRS showed that it would have crashed into the leg stump. So not the best decision making, but Australia fighting hard.
Yeah, Australia fighting hard. I don't know if you mentioned this in the pre-match when I was dashing through the streets of Lucknow. Australia across 2 tournaments have lost an unprecedented 4 World Cup games in a row. They lost the last 2 in 2019. They've lost the first 2 here. So as well as the poor start they've made to this tournament, to lose today would be 5 World Cup games in a row. For those of us who saw that team in 2003 and 2011, in 7, winning all those games, it seems almost ridiculous to suggest that.
Absolutely, yeah. Not the force they once were, although with a fabulous record against Sri Lanka here since that 1996 World Cup final, which of course Sri Lanka famously won. Sri Lanka haven't yet beaten Australia in 7 attempts since then across ODI World Cups as well. So an opportunity here today for Sri Lanka if they can get somewhere close to that 300 mark and maybe just over. As for Australia, they'll be looking to take a couple of more wickets here and get into that Sri Lankan lower order. A couple of new faces for Sri Lanka today as well, in the form of Jamika Karunaratne, replacing Dasun Shanaka, the captain, who is out of the tournament now, and Lahiru Kumara replacing Mathisa Pathirana, who misses out through injury as well. So Carlos, 178 for 4 then. Strong start from Sri Lanka. They've fallen away a little bit. Got a couple of decent batters in Dhananjaya De Silva and Jarith Asalanka at the crease at the moment. What's the game plan?
Yeah, I think the rain break probably came at a better time for Sri Lanka, starting to rebuild than it would have done for Australia, because they were motoring along with ball in hand. They were finding ways. I think Marcus Stoinis, funny enough, all these little games within the game, his short ball to Kushal Pereira that hit him actually gave Australia kind of a blueprint from that end to really smack the ball into the wicket, force the batters to hit square. And I think for Sri Lanka is about getting to 35 overs, just two overs and 5 balls away, allowing these two to really get in and get some momentum. But then they want to quickly cycle through the gears, get some momentum into the innings with bat in hand, and then eventually a 300-plus score has to be the absolute minimum. I think after the start they had, how good the pitch seems to be playing, the size of the outfield, everything points to needing 300. And I think if they get anything less than 300, they'll be disappointed. For Australia with ball in hand, obviously it'll be anything less than 300, continuing the good fight back with ball in hand over the last 8 to 10 overs or so, and trying to find ways to continually pick up wickets. I think if you kind of sense with Sri Lanka losing the first wicket, how Kusal Mendes turned the strike over and allowed Kushal Pereira to continue going. That's the luxury you have as a batting unit if there's an in batter and one just new to the crease. However, if there are 2 new batters, it's more difficult to gain momentum, and that's what Australia would want to do with the ball.
Right, we've got some good news. The umpires are out there at the moment, Chris Gaffney and Joel Wilson, both quite casually strolled out to the middle just to inspect conditions. The stumps have gone back in the ground, all the covers have been taken off as well, and umpires just having a discussion here with the head groundsman, I think it is. And I don't quite know what the conversations are at the moment, but the cover's just being put away beyond the boundary over to our right.
And you can never tell what's happening. The head movements are always left and right, whether that's no, whether that's yes. There's a lot of left to right head movement, there's a lot of conversation going on, deep dialogue, but we can't tell just from the mannerisms if it's positive or negative at the moment.
It's the traditional Indian head wobble.
Love it.
Which sometimes means yes, sometimes means no, sometimes literally means I don't know. But they're just being polite. So sometimes you don't quite know where you stand, but there was lots of dialogue as well, I'm pleased to say. And the umpires marching off the field with purpose, which suggests that we are in for a restart pretty imminently. Just seeing some of the surface water still being mopped up on the outfield there. We've got the super soppers, and what are those? I mean, usually we see the boundary rope, or an old school boundary rope being sort of driven around on one of these mobile units, but it looks as though we've got a couple of giant towels, I suppose you could call them.
Giant tea towels.
Yeah, giant tea towels on the back of these lawnmower type things. It's being driven around the outfield as well, but whatever it is, they hopefully seem to be doing the job.
It's funny to see how in different parts of the world people deal with the covers. Obviously in Sri Lanka the whole field gets covered, but there's some grounds even in the Caribbean where there's a little part off to the left and right of the square that has the majority of the drainage, and you'll see the ground staff take the covers and almost dump the water right there. Then it settles and it's quickly gone because that's the drainage area. But they've gone for the efficiency of covering the main square, covering the run-ups, and then employing the super soppers on was a rather large outfield, and they're talking between the 30-yard circle and the boundary.
Right, we're told 5 minutes until the restart. So it's just coming up to 5 minutes past 5 local time in the early evening here. And,
yeah, we came off at 20 to 5 locally, so that'll be a half an hour break for rain.
Yeah. An unexpected break for rain. This Cricket World Cup, the monsoon season has passed us in pretty much every part of India. There's a bit of unseasonal shower there just to spice up the pitch, I suppose, here. Carlos, the Australians certainly won't mind this, albeit with an older ball.
Especially since the attack has gone quite back of a length into the wicket. There was one ball in particular, I remember, from start that really took off. That was a fuller length, but that one climbed well above Inglis's head. He was full stretch. So they'll hope that there's a little bit of period where next 2 or 3 overs you potentially see 2 seamers in tandem as well, where you probably get one to rear and hit the shoulder, the bat, and you get a catch-up point or a top-edge hook because it's bounced more than expected. That presents an opportunity with all the little mizzle around and the extra juice from a sprinkle just before the rain break. And it doesn't look to be exactly sunny. The sun is gone for a while. It's not going to dry out per se, so you're hoping for that little bit of drizzle, and you're hoping a ball hits a patch of green and misbehaves, and they can make further inroads into the Sri Lankan lineup.
Yeah, just a little bit hazy at the moment. The floodlights are on as well, and yeah, we're all set for a restart in around 4 minutes' time. So right, I'm off to find some dinner, I think, a bit of an early dinner. You tell everyone what you had for lunch. That looked pretty tasty, and then Simon Mann will step in for me.
Had some butter naan. I've resisted the urge up until lunch, but I had to have some. It looked really good, and they had the rice way back, so I was looking around and wondering what will I eat this chicken with, and then I decided, you know what, just dive in, get the naan. And it's only when I was 3 or 4 bits of naan deep that I saw the white rice in the corner. So maybe get some of that for dinner.
You've got to be in training soon for the T10, Carlos.
I've been training, Simon Mann. We arrived last night and I went and looked at the gym and I was like, I just have to. So eventually got in the gym, got a bit of a run, did some legs, then got a massage. So I actually missed the England collapse, and when I got there, I actually realised something was happening because of our group chat, talking about all the different permutations, what was happening on screen, and I was in a different land, either in the midst of a couple strides deep in a sprint, or in the spa getting the body back together.
Yeah, I think that game was over once Joe Root was out last night. I thought it's 33-2. No way England winning this game. Not on that pitch. Sri Lanka, Afghanistan causing enough problems, and so it proved. England heavy defeat, 69 runs, and it's all opened things up. It feels as though with the tournament, you know, the 3 teams have gone well so far. India, I mean, to me they're nailed on to make the semi-finals. South Africa started well, and England plays South Africa next, and New Zealand have started well, and then it sort of feels at the moment as there might be everyone else competing for one place. It's a bit early for that, I suppose, but how's that sort of feel at the moment? And you include Australia in that, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and then possibly even Afghanistan if they can get themselves together, and England as well. So that's how it looks early on, but sometimes it can just change shape. People with long memories will remember back to the 1992 World Cup where everyone played everyone, and Pakistan looked absolutely out, no chance of qualifying. Of course, they went on to win the World Cup.
Yeah, it looks as though if one of those teams, the other 6, as you just, or the 7, as you just referred to them as, if one of them can find a little period of 3-4 games where they win 3 out of 4 or win 4 in a row, is almost sure that they'll be the ones to qualify. There's not enough consistency amongst the others.
Yeah, and they finished 4th and most likely play India in a semi-final. Good luck with that. Although India might be vulnerable in a semi-final, especially if they waltz through the group stage, win just about everything, and suddenly find themselves in a semi-final where you dominated the competition, and then, gosh, on the day, it's going to all end.
First sign of adversity, you lose a game, and well, you're not sent home, you go home because they are home.
Go to their homes. Yeah. Right, play's about to resume here. That slogan, it takes one day. I don't think it's going to take 2 days, this game, but we get an extra hour. If we get rain interruptions, we can add on an hour. In the knockout games, we add on 2 hours, so that could take it into a second day, definitely.
As soon as it hits midnight, slogan gone.
Yeah, so exactly, slogan gone. I think we might be in for a late finish today, especially if Australia, are chasing, say, 300 or high 200s and have to take it quite deep. Could be in for a very long day here in Lucknow. A lot of the games so far have finished well inside the distance, teams being bowled out or chasing down their targets. Not least the big India-Pakistan game at the weekend, all over by 5 past 8 local time. And here's start bowling round the wicket, and it's played quietly by De Silva into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I think this is a good option from Mitchell Starc. We spoke about the lack of deliveries hitting the stump when they started with the new ball. Obviously Cummins had that wicket of Kushal Pereira beating through the gate and hitting the stump, and I think if Mitchell Starc can come around the wicket and challenge the stump more often, it's not hoping back that he goes over and angles it away and swings it back. Challenge the stump more often than not. If one rears, he gets an edge. If not, challenge the pads and the stump to get LBW or bowled.
It's the 7th over, no wicket for 33, and there we go. He's got through. He's knocked him over. De Silva has gone 4-7. Mitchell Starc gets his first wicket. He certainly targeted the stumps there. One of them's lying flat on the ground. And Australia are forging ahead before the rain break and now after the rain break. 178 for 5 in the 33rd over. There was a hint of an inside edge on that. And then the ball cannoning into leg stump, flattened it.
And exactly how Australia would want to start. Love that angle from Mitchell Starc. It's not swinging back massively, so he's used his left-handed approach and gone around the wicket, meaning that from that trajectory around the wicket as a left-hander, the angle is always into the stump, and he's keeping it in there. Now that one got a little bit of an inside edge, so had he missed it, it probably wouldn't have hit the stump, but the trajectory forced the inside edge, which ultimately knocked it onto the stump. Now he has two left-handers in play. He'd go back over the wicket, but I want the plan to be much of the same. How can I challenge the stump on a decent length and challenge the technique of the batters that are in?
Yeah, Dinith Welalaga is coming in at number 7. Left-hander, slow left armour. 20 years of age. And, there are some youngsters in this Sri Lanka side, some youngsters in their attack. So big job for him in at number 7. Sri Lanka were 125 for no wicket. They're now 178 for 5. And Australia, they won't be thinking about chasing 280, 300. They'll be thinking about trying to limit Sri Lanka to 230, 240, something like that if they possibly can.
World Cup wicket number 53 for Mitchell Starc, and he keeps on this incredible record of taking a wicket in every World Cup innings he's bowled in.
And here he is, up against Welalaga, who pushes that away through the inner ring. He's off the mark first ball. They're going to look for 2 here. This side against it, throws on its way right at the base of the stumps. An awkward one for Inglis, but he does a neat bit of work there, taking it on the half volley. So Wellalaga's off the mark, and Sri Lanka 179 for 5 in the 33rd over. And a half an hour rain break. I think it took everyone by surprise. Well, it had just built up a bit, and they put the lights on early. It's never a bad thing to have a bit of rain in India. Sometimes you feel it's nice to have a sort of clearing shower. It freshens the air up a bit, damps down the dust. This is Starc going into bowl, turned away by Asalanka down towards fine leg. And one more to the total. Hazelwood lobs the ball in. I know we've had a rain break, but it feels as though the boundaries have really dried up of late, Phil. What have we had in terms of that in the last 10 overs?
Well, yeah, just 2 in the last 7.5 overs. Yeah.
180 for 5. 33rd over. Game in the balance now. Australia fighting back and fighting hard. Starc turns at that far end. Moves into bowl to Welalaga, whose bat is raised high, and he chases a wide delivery there, misses it, and it's through to wicketkeeper Inglis. It's the end of Starc, so there's a long over that because it started around about 40 minutes ago with the rain break. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 35 for Mitchell Starc. Sri Lanka 180 for 5 after 33 overs. Russell Arnold is alongside me, and I think even when that opening partnership was going on, Russell, you said Sri Lanka have a collapse in them, and we've seen something of a collapse here.
I've seen that happen so many times, and I just get the impression when things are going well, whether they just drift off, take things for granted, that's the momentum that the game's going to continue in. Wait for the opposition to just keep rolling over. No, that's not going to happen in international cricket, and good teams will keep coming at you all the time, and that's how Australia play their cricket. They could be low in confidence, but the last thing you want to do is to give them a sniff and Their body language, the fielding, the aggression all changed.
Well, right back in this game, Maxwell's on with two left-handers out there. The off-break bowler goes round the wicket, and his first ball of a new spell is guided up towards long off by Lanka. At least I think it's a new spell. It's such a long time ago since we had a delivery bowl from this end. Who bowled from this end last?
Adam Zampa.
Adam Zampa, yes, it is a new spell from Maxwell. 6 overs, no wicket for 29. He did have, in theory, Kusal Pereira out, but he did not review it. It was given not out by umpire Wilson. He didn't review it. It would have been out if he had reviewed it. 181 for 5. Welalaga faces up and comes forward then, guides that way into the offside, stopped at cover, and there's no run. The ball flicked in to wicket-keeper Inglis. Sort of pressure fielding from Australia, getting the ball in quickly to the keeper, just trying to fence in the batter. Maxwell bowls, straight delivery off the back foot. Welalaga plays it into the onside. Now the bails are off. Now who's dislodged them? Is it the batter stepping back onto his stumps, or is it the wicket-keeper?
The appeal did come up from the rest of the players, but Inglis was quick to signal that it was his glove that knocked the bail over. So good on Inglis. Saved us wasting some time.
Yes. Yeah, the reviews can take a while. Seeing the replay. Yeah, he knocked it. Yeah, left paw knocked the bail off. Back foot was quite close, mind, to the stumps. Forward goes Welalaga, guides that through the inner ring, out towards deep cover. Score moves to 182 for 5. Tell us something about Welalaga then in his batting prowess.
Quite capable. He is a bit of a fighter, so he's not going to give his wicket away lightly. Kind of suited for this situation where you need to absorb a bit of pressure.
Maxwell bowls Lanka, and that goes ballooning away into the offside towards backward point. Doesn't go to hand. I'm not sure whether that was bat and pad or just pad involved in that. There's no run. 182 for 5. Last ball of the 34th over coming up. Lanka on 6, both left-handers out there at the moment, hence the reason Maxwell's bowling, and Lanka drives Maxwell up to long off for an easy single. Hazelwood rolls in to pick up, and that's the end of Maxwell's over. 7 overs for 31 from him, 183 for 5 Sri Lanka, 16 overs available to them. Lanka has 7 and Welalaga has 2. You're listening to ABC Sport, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Sport Listen app, and also to 5 Sports Extra in the UK. You're very welcome. We're in luck now for an important game for both sides in this Cricket World Cup. In Australia fighting to get their head up, really, and so too Sri Lanka after 2 defeats at the start of the tournament. So it is going to be Lanka to take strike, and it's going to be start to continue from the club end of the ground. And start left arm over the left-hander bowls as edged past backward point down towards deep third, and Zampa is there. 1 more run to the total, 184 for 5, the start of the 35th, so that brings Welalaga down on strike.
The 2 left-handers need to try and focus and stay together come the 42nd, 43rd over at least. 4 runs and over, there's 215 there, and then see if you could get a few extra runs in the last 7 to 8 overs to get yourself up to 270 maybe. It's still down to that target that I thought Sri Lanka needed at the start of the game.
Start to Welalaga outside the off stump. Welalaga lifts the bat and lets that ball go through, a bit like a test match batting there, just getting a sighter outside the off stump against Mitchell Starc. I think 270 will keep them right in the game.
Something to bowl at. I do feel there's a bit of bite in this pitch, a bit of uneven bounce, varied pace and spin come the lights. Looking at the game that was played a few days ago, it was very tough to bat the first 20-25 overs under lights. So
yeah, that's one of the things I thought about Delhi last night, actually. Here is Welalaga waiting for Starc. Starc bowls. Oh, bowls a bank to skimmer. Didn't really get up. He has to get right underneath that, over his back and through to wicketkeeper Inglis. England would have been so much better off last night batting first, getting a score on the board without the pressure of the chase. But also, we've seen in this World Cup, in that with the new ball, the first hour, it can just zip around a little bit, and you know, people talk about the dew, but that comes later. But you can almost sort of win the game against certain opposition before the dew comes in, because you sort of batter them out of the game a bit, like, and then taking a couple of early wickets. Starc bowls outside the off stump. Nothing from Wellalaga again, through to wicketkeeper Inglis.
Yeah, yesterday was a very good game for Afghanistan. They played really well. After Gurbaz at the top of the order, even the low order fought well to make sure there were runs on the board. But on your point, Simon, the pitch was slightly different to the ones we've seen in Delhi.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as flat, was it?
The two games that were played prior to that. And the dew did come in, but the pitch was dry and the spinners got the ball to turn. That was the difference.
Stark bowls, driven by Wellalaga up towards mid-off. They go for a quick single. Shot the stumps, hits now. Is he in or is he out? It's going to be a tight one. Australia think they've got their man. This is going to be reviewed. That was excellent fielding at mid-off. Pat Cummins with the throw.
He got the breakthrough with the ball, and now they look very, very excited.
Got your best side angle, thanks.
There's Chris Brown, the TV umpire. We'll better tell for ourselves. I think Australia are quite confident they've got this. It looked a tight single, and with a direct hit, is he struggling? Yes, he is. He's out.
Diving into his crease. Thank you. Yeah, I'll get you to freeze it there, thanks. I'm ready to make my decision, be for the big screen.
Yeah, even with the dive there, Wellalaga is out by a short distance, but that's all that matters. And Australia have taken another one. It did look a risky single, and the direct hit. I mean, if he just ran normally, he'd have been well out. He had to put the dive in to even give himself a chance. So Wellalaga is on his way for 2, and Sri Lanka, well, they were 125 for no wicket. They're now 184 for 6 in the 35th over.
Well, taking the risk comes down to dots being built. 4 dots prior to that. It was Wellalaga who wanted the single. He's the one who hit it. He's the one who running to the danger end and ran straight away. Sri Lanka responded late. But from Wellalaga's point of view, there was no hesitation. It was just brilliant fielding where Cummins charged, picked it up. It bounced up nicely into his hands, and hence didn't have to bend down too much and could throw in one motion. Basically one stump to aim at, Simon.
Yeah, not much more than that. It's a really good piece of fielding from Cummins. And so that's a 6th wicket down. Now Karunaratne is in at number 8. Shamika Karunaratne, who did actually play in that series against Australia last year. I was talking about this earlier. Series at Sri Lanka won by 3 matches to 2. He was in that series, but he's into the World Cup. He's replacing Dasan Shanaka, the captain.
Straight into the team. This is a similar play. He bowls seam up and can bat at 8 and maybe find the boundary now and again.
Sri Lanka is on strike. Start bowls to him, and forward goes Sri Lanka, plays defensively into the offside towards cover, and there's no run. Actually no blame attached whatsoever to Sri Lanka. Often when there's a run out, you sort of think, oh, who was it to blame? Was it the person who was run out, or was it the non-striking partner? Well, Sri Lanka just went with the call there. Wellalaga was going to the non-striker's end and was just fractionally short.
In fact, it was a full toss that he punched straight to Pat Cummins and thought he'd get across, because that's what it's about, isn't it, at this stage? Taking too much risk when the fielders are creeping in on you and giving you nothing.
184 for 6 with 15 overs left. After 20 overs, Sri Lanka were 114 for no wicket. So you can see the extent of their demise here.
5 for 27 off 52 balls they lost.
That's going to be Maxwell to bowl to Karunaratne. Right-hander. Maxwell, what does he want here? He wants his fielder he's on the fine leg boundary, just in a bit. Goes in now and bowls. It's turned away by Karunaratne through a gap in the onside field towards deep mid-wicket. David Warner's out there, picked up a couple of good catches already today. That was a straightforward piece of fielding. One more run, 185 for 6. And Sri Lanka probably have to reassess. Need to get us to what they're thinking about from here, if they possibly can. 250, something like that.
15 overs, 5-6 in over.
Here's Maxwell bowling. Sri Lanka defends towards extra cover. There's no run.
260 is on the cards, but they've lost all 6 wickets for, say, 60 runs. 60 runs and in 13 overs.
There's Maxwell bowling, and Sri Lanka plays up towards long off, and there's no run. And to come, we've got Tikshana, Kumara and Madhishankar. How many in the tank there, Russell?
Well, Tikshana capable of a few, help one of these two batters to get a partnership together, but it's not firepower that's you're gonna expect 8-10 runs towards the death.
Maxwell bowls, Kaneratne forward, playing towards mid-wicket.
8-10 and over. I was trying to say not 8-10 as a contribution from the batter.
No run there. Back with Maxwell. He goes in to bowl to Kaneratne, who's forward, playing it back down the pitch. It's picked up by Maxwell, and there is no run. The floodlights really beginning to take over now. And a gloomy late afternoon. We've had that rain, cloud around. And Maxwell tries again, bowls to Kaneratne, who turns it with the spin into the onside towards Smith at mid-wicket. There's no run. Maxwell whipping through that over. 8 overs, no wicket for 33. And Sri Lanka won 86 for 6 with 14 overs available to them. The crowd today is built up during the day. We get constant updates actually from the ground authorities saying how many are in the ground. Well, a couple of hours ago it's 4,500 up to 5,000 at the latest figure. A few more in. By there are loads of empty seats.
Looking at the scorecard, which is up for us to see, 61-78 to the openers, and then there's no one into double figures, and that's the disappointing factor from Sri Lanka's point of view. Just not capitalizing on good situations, and it's not the first time, Simon, that they've shot themselves in the foot.
It's the first time in this World Cup though, isn't it? Because they've scored over 300 twice so far. I mean, it's the bowling that's probably let them down. Here is Cummins bowling, and forward goes Sri Lanka playing that towards backward point, and there's no run.
I'll look at Sri Lanka, South Africa, it to the short boundaries, and the runs were flowing. 428 was so far away, and hence everyone just came in, was swinging their bat. But 344, yes, against Pakistan. Last 20 overs, 6 wickets for 110. From being 230 in the 30th over, you've done nothing for yourself with all the batting left to come.
Should have got 380. Cummins bowls, defended by Sri Lanka for a single into the offside off a quick one. Shut the stumps, the non-striker's end is wide. It's backed up, and they're through for 187 for 6. I mean, but most one-day internationals, I say most one-day internationals, you're well in the game with 344 on the board, aren't you?
You've got to win it.
Yeah, you don't lose very often with 344. In fact, Phil will tell us how many teams have scored more than 340 odd to win a one-day international. It's, you know, when you think of all the games that have been played over the years, it's not that many. It's probably happening a little bit more
lately.
Yeah, recently with the way teams are approaching it. 187 for 6 in the 37th over. But they are missing a few, aren't they, bowling-wise? They've got some youngsters in that Sri Lanka attack. 187 for 6. Kaneratne on strike. And Hazelwood goes in and bowls to him. I guess it Cummins did. Hazelwood bowling. And it's defended into the onside towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Not easy conditions, and the loss of wickets in those middle overs has allowed Cummins just to settle into a bit of a pattern. Use the faster bowlers from the far end in short spells, 2 overs each, and getting through the spinners' overs very, very quickly from the other end.
187 for 6. I'm looking to my right. Phil, he's having a look at those chases of 344 or more in one day as Hazelwood bowls, defended by Kaneratne into the offsides. Oh, keen fielding there. Maxwell hurls the ball at the stumps. Well, actually, he hurls it towards the non-striker. Sri Lanka has to get out of the way of it, and happy to do so as well, because that could easily have gone to the boundary with 4 overthrows. But just an indication. We saw it from Labuschagne earlier, and we saw it from Maxwell now. Just a bit of snap, a bit more snap in Australia's fielding, and those two trying to lift it out there. No run there. 187 for 6. Mitch Marsh, I see, loosening up at mid-off.
To bat?
I don't know. You didn't think he was going to bowl, would you? It's a short ball from Hazelwood, and Kaneratne ducks underneath it. It's through to the keeper.
But at the rate the wickets are falling, he could be batting very soon.
Yeah, it could be, yeah. We're going to have a half an hour there between innings.
13 times it's happened. 12 of those have come in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Of course, the big one is in 2006 And Australia scored that 434 and didn't win.
187 for 6.
At the Wanderers.
How many one-day internationals have there been? Hazelwood on off stump, guided away by Karunaratne towards backward point, picked up by Smith. And there is no run. It is the end of the over. We're going to have a change here. We've had 20 minutes since the resumption. 187 for 6, 37 overs bowled. Sri Lanka has 10. Karunaratne has 1. More from you, Russell. How many one-days have there been?
Just shy of 2,300.
2,300. There we go. 13 times. That's, mind you, of course, you won't always have a situation where you're chasing that many in the game. So the sample size will be smaller, but you'd hope to win with 340 odd. Right, Russell, and then we've got to change.
But the skills of the players are changing. The mentality, where the game is going, it's becoming more and more batter friendly. And hence, chasing down 300, 320 is not much of a challenge to most teams nowadays.
Might not be so easy if they have to chase it out here. Looks pretty difficult batting second the other night, but I thought you were being pessimistic earlier, Russell, when you said a collapse would be coming at none down, but you were quite right.
I've seen it happen many times.
Yep.
And you do know, you did mention these conditions again. It's a slower pitch, there's a bit in it, so anyway it's going to challenge you. But your approach, how you put pressure on the bowlers and what targets you set yourself is quite important. It's not a just come out there and bash me around type of pitch.
Not at all. Australia tried that with Marsh and Warner against South Africa a few nights ago here and ended up at 70 for 6. Adam Zampa going to start a new over. Bit of air. It's chipped up in the air. It's going over mid-off. Will it clear the rope? Just! That just looked like a chip shot from Sri Lanka. Followed through. It was gentle in the bat swing, but it was all timing. And he's cleared the rope down the ground. Extraordinary shot for 6. 93-6 now the score, Sri Lanka to 16.
He tossed that up with mid-off in the circle. It was a free hit outside off stump, and Sri Lanka, that's his first shot of authority, just searching for runs. He leans into it. Just a bit of a breather there for Sri Lanka. They were being choked.
They've dropped long off back now. Stark on the rope. Zampa gives it some air again. Bit of courage, straight to line, and this time it's flicked off the pad by the left-hander. Out to deep mid-wicket, goes up to 17 as they run 194 for 6.
They got to understand that this is probably the last recognised pair. So rather than thinking 300, focus yourself, break yourself down to how you're going to get yourself to 260, 270. That's what's important. You started the over with a 6. Now make sure you just knock it around and make it a big over. Get yourself to 200.
Chamika Karunaratne on strike. Right hand and left hand combination persists. Flat at the leg stump. It sneaks just past the pad. Must have clipped the pad on the way through because the umpire doesn't signal a wide. Inglis tidies up.
He went a long way across his stumps, Karunaratne.
Now, it hasn't flicked the pad, but it's because he's moved across. That's good umpiring there by Joel Wilson, because in his original stance, that would have hit the pad, but because he's stepped across the line, it's not given as a wide. This one's on middle stump, next delivery, and turned away out in front of square leg. David Warner running in from the deep. He's been patrolling that boundary all day, taken 2 outstanding outfield catches out there. 195 for 6, Karunaratne on to 2.
Isn't fielding's ever so important? Against South Africa, 7.5 chances. Easier, much easier ones than the ones they've gobbled today, were put down. And you've got to include Pat Cummins' run out just a moment ago too. Brilliant.
Zampa up to Sri Lanka, full, driven down to long off. He'll run with the stroke as Stark lopes in. 196 for 6. Sri Lanka to 18.
Other day letting the batters off the hook, but today creating opportunities in the field, and it looks a very different ball game.
Well, Warner was the only one who did hang on to chances against South Africa.
So what you're saying is the trend's continuing today.
Zampa, a little bit of air, it hits him on the pad, it's going on straight, and so is Joel Wilson's finger. LBW Karunaratne, he's out for 2, and he turns around and walks straight off.
So easy for Zampa. On a length, the ball's not been turning as such, it's been skidding through. And Karunaratne, across his stumps, just gets his pad in the way. He's trying to play over the pad, but he ends up hitting his own leg. And the ball thuds into the pad, probably just 3-4 inches above his ankle. So he did keep low, and there you go. The 7th wicket down. Karunaratne for 2. It's only 196 on the board for Sri Lanka.
That was another one that was sliding a bit from Zampa. It's probably, again, would be a yellow light on leg stump, I think, if we played that through.
I'm not too sure. This looked more out than the one that was given for Sadira Samaravikrama, where we thought it would be missing leg, but it came back nicking. But I'm thinking this is going to be crashing into middle and pretty low there as well.
Joel Wilson, when he raises the finger, he points at the offending player almost. It's like if you freeze-framed Rudy Kurtzen halfway up, as though he's pointing back to the dressing room and saying, that's where you need to go.
He didn't waste time here, though. This was quick.
No. Yeah, you often see Joel have a ponder, but this time, bang, straight up out of the holster. So, Sri Lanka on 18 needs some support. Mahesh Theekshana, he's more a tee-off kind of player.
He's got to hang in there. There's 12 overs to bat. Let's say 12 overs, you bat the 12 overs and get at least even 40 runs, 50 runs, better than being bowled out for 200 or 210. That's how we got to think.
So start of a new over. That ball, the last ball of Zampa's over, and it's Hazlewood bowling around the wicket to the left-hander who's defending, coming forward, Sri Lanka. He's got to take time, take stock, decide how he wants to proceed. Does he work the strike around? Does he attack? Russell Arnold was right, by the way, 3 reds.
Not quite. Crashing into middle and leg, not middle.
There we go.
He got a big stride in, Karunaratne. He was fully stretched out and ended up stretching too far that he could not get his bat in front of the pad. Ended up hitting himself on the ankle.
Hazlewood, right arm around to Sri Lanka, who opens the face and guides it down to deep third for 1. Takes his score to 19. 197 for 7. I got the feeling that Karunaratne was done in the air a little bit there because it just had a bit of flight and he got his front foot down the pitch so early.
A batsman wouldn't be stretching as much. He's lunging at the ball because he's not sure which way it's going. He's just trying to cover the line of the ball. That's when that happens. But if you're reading it out of the bowler's hand, then your body gets into a better position. That happens subconsciously.
So 3 for 46 Zampa from 7 overs, so still expensive at 6.6 runs an over, but he's picked up the wickets. Australia's still 2 overs behind the run rate, and they're not rushing around in the field either. Hazlewood's taking his time, directing traffic. He wants deep backward point to come in for Mahesh Theekshana.
He's got 6 in the circle at the moment. He could afford to push. No, he's got 6. No one in the deep on the leg side. There's a leg slip, though.
He's coming into bowl with 6 in the circle. Interesting. Bowls a bouncer and Inglis takes it as Theekshana goes down underneath it. So to run you through this field, we've got a mid-off, cover, point and backward point all up in the ring on the offside. We've got a player behind square on the leg side plus a mid-wicket. Those are the 6 in the ring. And then, that deep forward square leg, a fine leg and a deep third. So short ball attack looks like the plan.
Yeah, just ruffle him up. Probably even Australia see Theekshana as the main threat when it comes to bowling.
Hazlewood over the wicket to the right-hander, bowls on a length, and he drives it behind point. Smith slides across on his knees, Elvis style to field. 197 for 7.
Yeah, it's going to be trying to push him on to the back foot and then sneak one in. Now, something I noticed when Australia were picking up the wickets, the fielders in the deep of good 5-10 meters from the boundary line. But right now, the 2 on the leg side are right down there. So they're hoping for a top edge. Warner sneaks towards the boundary, but not all the way.
So they put that point back now, outside the circle. Hazlewood bowls to Theekshana, who leaves outside the off stump, and that's not such a bad option at this point. They do have overs in hand and only 3 wickets. 197 for 7 still the score.
The current run rate, which was above 300 maybe 10 overs ago, now down to 254. Sri Lanka will do really, really well to even get to that score.
That's still a good 57 runs away to try to get to 254.
The pitch has been challenging, yes. There's been variable pace and bounce, but it's definitely not a minefield.
Hazelwood in, bowls short at the hip, down the leg side in the end. The umpire spreads his arms for an extra. That helps Sri Lanka, 198 for 7. He'll have to re-bowl that last ball of the over again.
We saw Glenn Maxwell get some turn early in the innings, but as the innings panned out, hardly any turn on offer either.
Well, Tikshana's a tricky customer, though. We saw the Australians struggle with him in the test matches in Gaul last year. That carom ball that he's got that takes the ball away from right-handers, as well as the conventional off-break that turns in. Hazelwood bowls to him, and he goes underneath the bouncer, and that will be a legitimate delivery to finish off the over. 1 wide plus 1 run off the bat from the Hazelwood set. He's bowled 7 overs, none for 36 so far. Sri Lanka, 7 wickets down, 198 runs scored. They chose to bat earlier today, 100-run opening stand, and then Australia have been able to prize out wickets at regular intervals ever since. Charith Asalanka on 19, Mahesh Tikshana yet to score.
Australia have been good. The energy's picked up. Pat Cummins especially getting the first couple of wickets with that short ball. Suddenly there was some energy off the pitch when Cummins was bowling. You could see him charge in. Finally started bowling in the mid-140s consistently in that spell that got the door open.
Zampa to continue from the association end, and he's clipped away out through a straightish mid-wicket by Asalanka for another single. He'll move to 20. Sri Lanka 199 for 7.
But Sri Lanka certainly have contributed to finding themselves in this situation. 125 for no loss in the 22nd over they were.
You should be eyeing off 300 from there. Zampa takes a moment. Australia still 2 overs behind that run rate. They'll be in some trouble with their fielders if they don't catch that up. Zampa floats it in, strikes the pad, backpedaling, appealing, and this time Joel Wilson takes a while and says yes once again. He's gone from a no man to a yes man today. 199 for 8. The batting pair coming together to chat. And they will send this one upstairs, I think. The timer ticks down to 2 seconds and Tikshana says yes, please have a look.
TV umpire director, we have a review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery.
So you can hear the
front on first, please.
Third umpire in our headphones here.
A couple of noises though, but if it was bat, Tikshana wouldn't have hung around to ask Asalanka.
The wrong un. It has turned in slightly. It's crashed. Oh, that is out. That is as out as it gets.
Yeah, roll it for me
now
one more
this
time,
does spin a bit.
Yeah, clearly there's no bat at his pad first. No need for
it's
ultra
turned a little bit.
I'll tell you what, he's not going to lose the review, but he's going to be on his way. It's going to be clipping leg stump for sure.
Pitches about middle and off, turns slightly. We're just looking at the ball tracking now. Pitches outside off, in fact, hits him in front of middle and off. Not turning hugely, and it's smashing middle and leg. Halfway up leg stump in the end.
Decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
So another one for Zampa. He's got 4 in his bag. He could take 5 he could take 5 tonight. He desperately needed this too. After struggling with the dew in Chennai and struggling here against South Africa, where they targeted him 3 or 4 nights ago. He's got 4 for 47 into his 8th over. Sri Lanka 199 for 8 in the 40th.
No man to yes man, you said. Well, Zampa was basically down and out coming into this game, and even after his first spell, and suddenly he's the hero. That's how quickly the game can change for you and against you, and also life.
And how much of it comes down to that effort by David Warner in the deep. The catch that he took off Zampa to get him going today. Most other players out there wouldn't have taken that. Warner so quick across the ground to get there.
24 meters he ran.
Did he?
That's what we were able to measure, the distance.
That's the technology you have at television. We were just eyeballing it at 20 or 30 yards.
But Warner's been a difference. 2 very difficult catches out there. The first one was easier when you consider how well he made ground to catch that second one. But for me, it's fielding. Now, coming into this game, the two teams where the catching efficiency was at their lowest are playing here in front of you today. Very strange to find Australia there.
So Lahiru Kumara, fast bowler, next out to the middle, batting at number 10. Still 10 and a bit overs to go. Zampa darts it through and he baseballs it. Not very hard, but into the ground, past the bowler. And mid-off comes across to field. Phil Long.
Yeah, Adam Zampa's got his best World Cup figures. He's also got 1 for before. But yeah, 4-4. It's 47 today, beating the 3-4-60 he took in the 2019 World Cup.
Zampa floats it up full, looking to York Kumara, who defends the ball down to mid-off again. Mitchell Starc doing the fielding second time in a row. 199 for 8. We're in the 40th over. Zampa. 4 for 47 to his name. Love to claim a 5th. Bowls with some loop and Kumara just defends carefully into the leg side. Away to a short mid-wicket where Labuschagne fields. Zampa, 1 ball to come in his 8th over. He's got his economy rate down to an even 6 at the moment. Bowled 47 balls, conceded 47 runs. Easy to do the maths on that one. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Kumara, who decides not to fiddle at the line outside the off stump. Inglis fields and immediately runs towards the other end. The Australians have to catch up on their over rate. They've got 10 overs to go. If they don't catch up, then they'll start losing the ability to put fielders outside the ring. After 40 overs bowled, it's 199 for 8. Farewell to Russell Arnold for now. Carlos Brathwaite is back. And this Australian resurgence continues. They've got a little bit of work to do. They need to get through these last 2 and try to limit what they have to chase.
I just texted Matt Kuhneman and Nathan Lyon.
Yeah.
And just told them, don't pack your bags, lads.
Stand down. Stand down. Not required. Tanvir Sanger on his sightseeing trip will be able to continue. Well, I mean what I said, though, how much it comes down to David Warner's effort earlier. That support, that backup that you get from your fielders as a bowler. If somebody else is running for that catch and doesn't take it cleanly, the tumble, the way he hit the ground so hard, dug his knee in, could have lost control of the ball easily, didn't do it, was prepared to put his body on the line. That's what gets Zampa into the game. That's teamwork in cricket, a manifestation of it. Mitchell Starc, left arm over, will bowl to this pair of left-handers. Lanka getting a thick outside edge down to deep third. Wasn't quite where he intended to play it, but a safe enough stroke. Zampa fields. There's the 200 up for Sri Lanka. Lanka on 21, and their hopes rely on him doing the bulk of the scoring, and hopefully the last couple in the tail can hang around with him.
Running a single off the first ball, though.
Not sure about that facing Starc.
Yeah, not 100% sure about that.
Because you know that Starc will bowl probably full and at the stumps with the occasional short one slipped in, and that's what you don't want your number 10, who's a left-hander, facing when the left arm tearaway is doing his work. He's got 1 for 37 so far today. In his 9th over, he's up to 53 World Cup wickets, Mitchell Starc. He's 2 short of Wasim Akram's tally. And a big inside edge as Kumara swings away and picks up 4 of the streakiest runs just past his leg stump.
On BBC Sounds.
Newscast is the unscripted. Just while they've just jumped in at the BBC there, it's Ned Hall here in the studio, and I'll just jump in whilst they're waiting for the line to come back from Lucknow. That boundary for Sri Lanka has just nudged them on a little bit further. 8 for 204 is the latest score for Sri Lanka. Out in the middle still. Those runs for Kumara, his first so far. He moves on to 4, and Chadis Asalanka is still there on 20 and carrying a lot of the burden of the run scoring for the Sri Lankan side. Sri Lanka, if you missed this off the top, won the toss. They chose to bat first. Pat Cummins said he would also have opted to have had a bat had he won the toss. And Sri Lanka looked to be a very good decision off the top of their innings. There are actually 125 runs on the board before the first wicket went down in the 22nd over. Pathum when he was removed by Pat Cummins, caught very well by David Warner, who took a couple of good catches in the deep through the course of this innings. And then after that, the wickets came thick and fast, particularly after Kusal Pereira went for 78. After that, the wickets gone very quickly. Let's get back to Geoff Lemon.
Sri Lanka on 21. Mahiru Kumara on 4. It's 204 for 8. Sri Lanka after choosing to bat. Sorry if we lost some of our listeners there. We might have had a drop out with that power failure that killed the lights for a moment. Killed the cameras and the action as well. Here goes Stark. Full bowled him! Straight through Kumara. And that's World Cup wicket number 54 for Mitchell Stark. He's tracking down Wasim Akram, who took 55. One more to go, and Stark has one ball to go in this over. And then one over to go in his work today. He's bowled 8.5, taken 2 for 41. And that's exactly what you want Mitchell Stark to do to a number 10, which is bowled full and straight. And in this case, hitting leg stump as Kumara backed away and then tried to get his bat down in vain. At 204 for 9, Sri Lanka.
Classic setup, short ball, challenging the badge, and then full, fast in swinging Yorker, toe crusher. Too good for the number 10, and to be fair, over his career he's been too good for most players, far less Layu Kumara. And it just puts into perspective again, Charitha Sri Lanka getting that single off the first ball. He may not even get to face another ball if Stark has his way. Madhushanka makes his stroll and strapped to the crease.
Got a dust storm coming through the stadium.
Interesting. So we've had a rainstorm. Now we're getting some sort of smoke or dust billowing through. It's very atmospheric out there. The players aren't going off.
It's all happening.
Maybe someone's just lit some incense to go with turning the lights off earlier. You know, get a bit of a mood happening. We can all drop our voices an octave or two. Commentate a little more slowly.
Just a little more slowly.
The sensual run-up of Mitchell Stark. Well, that was the 5th ball of his over, so he's got one to go.
To be fair to Madhushanka, you're behind at 11, so you can't be the best batter. You're facing Mitchell Stark, and there's a little bit of sandstorm just to make it a bit more hazy and a bit more difficult.
Darood on the PA. That's what we need as Mitchell Stark will come in bowl to the right-handed Madhushanka, crouching over his bat, and he's spooning the ball away through point, and they will not take a single because Sri Lanka doesn't want Madhushanka to keep strike. That was the end of the over. 8 overs gone for Zampa, 9 overs gone for Stark. Stark's got 2 for 41. After 41 overs bowled, it's 9 for 204. And I'm going to leave you with Carlos Brathwaite and soon Nikesh Rughani.
Yes,
yeah, very quickly the Sri Lankan collapse, 8 for 47.
Amazing. Simply amazing. What one catch, one effort in the field, and then a concerted bowling effort can do. Sri Lanka would not be happy with how their innings have unfolded, and they start to cast potential, get Kusal Mendis out in the midst of the Sri Lankan batting lineup. No one else has put their hands up and offered any resistance.
Maxwell then into Sri Lanka, who defends this delivery. Back to the bowler in his follow-through. Maxwell running to pick up the ball and get on with things. And he comes once more and again defended into the offside for no run.
3 overs behind it. Popped up on the big screen.
3 overs behind, and we also had the half-an-hour rain delay as well. This one's slightly wider of the off stump, but Sri Lanka fails with the attempted cut. It's through to Inglis. And Maxwell again running back to his bowling mark. And he comes once more slightly shorter. Another play and a miss. This will help the Aussies get through the next few overs quickly. Maxwell again fires one in, and this time Sri Lanka does get the single. Just in front of point. 1 ball then. for Madhushankar to negotiate. Sri Lanka then 205 for 9 in the 42nd over here. So the smoke or the dust or whatever it was blowing in from one area of the ground seems to have stopped, although it's very hazy as we look on with the floodlights on. This final delivery is defended off the back foot by Madhushankar, who survives. 8 overs remain. Theoretically, if Sri Lanka can last that long, Asalanka will retain strike to the start of the next over. He's unbeaten on 22. And Sri Lanka, from a position of 125 without loss, find themselves 205 for 9. A few Aussie flags waving in the crowd. It's quite a stiff breeze as well as we look onto that flag in the stand there to our right.
Yeah, even to the top of the stand.
Yeah. You can see some of the hoardings and caught up in the wind as Stark comes in, and Asalanka slashes one down the ground past the bowler and refuses the single. That is on offer. You'll be thinking twos and boundaries until at least the 4th ball of the over. Try and farm this strike.
Sri Lanka would love a Kushal Pereira-esque shepherding of the lower order when he got that 169 against South Africa. Angelo Matthews in Test cricket, probably one of the best to do it, to be able to pull the tail along and get massive scores with 10 and 11.
Stark fires in once more. Full delivery. It's been well driven and well stopped there on the edge of the circle at extra cover. And they do take the single on this occasion. Interesting.
Unless he's giving us a Shiv Chandapal. Single, and you deal with it.
You deal with it. You've got a bat in your hand. Get on with it. But yeah, shepherding the tail is one thing, but Madhushankar really is the tip of that tail. Nothing to come after him. And he's going to have potentially 4 balls to try and survive here against Mitchell Stark. He's going to come round the wicket. And we can only assume he's going to target that middle stump.
Maybe a short ball, first ball, Yorker after, or just Sophie juggler. What do you reckon?
He's going to go short here. No, he goes full. And it's well defended by Madhushankar, who looked fairly assured. And one of the hoardings from the top of one of the stands has just literally crashed down because of the heavy winds. It's kind of been stuck on. It's the pattern of the 2023 World Cup. Thankfully, it looks as though nobody was caught underneath it. That could have been real
dangerous. There's some sort of rock, iron, steel, whatever was used to attach it onto it.
I'm not sure if you heard the screams coming through the effects mic as Stark continues here, and Madhushankar defends once more into the leg side. Yeah, nobody, I don't think, was struck by that, but there were a lot of people running away, a lot of screams we heard from the right hand stand as we look across to the ground, just underneath the big screen there. I don't know whether they're glued on or what they're stuck on with, but all around the ground they look a little bit dodgy, and there's one on the left hand side which has come off and it's kind of gone onto the roof of the stand now. And is that more smoke or is that rain? Stark comes in, bowls a short one, and Madhushankar ducks out of the way, but signalled wide this time. I'll tell you what, it's atmospheric out there. Heavy winds, some sort of dust or smoke blowing across the ground. It's quite difficult to really make out. And look, just above the dugout of the Australian team there, the roof has literally just come off and almost blown onto the outfield there. This is getting pretty dangerous at the moment. More hoardings coming down. And that is, I think some people may be caught underneath that. This is getting pretty serious now. Lots of debris blowing onto the ground as well, and people making their way for the exits now. People fearing for their safety, particularly on that right-hand side of the ground, and the umpires are going to have to halt play here. There's an announcement taking place in Hindi, and I'm not sure if people are being told to evacuate from that side of the ground, but they are certainly doing so anyway. And the umpires have halted play here, rightly so, just so people on that side of the ground in particular can make their way to safety, but in fact they're doing it all across the ground now. And I don't blame them, Carlos. These are dangerous conditions for not just the spectators, but even the players, as we saw with the Australian dugout roof being taken off there by the heavy winds.
Yeah, it's quite scary, and you saw everyone rush to the top of the stand, feeling as though, I guess, as it comes down, the wind blows it more onto the field. But really and truly, if that wind stops, then you're caught under it. It's really not safe. You can see all around the perimeter of the roof. What's not about to be blown off is just floating in the wind. And to be fair to David Warner and the Australian players, they have kind of taken notice. The game has stopped. I don't know if that was their decision or the umpire's decision, but all and sundry on the field have made the priority the fans and the safety of the fans.
And Spider-Cam has been taken down to almost head height for a moment. Well, I think they were just checking on it. It's going back up again now, which could be risky with these high winds.
It's cleared again, hasn't it? The dust that went through isn't quite, it's not quite as thick as it was.
Not quite as bad, but still pretty hazy looking out there, and we are about to get back underway. There's lots of sort of plastic carrier bags and things on the outfield as well, but for now we're going to carry on with Mitchell Starc charging into Madhushankar, who blocks another delivery out pretty well into the offside for no run. So Starc with just the one remaining in his spell this evening. 2 for 43 his figures so far. He's come back very well. Can he equal Wasim Akram's World Cup wicket tally with his final delivery here to clean up Sri Lanka? 207 for 9 is the score in the 43rd over. Starc then with his final delivery into Madhushankar, who just blocks this out towards backward point. He survives. Starc finishes with figures of 2 for 43 from his 10. 7 overs remain. Sri Lanka 207 for 9. Asalanka 23 from 36. I think for everybody's sake and the safety of the supporters in particular, do with this 7 overs or this last wicket to fall pretty quickly, just so they can get out there, some of the ground staff, and sort some of the mess out, really. I don't know what they can do really without climbing onto the roofs here.
Don't think there's much they can do, but Asalanka bingo, which ball will he take the single off? First, second, fifth, sixth?
I'm going third, somewhere in the middle. Let's play it safe. Maxwell into Asalanka then. Slightly short, plays it into the gap there at mid-wicket, refuses the single on this occasion. But look, he took it off the second ball to Mitchell Starc, which was interesting. What's Adam Zampa got on there? Is that some sort of ab exercise belt? He's just taken it off now. Chucked it into the dugout. Maybe getting some crunches done with the vibrations. This one's chipped just over short extra cover. In fact, he takes 2. He's going for 2, and Madhushankar towards the danger end. The throw was slightly wide into Glenn Maxwell there. That was a possible run-out opportunity. Looked as though he was running on ice there, Madhushankar, coming back for the second, but Asalanka gets a couple more.
Decent dive as well. I always love to see the dive pulled out. Shows you put a good price on your wicket.
He was running in quicksand, wasn't he? Before the dive. This one's full. It's been hammered straight up into the air, down towards long on. Catch is taken by Marnus Labuschagne, running in off the boundary. And Sri Lanka, from 125 without loss, a 209 all out in the 44th over. Maxwell picks up the final wicket. And well, that has been pretty dominant from the moment Australia took that first wicket until now. They've had their tails up. The energy seems to have changed since that opening partnership as well. We did say it could just take a wicket, a moment of brilliance. And we've seen a couple of moments of brilliance in the field, particularly from David Warner as well. And that seems to have really G'd the Aussies up, and they should fancy this chase now. 210 they need.
Yeah, and in the aftermath of the first couple of games, a lot of Aussie legends were saying there's an aura about the current team as though they're waiting for something to happen. Glenn Maxwell and David Warner made something happen in the field, and it kind of gave inspiration to those with ball in hand to put in the performance much like they did. A real comeback of sorts with the ball. All the things that they didn't do in the power play and in the first half of the game, bowling the ball at the wicket, challenging the stump, challenging the techniques of the batters, and once they got unsung, they overpowered the middle order of the Sri Lankan batters. They'll be very disappointed, wasting a superb start by Kushal Perera and Pathum Nissanka, and fading away into oblivion. 209 all out.
Only 3 players, Carlos, making double figures. Those 2 openers, Nissanka 61, Perera 78, and Charith Asalanka, the final man to fall, for 25. Nobody else making double figures in that effort. Adam Zampa, the pick of the bowlers for Australia, 4 for 47 from his 8, couple each for Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc, and 1 for Glenn Maxwell. There at the end, Phil Long.
Yeah, there were 125 without loss, also 157 for 1, which means Sri Lanka lost their last 9 wickets for 52.
Yeah, absolute disaster as far as the Sri Lankans are concerned. First time they failed to score 300 in this competition as well. And we were talking about some of those hoardings around the ground just being blown off by the wind. There's another one come down just in front of us, just above the sight screen to the left as we look to the far side of the ground. It's pretty dangerous stuff there, quite close to the players' changing rooms as well, that one. So we hope the winds can at least ease, and there's no injury caused out there as well. Lots of supporters were fleeing towards the turnstiles when those high winds were really picking up. Looks to have calmed down just a touch now. A lot clearer conditions out there, not as much dust blowing across the ground as well. So Sri Lanka then all out for 209. 210 will be the Australian target, and just looking at the pitch and the conditions and this Sri Lankan bowling attack, I don't think they've got anywhere near enough, do you?
Nah, I mean 340 wasn't enough. Over 300 on both occasions wasn't enough, so to ask them to defend 210, albeit with a slightly rejigged bowling lineup. Lahiru Kumara coming in for his first game, he'll have a point to prove. He in itself is a real point of difference with his pace, ability to move the ball. Probably an upgrade in current form on Matisha Patirana. You see he's been struggling a little bit. Dashan Shanaka with that new ball hasn't been as penetrative as they would like as a bowling unit. So if you can get Lahiru Kumara with that new ball, making some early inroads into the Australian lineup, you'd think that they have enough to fight, but you don't think that they have enough to win outright. You need to take 10 wickets to get through this battle and ultimately to win, Phil.
Yeah, but the sort of positive they may take is that Australia will need to score more than 200 for the first time in this World Cup.
Yeah, haven't done so in their 2 matches. Remember, both of these sides having lost their opening 2 matches of the competition. So another defeat here, and it's really going to be a massive uphill task to qualify for the semi-finals. Still possible, of course, but you don't want to be Norton 3 to start a World Cup, and this is uncharted territory really for Australia.
Yeah, you always feel as though you get so deep into a tournament you have to win every single game. By the time you reach the final 4, you've used all your emotion and all your energy just to make it. You always feel as though you're 1 game away, and granted you only need 2 games away from winning, but you seldom ever get that run where you start this badly, win all your games and then go on to win. You almost need to be a little inconsistent, get a couple wins, and then you find momentum and you peak going into the final 4. So whoever loses this game, you'd have to say that they're virtually out of it, especially with the 3 teams gone unbeaten so far: New Zealand, South Africa and India. You'd think those would make up 3 of the final 4.
Yep, so 210 will be the target. Australia will open up with David Warner, Mitch Marsh, Steve Smith, Manish Labuschagne, Josh Inglis in the side in the last couple of games. Glenn Maxwell, Marcus Stoinis, Pat Cummins, and the 3 bowlers really. I mean, Mitch Starc can hit a long ball as well. They'll hope they won't get anywhere near close to requiring those guys down the bottom of the order as well. But you just look down that lineup as well, and obviously they've got, you know, a modest target to chase here, but lots of experience in these conditions as well.
Yeah, 100%. I still think Mitch Marsh is the key to unlocking this Australia batting lineup, and when they say the key, I think if him and David want to get off to a real flyer, it gives Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne a few more overs to get themselves in, which is where they are most comfortable. But a target like this, 210 alone, you'd have to think that they'll walk it home, and it allows and provides the platform for Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne to be those pillars and those rocks of solidity in the middle that they would want to be. If they want to get to 300, 315, etc., you're asking them to be a bit more positive than they necessarily want to be, especially starting. So I think a total of 210, between 210 and 250, plays nicely into the hands of the way that Australian middle order traditionally go about the work.
And I told you I went for a little cheeky snack earlier. Had some bao bhaji, which for those who don't know, it's like a mixed vegetable stew, quite spicy, and then with some buttered toasted bread rolls as well. Beautiful, very nice. It's a speciality of Mumbai, and we're up north here. We're a long way from Mumbai, but I tell you what, hit the spot. Not too oily as well. So
I've had some cardamom tea. I always love cardamom.
Cardamom tea is good.
India or Pakistan and see it, I always get a taste of it, but I'll try to ease off the bread rolls. Try my absolute best. May take
so the I'll tell you what, the bread roll part of it is the bao. You can just have the bhaji.
Just have the bhaji.
Just have a spoon with the bhaji. It's a mixed veg stew. There's nothing unhealthy about that, is there? Come on.
All right, I'll
There's not much oil in it.
I'll try. We'll get a video of it as well. I don't like spicy.
You don't
so
like spicy?
I'm hoping for a good reaction, both in and out.
It was a little bit spicy. But maybe they can find you some yogurt or something like that. Anyway, I'll leave you with those thoughts. You tell us how Australia are going to approach this chase. Are they just going to try and get the runs and take it deep, and or are they going to just, you know, be sort of go gun-ho at the start and try and improve their net run rate? A good opportunity for them to potentially do so, and then Simon Mann will take over from me.
I think you attack the power play as you always do. First 10 overs, nothing much changes. I think depending on those first 10 overs will depend on how they play. If you're 3 or 4 down, they need to be a bit more watchful. If they get a really good power play, I'd love to see them be really aggressive in traditional Australian fashion and get it over it as quickly as possible, get some real confidence steaming through that dressing room.
OK, we're expecting to hear some reaction from someone who's taken part in the first half of this match, but I think with the wind being high, they decided not to do it. So flash interview has been canned, and it does look as though the wind has settled down a bit, and they took one of the hoardings down from the far end of the ground, because one fell just above the dressing rooms there, and they pulled the other one back. We've still got "It Takes One Day," that hoarding at the far end. That's still up there, the slogan for this tournament, but a couple of the others have, well, one's been taken down and one's come down, but there's still a stiff breeze going across the ground, but order has been restored, it feels like, at the moment. Nature has died down for now. Let's hope that, you know, was just a passing dust storm, whatever it was. It was pretty bizarre. I've never seen anything like it. You sometimes see it associated with heavy rain, but not just on the wind picking up. We did have a bit of rain earlier, half an hour delay. Anyway, Sri Lanka bowled out for 209 here, which is a great fight back from Australia. 9 for 52 in 16 overs, and play will resume in just over 20 minutes' time. Now, there's been plenty of discussion following the shock result last night up in Delhi, where defending champions England were defeated by Afghanistan at the Ferocious Kotla Stadium. 69 runs. It was quite a big win in the end by Afghanistan. It wasn't even close. Well, Adam Mountford is still in the city of Delhi with members of the BBC cricket team.
Well, it's the day after the night before here in Delhi, and we're still coming to terms with a dramatic night of cricket. We saw England losing against Afghanistan, Afghanistan winning for only the second time in a World Cup match. But where does that leave England, and what happens next for that team? Well, of course, they're off to Mumbai to play against South Africa later today. I'm here with Stephen Finn, multiple Ashes winner, of course, who also played for England in a World Cup, and Matt Henry from the BBC Sport website. Matt, first of all, looking at the papers and the websites, what's been the reaction to last night's amazing result here in Delhi?
Well, seismic shock is the phrase that the Times of India are using this morning, and Aggers has done his column on the BBC Sport website, and he's saying one of the greatest World Cup shocks, one of the biggest we've seen in history, up there with Ireland in Bangalore all those years ago in 2011, and the others you can mention. Zimbabwe beating Australia was another one Agger's picked out. And it really was that big. I mean, you think of it, a spinning pitch, Afghanistan's very good spinners, and it's not that big a surprise, but the world champions losing to Afghanistan, no matter how good their spinners are, Afghanistan are the second lowest ranked team in this tournament, so it's always quite a big shock, always going to be, and it was a pretty disappointing day for England.
Stephen, you've had a night to think it through. Any sort of further reflections? Was it a case that England was surprisingly timid against Afghanistan last night?
Yeah, look, I think they were timid, certainly. I think that they'll reflect on that, and I think they started badly. I think in both games now that they've lost, they've started badly, and that sort of eked and leaked its way into the rest of the performance. I think against Bangladesh, they started well, and then they carried that confidence and momentum through. So, yeah, I think looking back at last night, I think that we shouldn't gloss over how well Afghanistan played, how much pressure they applied on England. Even though England did bowl badly in those first 10 overs, Gurbaz in particular was so brutal on anything that England bowled that was loose. He put it away and immediately put them on the back foot. So, yeah, it was a fantastic performance from Afghanistan. But like Matt says, it was a shock, an unexpected defeat. I don't think any of us called it. I thought at some stage Afghanistan would upset someone in this tournament, but I didn't necessarily think that it would be England, and certainly the way that England played against Bangladesh, I thought that they'd turned the corner after that poor performance against New Zealand, but it seems as though maybe there's a couple of underlying things there that they really need to address before this next game against South Africa.
And of course, it's not the case that England are out of this World Cup. 4 years ago, they lost 3 games on the way to those semi-finals, losing against Pakistan, they lost against Sri Lanka, they lost against Australia, and still managed to reach those semi-finals. So it's not necessarily doom or gloom, but what it does, Matt, I suppose, is it puts a lot of pressure on the next couple of games, and they've got a very informed South Africa. That's the team they meet in Mumbai at the weekend.
Yeah, and obviously that third defeat last time came quite late on in the tournament, relatively speaking, so kind of focused the mind for a short period of time. The issue now is whether you can focus the mind for 6 games. They don't have to win all of them, but they're going to have to win probably 5 of them, you'd think. And they've got so many tough teams to play. I mean, India obviously is going to be a massive issue. If they lose before that India game and then have to beat India, then that is like real crisis point, which is why South Africa on Saturday is going to be so huge. And they've also got Australia to play, they've got Pakistan to play. That won't be easy. There was probably a hope back before the tournament started that England might be through before they played Pakistan in their last match, and it wouldn't really matter. It might be about choosing which semi-final you want. We're definitely not going to be in that situation, I don't think.
I mentioned, Stephen, you played obviously for England in a World Cup, in Australia and New Zealand in 2015. There were quite a few lows in that tournament, let's be honest. What will the team be thinking at the moment, and how can they bounce back? Because they've had to bounce back once already after that, I suppose, humiliation in some ways against New Zealand in the opening game, and even more so a humiliation against Afghanistan. So how can they bounce back?
Look, I think there's a huge difference between those two tournaments. In 2015, we chopped and changed the team in the build-up to the tournament. When we got to the tournament, we were quite clearly outpaced by the rest of the world and didn't have the personnel or the ability or the trust in the method to be able to compete with them on that level. I think the difference here is that, yes, England have lost 2 games, but if you look at the last 8 years and the way that England have played, and they've been at the forefront of the world's attitude towards white ball cricket, they're double world champions for a reason. And I think that the big challenge for England is going to be reminding themselves that, because when you're on the receiving end of defeats like the 2 that they've got, it can make you question your method. And I wrote in my column last week that I think England need to double down on their aggressive mindset and their commitment to playing like that. That's something that Owen Morgan was very much in favour of, was doubling down and going even harder if you got yourself into a position and living with the consequences of that. I think that makes it a lot easier for you as a player. So I think what we've seen in the 2 defeats for England so far this tournament is quite meek and timid cricket, which is, if they go home having played cricket like that, they'll be sat there in December thinking, why didn't we just go for it? And I think that their challenge over these next 4 or 5 days before that South Africa game is to find a way to find that mindset and trust it again, because all of these players have played consistently, apart from Gus Atkinson, over the last 4 years in the build-up to this tournament. They are familiar, and they should be familiar with that method of play. They just need to find a way of re-engaging with that, and we'll see a different England. But having lost 2 of the first 3, they leave themselves with barely any wiggle room, with some outstanding teams yet to play.
Let's talk then about what England do ahead of that South Africa game. It's the Wankhede Stadium, and actually you mentioned about England double white ball champions, and you go back to 2016, the tournament where they got to the final here in India, and they played South Africa in a very famous game at the Wankhede Stadium, and perhaps that's something they could take confidence from. Just remind us what happened in that game.
Yeah, so that was the game in the 2016 World Cup where England were in a relatively similar position where it really was must win, and South Africa batted first. They scored 220 and England chased it down. Joe Root got an 80 off practically nothing, and that was, for me at least, one of the first signs in a World Cup on the really big stage of this sort of the new England after the 2015. We'd seen it a bit at home in that summer in the series Finney played in against New Zealand, but on the world stage, that was probably the first time the really attacking approach. Jason Roy came out early and whacked a load. Then Joe Root came out and he was reverse lapping the ball down to over third man and that sort of thing. And that really kick-started that tournament. Obviously, England didn't win it in the end. They lost in the final with Carlos Brathwaite and everything. But it really seemed to get them going, and that was a young, exciting team that looked to be really going places. And as Finney says, they've really got to try and get back to that when they get to Mumbai to play South Africa this weekend, because they're going to need it.
So what do England do in terms of their team selection? We've got Ben Stokes, who we were hearing is very close to being fit. You'd have thought surely he'll come back in the team. And the bowling, obviously Chris Woakes has been such a banker for England in tournaments in the white ball game for so long. Obviously not at his best. Would you expect some changes? What would you think England will do, and what do you think they should do?
I don't think there'll be panic. I think that Josh Buttler, Matthew Mott, I think that they'll remain calm, and around the group it's important as leaders in this kind of situation that the messaging is calm and doesn't seem panicked, because I've been in dressing rooms where you lose a couple of games early in a World Cup and then the panic sets in and it feels like people are chasing their tails and don't understand, and it doesn't give that element of calmness from the top down, and that leaks in. So it's important that they remain calm and they don't make knee-jerk reactions. I think in the build-up to that game, they're going to have an opportunity to assess people in training, because Chris Woakes obviously hasn't been at his best in these 3 games, but he's still Chris Woakes. And if you can get and find a way of getting the best version of Chris Woakes out there on the field, he's so vitally important to this England team. So I think more the challenge, rather than looking at the moment at the personnel changes, because we have to see what the wicket's doing, what the conditions are saying once we're in Mumbai. I think their biggest challenge over these next few days is to not let panic set in through the dressing room, and sort of pick people off, and there probably will be a team meeting. I don't think there's a psychologist out here with the team, so it's up to the coach and the captain to run those meetings, to, like I mentioned, just try and reaffirm and reconnect with the mindset that has made them so formidable in white ball cricket. And then Ben Stokes, quite clearly in that run chase yesterday, if you've got a left-handed Ben Stokes, one to break up the right-handers through the middle order, but the amount of times in that situation he's been the man. The 2022 World Cup final, 2019 World Cup final, Headingley, almost at Lords this year against Australia. You look at those moments, and those moments scream out for Ben Stokes, and that's why they convinced him to come out of retirement to play in this tournament. And it's a real shame that he wasn't out there in the middle yesterday for that run chase. So yeah, expect the lion-hearted Ben Stokes, even if his hip is a bit grumbly going into this next game, he will be lining up in that middle order, which they're going to have to shuffle their resources because Harry Brook played so well, and the top 3 have played very well over the last few months or so, Bairstow, Milan and Root, so he's going to have to fit into that middle order somewhere. So yeah, I don't envy Josh Buttler and Matthew Mott for the decisions they're going to have to make, but I think they'll be very much conditions dependent once we get to Mumbai.
Well, we'll see what happens. It's going to be quite a bumper day, isn't it, on Saturday? You've got England against South Africa at the Wankhede Stadium, a vital game in the Cricket World Cup, followed in the evening by England's rugby team against South Africa in the Rugby Union World Cup. So what a special 24 hours that's going to be. And we'll have a much better idea, I imagine, after that match on Saturday, where England's defence of the World Cup is going to look. Matt Henry from the BBC Sport website and Stephen Finn, thanks for joining me.
There we go, Adam Mountford with the BBC team in Delhi, picking the bones out of England's defeat against Afghanistan. I'm going to give Afghanistan a huge amount of credit. A wonderful victory for them, especially all the problems that country has faced over the last few years, and not least recently with that terrible earthquake in the west of the country as well. So some joy for Afghanistan and their supporters. They celebrated long and hard into the night after they beat Scotland in 2015. It was a one-wicket victory in Dunedin. That was their only World Cup victory until last night in Delhi. Where does it rank in terms of Cricket World Cup upsets? Carlos is with me, so too is Geoff Lemon. I actually got in front of me, and I'd forgotten this. 1983, when India beat the back-to-back champions West Indies in the final. CMJ was commentating, dear old Kristen Martin-Jenkins was commentating, and he described it at the time as the greatest upset in all of sport. That was a World Cup final. And it's remarkable, isn't it? And West Indies were so dominant. They had won the first 2 World Cups. And India winning, I mean, well, it changed. It probably changed the face of the cricket world, actually. You think that win for India in 1983 has led, in a way, to all this.
Yeah, that win is what makes 50-over cricket the mode du jour in India. That's that love affair with the one-day game that goes through the 80s and through the 90s, where India and Pakistan play so many games. You look at the statistics of players through that era who are playing 350, 400 one-day internationals, some of the players who had the longest careers. So it was hugely influential. It was still a World Cup final, though, so they had to make the final.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can say that it's necessarily the biggest upset you've ever seen if they're in the final, and India had been playing international cricket since the 1930s at that point, so I think that's in a different level, a different class to something like Afghanistan coming in, a team, like you said, that have won one match in World Cup history, that are so poorly resourced, that have never played a match at home because they can't, because the Taliban have taken over, and whether they should be allowed to be at the tournament is another question. They do fail the test for the ICC membership, that you have to have a women's program, and they don't, and that's just been allowed to let slide. But you can't deny the joy of the moment that they were here and that they were able to knock off the reigning champions.
Yeah, also 1983, Zimbabwe beat Australia, which was an upset. It really was a big upset at the time. In Zimbabwe, it gradually rose, and then they've fallen again, and they nearly qualified for this tournament, didn't quite make it. Now, I was in Pune in 1996 when Kenya beat West Indies. What year were you born, Carlos?
1988.
1988. Just about remembered. So you were 8 years old. You probably don't. I don't know if you remember that at all at the time.
And it's funny enough, when I was in Zimbabwe for the World Cup qualifiers, I was asking, what is up with Kenyan cricket? Because I got the scorecard here, and I remember Maurice Adumbe, skipper and off-break bowler, and the energy, Steve Tikolo. Those guys brought a different energy to cricket at that time. And yes, you expected them to get pumped, but the way they lost, the way they played the game, you enjoyed it, and you had a sort of affinity, and you felt affiliated with this Kenya team, and now Kenya's nowhere to be found. So that result, as big of an upset it was, it brings back good memories in a bad way, because there's no one playing now that would have used the strength of those performances and the strength of that team to go on and make careers for themselves in Kenya.
Yeah, I mean, I remember it being a seismic occasion. I was in Pune. I remember going to the game and thinking, why am I going to this game? You know, I was travelling all over India. It didn't feel like a very big match. There were lots of big matches that were played in India, but I remember travelling, being taken down from Mumbai to Pune, thinking, I'm not sure what the point of going to this match is. And then West Indies were turned over. Brian Lara was a team and was the captain. And in that World Cup, West Indies made the semi-finals, but they lost to Kenya.
And in the next World Cup, or a couple of World Cups time, Kenya made the semi-finals.
That's right, they did,
in 2003, which is something that people forget all the time. Yeah. India beat Kenya to qualify for that final. They were helped by a couple of teams refusing to go and play, if I remember rightly. New Zealand forfeited, and there might have been one other in there as well. But there was that brief, that decade or so, when Kenyan cricket was the next big thing. They were tipped to be the next team that might qualify for Test status, and they've completely vanished off the map, as Carlos says, which is a terribly sad thing.
Two other matches that we should think about here were Ireland victories against, against first Pakistan, on St Patrick's Day in 2007, a result which will partially ruin that World Cup in a strange way, and Bangladesh beating India that same weekend as well, and that was a big upset in Trinidad, a win for Bangladesh. Who'd also beaten Pakistan in 1999 in England, and that was seen as a big result at the time. It's funny, isn't it, the context when you look back, India beating West Indies in the final, that doesn't seem like an upset at all, but it did really feel like it at the time. But those Bangladesh victories, and I say it partially sort of ruined that World Cup because it meant that no Pakistan supporters, no India supporters came out at the later stage of the World Cup, and the grounds were empty, and it just felt the whole competition was a damp squib. And as a result of those results, the ICC changed the format of the competition to make sure that India and Pakistan stayed in a lot longer.
The reason we have a 10-team World Cup today is that 2007 situation where they had 4 groups of 4, so you'd play your 3 games and you could be knocked out if you lost one. It was the Football World Cup kind of format, and the broadcasters were the ones who absolutely kicked off because they had about 6 weeks of a tournament to broadcast with no India and no Pakistan, and hence their ad revenue, their advertisers were unhappy. They would have already had the checks to cash, but their advertisers would have been kicking off about that. So hence we've changed things around to guarantee that India will play 9 group matches and hopefully the broadcasters think 10 or 11 matches over the course of the World Cup.
Yeah, and I think when I think back, what was the biggest upset? And Afghanistan winning last night, was a big deal. It really was. I don't think this is the strongest England team. It's not the 2019 team. The colours are coming on here. I don't know whether perhaps there's some more rain on the radar. 209 all out. Sri Lanka, they lost their last 9 wickets for 52 runs, so we might have to talk for a little bit longer about their World Cup upsets and the context of that victory last night. But England losing to Ireland in 2011, Carlos, you'd have appreciated that innings by Kevin O'Brien that day. 100 off 50 balls, I think one of the great, if not the greatest, World Cup innings.
Yeah, I think that would have been a bigger upset because you look down Afghanistan's lineup, and yes, they haven't won many World Cup games, but that's also quite niche a stat because they have beaten teams in games in bilateral series. Their players are world renowned. You can list 4 or 5 names that play franchise cricket all over the world, so they are less of a surprise than that Ireland team was. And Kevin O'Brien, that knock, man, that was sensational. That would have done a lot for Irish cricket, and some people don't feel as though Irish cricket is quite capitalised on that moment and that victory. But I remember going to Ireland 2009 and playing club cricket against Kevin O'Brien, Niall O'Brien, and getting a real feel for club cricket in Ireland. And there was a lot of love, but it wasn't that much support. And I think you cast your minds now to 2023. And there's a professional thing in place. Players don't have to go to county cricket anymore to make a living in Ireland. And I think
Well, it sounded like the line was struggling just a little bit there. No, seems like they're having a few problems all around the stadium. Just seeing a few shots as well on the monitors here now of where the hoardings have fallen off the top of the stands, and watching the ground staff as well, trying to put the covers down on the outfield at the moment with huge covers blowing all over the place. There's some nasty looking metal edged hoardings that have come right down off the stand and dropped onto some of the seating areas. I'm sure we'll hear a little bit more about that through the rest of this this week as well. After the end of this game, there have been some strong gusts blowing through the stadium as well at different times, and some almost dust storms blowing through the stadium. Waiting for Australia to resume the run chase then, and if you have just tuned in, Australia need 210 to win the match. Not a huge target, but it's in excess of what Australia has managed to achieve so far at this tournament, not having scored over 200 yet with the bat in this World Cup in India. But tonight is the night, if they're to get it done, to revive and to breathe new life into the World Cup campaign, having paid Sri Lanka back after a very good start from Sri Lanka, who got to 125 before losing their first wicket. I can tell you, I can actually hear the guys are back in commentary now, still chatting away over there whilst they're waiting for the outfield to be covered before they get back underway with this run chase. So let's join the discussion again with Carlos Brathwaite, Simon Mann and Geoff Lemon.
Years ago at Southampton, the last time they beat England in an ODI, the score coincidentally was 329. that they made. So that has good connotations for the numerologists out there for Irish cricket. But yeah, in that way, that's why it doesn't seem like so much of an upset to me, because they were so far behind. Kevin O'Brien had complete licence just to come out, have a swing and hope it's your day and hope it comes off, and it did. The game last night was a clinical, complete performance, particularly the bowling performance. That Afghanistan side, what we've seen from them so many times is they can get off to a flyer with the bat. They can score 100 from 15 overs and be looking good. And as soon as things start to go wrong, things go really drastically wrong. A couple of wickets fall, the middle order sputters, nobody can turn the strike over, they sit there and soak up dot balls, nobody can get things going, and they peter out to a score of under 200 or just over 200, and other sides come out and mow it down easily. We've seen that happen time and again with Afghanistan. And what happened last night was that they did have that little collapse. They did have their best player in Gurbaz run out for 80 when he should have made 100, and instead of falling apart at that point, Ikram Ali Khil, the wicketkeeper, comes out, who wasn't a very good player in 2019 in that World Cup, but has become a much better player in the meantime. He makes 50. He takes them on. He counter-attacks. He hits sixes. And he doesn't blaze, but he builds an innings. The lower order make runs. Rashid Khan and Mujib make runs. They build a score that's imposing. And then, I mean, from about the 15th over or so, it didn't look in much doubt that they were going to at least defend really hard and at least take England extremely deep in that game.
I thought when Joe Root was out, I thought 33 for 2. Root's best player spin. Oh, big problems here for England. They have to play so well to win from here. And you're right, it was like a sort of proper one-day international against a top-ranked team, wasn't it? England were just shut out of the game completely by Afghanistan. They were well beaten, and I don't think it was any surprise that they were well beaten. When you look at the bowlers on display, the pitch, which there was some turn, there was some dew later on, but the game, the die was cast by then. The game was over. All this, Carlos, where you were sort of in your gym, whatever, thinking, this is going to be an easy, straightforward win for England. You've sort of taken your eye off it a little bit, and you could understand that as well in a way, can't you? Because I think this was a huge upset in this World Cup.
Yeah, especially with England being defending champions. I think what's disappointed me so far, you've heard Butler mention, not wanting to defend the trophy but attack. But when you actually look at the execution with bat in hand, still, in my opinion, quite tame. You're not asking players that if you get out to get out slog sweeping so it looks good, but we know England in white ball cricket since Owen Morgan took over to be counter-attacking, on the front foot, proactive, and it still seems like there's a lot of unsurety with the bat. Now when Root is in, he adds a level of solidity, and I feel as though it gives license to the player at the other end. If Root goes early, persons are a little unsure as to who's to drop anchor. And I mean, you think back on Owen Morgan, you wouldn't think of him as solid, but when he was in that middle order, he'd counter-attack the spin. It's almost, you felt though his spin could not bowl to Owen Morgan. As a result, the other person at the other end got off lightly. They don't have that sense of calm. Now, can Stokes provide that, being left-handed, being a good player of spin, having a good record in IPL with the bat in hand? Can he do that? They have to be looking at what's next. How do we go about attacking, as Josh Butler said, the defence of the World Cup? Because right now with bat in hand, they seem very, very tame and very unsure, and they're limping. How many sixes did they hit last night?
One.
1 6. That's unlike. I mean, yeah.
And there was no intent to do so. Nobody tried it. Nobody was caught on the fence.
Correct. Yeah. Expect a couple of sixes from England in the power play. Far less a whole innings. And I mean, sometimes we get so fixated on the team that should win that we forget to credit the team that is the underdog that actually came up with the victory. And Afghanistan did really well. They stuck with their principles. Bowl wicket to wicket, get the spinners in play. Fazaluk Farooqi did really well with the new ball as a left-hander, swinging the ball both ways. And I think if you had to ask Afghanistan how they'd win a cricket game, it's exactly that. Solid start, nice patch-up if there's a collapse, struggle to 270, 280, which is below par for modern-day cricket. You expect 300, 330, but we know we have the spin and the bowling attack to restrict the team.
I should just bring listeners up to date with what's not happening here in Lucknow at the moment. It's a bizarre situation because the covers are on, but it's not raining. Obviously on the rain radar there must be something on the way. I mean, it's really strange. We should have started by now. Restart around about 4 minutes ago. Let's have a look what we've got here. Oh, I see. There's lightning in the distance. Right, that's the reason we're not starting. There's lightning in the distance, and so they put the covers on as a precaution against rain arriving. Of course, if we know there's lightning around, then the players stay off the field. It's been a bizarre day weather-wise here. We had that sort of dust storm that took down some of the ICC paraphernalia on top of the stand that sort of celebrates the tournament, some of the colours that celebrate the tournament, the sort of plastic sheeting.
I tell you what, it'll take one day to get back on that roof and get everything in order for the next game in Lucknow.
Nobody's going up there right now. I'll tell you what, it's still very windy up on top of that roof, and a lot of the cladding is hanging down in long streamers, and they've taken off some of the sort of boundary, the board covers over the grandstand, the concrete parts of the grandstand at the far end of the ground that were teetering dangerously. So a couple of those came down, and the workers have come in and pulled down some others too.
And what you also notice as well, all the spectators, just about, not everyone, but I mean nearly everyone, has gone from the bottom tier around the ground, and they're sheltering at the top, on the top tier, or they've gone behind the stand. So there is some lightning in the distance. Now, in terms of playing time, because Australia will be wanting to get out on the field, won't they? Don't want an abandoned match here, not when they bowled Sri Lanka out for 209. We lost half an hour earlier. We've lost another 6 minutes. So we can lose an hour, and then we start losing time.
But this surface, from what we saw the other night, particularly the South Africa game, it's not easy to attack on. Maybe with the new ball you can hit through the line a bit more. But if Australia get a reduced target, generally the runs and the overs don't match up, because if they'll give you a reduced target, you need to score at a steeper rate to achieve it. That might not be to their advantage, to have to try to score more quickly rather than having the full 50 overs to be able to knock the ball around and take their time.
What are the ground staff doing here? They're moving the covers. It looks as if they might be taking the covers off. Oh, well, that's encouraging. But we did see some lightning in the distance. One thing we didn't talk about in our World Cup upsets is, I mean, I was here in '96. It was my first World Cup, eyes wide open, an incredible experience. Of course, Sri Lanka won that World Cup. No one, I don't think, suggested they would win the World Cup at the start of that tournament.
From nowhere, seemingly, with a bit of help from Cricket New South Wales, who funded their coach and their physio for that tournament, which is one of the interesting sort of behind-the-scenes stories. And they didn't have much administrative or off-field support, and a fair bit of the running of the tournament came from Arjuna Ranatunga, who came from a wealthier background than most of his players, so he had most of them staying at his house while they were training, so that they'd have a place to stay, because the stipend they were getting was almost nothing in terms of being able to put them up and have meals to eat and all the rest of it. So he kind of funded that team as well and pulled them together. And if you talk to any of those players on our trips to Sri Lanka, we've had the pleasure of meeting and chatting to some of those players. They revere Ranatunga. He was the object of some derision and some poking of fun in England and Australia for being too outspoken. You're not supposed to speak up as the Sri Lankan captain. You're supposed to quietly take what you're given and go about your day, and he wasn't prepared to do that. But he's held in incredibly high regard by those players who played under him.
It was a remarkable achievement, and you knew something was in the offing in some of the group stage matches. I remember watching them against India in Delhi, and they were chasing 270, and they were 71 for no wicket after 7 overs. And it was unheard of, really. I mean, I know New Zealand had tried something similar in the previous World Cup, but it wasn't done with such panache, in such a devastating manner as it was by Kalawitarana and Jayasuriya in that 1996 World Cup. And just the amazing feat of the World Cup semi-final, where both were caught in those days at third man in the first over of the World Cup semi-final. It was just extraordinary.
An unlikely set of circumstances. And you also, yes, you can smoke them from the top of the order, but you need a really good top-class middle order operator, and that's what they had in Aravinda de Silva, a player of the highest class at the best touch of his career at that point in 1996.
My father loved Aravinda de Silva. Classy touch. I was more of a Marvin Atapatu fan, but yeah, my father absolutely loved Aravinda de Silva. But you look at batting today for Sri Lanka, you look at batting of yesteryear, and all the names we could call, and closer to my generation, obviously Mahela Jayawardene, But you look back to all those legends, and batsmanship is something that Sri Lanka always had. And I think for Russell Arnold, that's why, you know, being able to predict the collapse is something that would probably grind his gears, knowing the history that this team has when it comes to batsmanship, big knocks and unlikely wins with batting hand.
Right, the covers are off, the stumps are back in the ground, and so nothing's changed out there that we can see, but presumably something's changed outside the stadium on the radar.
Well, considering the number of cricket teams that name themselves after variations on thunder, lightning, storms, all the rest of it, you'd think they'd be a bit more bolshy about getting out there when there's the overhead conditions are doing something.
210 Australia need to win this match. We have not lost any time yet. Play was supposed to start 10 minutes ago, so we've lost 40 minutes by my reckoning. Looks as though the umpires are going to get them out within the hour that we can lose. So it's an hour we can make up in group games, 2 hours in the knockout games, 3 knockout games, or 2 semi-finals and a final in November.
I'll tell you what I love. Amidst the covers being on and the shouts of lightning and safety threat, etc., I think it's Tanveer Sangha who's been taking catches for the last half hour in all this uncertainty weather-wise. There's things falling from the air, things being thrown around, blown around, but Tanveer Sangha is keenly looking at the white ball that's being hurled toward him from the coach's bat ever so often. Plenty returns, catches, signals, waving. Get your work done, son, regardless of the weather conditions.
They've finished fielding for the day. It's not like he's going to be called on as a sub unless he's going to somehow turn out for Sri Lanka if they find themselves short. But, yep, I suppose you take your opportunities where you can, lightning notwithstanding.
Well, he's probably a bit bored, actually, isn't he? So, he wants to get out there and do something. You sit around for 3 or 4 hours. He probably wants to get out there and do something.
He's been sitting around for 3 or 4 weeks. So.
Well, that's it, yeah. It's not just 3 or 4 hours.
He did get to play in the lead-up series in South Africa. Got a couple of starts there and picked up his first wicket for Australia and so on. But he's in that reserve squad, the extra 3. So they have a squad of 15, and then most teams have had 3 reserve players who they could bring in as an injury substitute, but it has to be a permanent substitute into the squad. You can't come and go.
Yeah, I wonder whether World Cup squad should be a bit bigger, actually, rather than just the 15.
I think so. If you try, if you need backups, if you've got backups for a squad, you can have effectively 1 backup bat, 1 keeper, 1 spin bowler and 1 fast bowler. It doesn't give you much room to shift the 11 around, to have different iterations. And one of the most interesting things about cricket is who's going to play. What's the 11 going to be? How do you tactically shift? I feel as though the ICC is missing a trick in terms of generating interest in those teams by having more adaptability.
Yeah, and the World Cup it's England against Australia, against India, against Pakistan. It's not 15 of Australia against 15 of England.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? It just seems a bit restricted. And
It's not rugby.
Yeah, the point being that once you're out as well, you can't. That's it. Your tournament's over, and that's why teams like Australia have kept injured players in their squad in the hope that because the tournament's quite long, Travis Head will be fit for the back end of the tournament. It's why New Zealand have, they haven't called anyone up. It's why they've kept Kane Williamson in because
Ben Stokes.
Yeah, Ben Stokes, because they're so important to the team. But ordinarily, you'd want that, you'd have a couple of other players in there.
Yeah, why would you try to set a team up to have a position where they might not bring one of their star players because the injury timeline's going to be a bit too long?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want England to be able to bring in Geoff Archer for the last 3 matches if he's fit for the last 3 matches? It seems like the tournament's shooting itself in the foot.
Russell Arnold is here as well. Russell, who predicted that collapse for Sri Lanka, or at least intimated it might happen earlier. What have we got news in terms of restart time? 5 to 7, so we're going to start in 8 minutes' time. Russell?
Lost for words, Simon.
What, the collapse?
Yes.
You were very, very sharp on it. They were none down, and you said, well, it's probably coming, and there it was, all out for 209.
Yeah, they fall off a cliff whenever things are going well. So it's just a case of taking things for granted. Not in a zone where they're really out there to compete, meaning the good teams, they will always keep coming back at you. Whether you lose 3 wickets or 4 wickets, they're competing. Whereas when Sri Lanka, they get into a strong position and then they expect the opposition to roll over. So you tend to take the foot off the pedal, you become complacent. Yes, Australia did well today. They were in Sri Lanka's face moment they got that opening. But you do have to say that you can't be 125 for no loss and be bowled out for 84 runs after that on a pretty decent pitch against a team that was doubting itself. So you are helping or you are shooting yourself in the foot and making things hard for yourself going forward.
I suppose you've got the memory of 50 all out in the Asia Cup final as well, haven't you?
I got that at the back of my mind, and I've watched a lot of cricket, and I tend to remember that this tends to happen all the time. You go back to the qualifiers where Sri Lanka, well, in my opinion, should initially not have found themselves in the qualifiers. They demolished everyone out there, but it was the same trend. But the fact that the opposition in the qualifiers were not as good as this, and they tend to get blown away. You pick up most of the teams that you're coming across there, they got 3-4 good players, and then you can expect to sit back and have the result go your way. But the thought process, everything's got to change when you're at the World Cup, when you're up against the best. So I've seen it many times.
Do you give Sri Lanka any chance of defending 209?
That's where the problem happens, and where Sri Lanka have been limping and been very predictable in their course of action. They've tended to surprise us as well. So who knows what they're capable of, but it's going to be very, very difficult against this Australian team. Sri Lanka not with their best bowling attack. That's one thing said for sure. But you know, at the back of my mind, this chase on a pitch like this, it's kind of tailor-made for Steve Smith and Manus Labuskagni, isn't it? To grind you down if the situation may arise.
They haven't made 200 yet, Australia, in this World Cup. I'll just throw that out there.
No, well, it's a good point. But yeah, you feel this is a game that, well, it's certainly well within their compass. If we get back out there, and we hope to do so in 5 minutes' time. It's been a bizarre day weather-wise. It was a lovely morning in Lucknow. Then we had that rain shower that took out half an hour, and then we had that, I don't know what it was really, a sandstorm or a dust storm or something that whipped up. And then we had the potential for lightning, which delayed the start. And there has been no rain for, I don't know, 2 hours or something like that. But we've had the covers on.
Well, all that you saw, Simon, was just following whatever that blew Sri Lanka away. About half an hour prior to that.
There was a ghost wind that came through first that knocked over the Sri Lankan batting, was it?
And then the dust just followed.
Yeah, really weird. I don't think I've ever seen that at a cricket match before. You see high winds associated with heavy rain or something, but not with not with the sort of dust storm and
the carnage of what came down from the stands.
So what they've done is they've gone and cleared out the lower tiers. The whole crowd's been moved to the higher side where the sturdy roof is above their heads. So even if those banners or hoardings do tend to collapse because of the wind, it's not going to do any damage to anyone down there other than the cops.
Yeah,
the bobbies.
The only thing is it doesn't look great on television. It looks like the ground's completely empty with that lower tier.
There is a crowd here. They might wish they were bobbies with the helmets on if anything lands on anybody's head. Although mostly it's banners and some cloth things, so I don't think it's going to KO anybody if it gets them. But you'd still be fairly startled if you're having a nice day watching the cricket and suddenly vengeance from above.
Definitely, yeah. Well, the umpires are on their way. That is the good news here. Every now and again we're having power cuts as well. Whether that's to do with the atmospheric conditions, I'm not quite sure. And we have had 1 or 2 drops in the line. Apologies for that. But play is about to resume at 5 to 7 local time. So the game should have, I think, if we've gone on normal timings at 6 o'clock local time. So we're about 55 minutes behind. But Australia's target is a relatively modest 210, but Geoff made the point, and it's a good one, that Australia have not scored this many so far in the World Cup. But then you could also argue they played against India and South Africa, 2 of the top teams so far. Anyway, that's the challenge ahead for Sri Lanka, because both sides have lost both their opening games. Right, Geoff, you're going to pick up the commentary.
Thank you, Simon, and thanks everybody for listening through that delay as we finally get going after a lightning storm held us up there. Mitchell Marsh and David Warner walking out to the middle of the ground, 210 to win. The other part is that they don't have the pressure of knowing that they need to chase 300 like they did the other day. 312 they needed against South Africa. Both Warner and Marsh played big shots early, looking to push the pace, and that brought about their downfall. So they'll be able to take things more circumspectly today if they want, but they might not want to get into that trap. We saw, Russell, we saw the way England played last night, coming out and just being cautious through those first few overs, which isn't the way that England ODI team has taught itself to play and has demanded that it should play over the last 8 years since that 2015 World Cup. It was all about being as positive as possible early.
When there's some deviation off the pitch and the bowlers are getting something, it's probably a high-risk approach. And that's what we saw yesterday with the ball turning, stopping on you a little bit. England got caught in two minds, unable to negotiate that, not too sure whether to play that aggressive game or what to do. That's when the wickets did fall yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's not to say that you need to come out and slog at every delivery, but there was that lack of wanting to push back onto the bowling side, wanting to try to put them under pressure and see if they could look for a boundary. That's the kind of thing that Jason Roy and Johnny Bairstow did, but Bairstow out early and Roy not there. We're going to get going here with Kumara, who bowls quick, and Mitchell Marsh, that's quicker, hits him over the top of mid-off and down the ground for 4 to start the Australian chase in the best possible way. Big stride forward, straight bat, and that's the way that Mitchell Marsh has been hitting fast bowlers over the last couple of years.
Yeah, just through the line he goes, but Ariel, he doesn't mind that. Well, you were talking about the approach. I think the score on the board that they need would just tell them that they can play their own game, play it any way they wish. And it's not thinking about the run rate that's required or where the wickets will fall, and you straight away see Marsh very clear in what he wants to do.
Kumara bowls to Marsh, who gets a big bottom edge as he tries to cut through backward point, and in the end it ends up trickling away towards square leg. They get through for a run. Warner called him and said yes immediately. Marsh responded, wasn't sure where the ball was. Kumara went chasing after it. 4 other fielders all swarmed in to see if they could put pressure on the run out, but in the end Marsh gets home safely. The bowler spinning and throwing, hits Marsh in fact in the back of the thigh.
Got him.
If you can't hit the stumps, you might as well hit the batter. They're 5 without loss.
But straight away something different happening, and both batters now down the wicket doing a bit of gardening. Back of a length is where you see something happen, some takeoff, some stop. You got to go there. There's no use looking for the swing and being too full and being carted anyway.
Layuru Kumara, right arm over to the left-handed Warner, who's trying to stab a run out through square leg but can't beat the fielder there. Ball lobbed back in all the way over to mid-off and then back to the keeper. Circles around the field, past the parcel. Everybody has a go, just trying to make sure that everybody in the field is awake. They're going to have to be absolutely switched on, Sri Lanka, if they're going to hope to defend 210 today.
Kumara into the team today, replacing Matisha Patirana, who's got a shoulder niggle, but going by the pasting he got in the 2 games, I would have given him a rest anyway. He's only 20.
Bowls to Warner, who pulls him up in the air behind square leg. It'll land safely. They do have a fine leg out, but that ball went squarer, and Warner will get back for a second run, as he's so good at doing, finding those gaps in the field, picking up the 2s. Takes Australia on to 7 without loss.
Not in control, David Warner. It was also
and that
goes out, fine leg into the circle. The slip disappears and straight away spreading it out. Mendes for the first time is captain, 26th ODI captain for Sri Lanka, but he could not get those runs that Sri Lanka desperately needed in that middle order to make an imposing score.
We're just getting a delay. The umpire holds up Kumara, who wanted to come around the wicket to Warner. We've got a Joe De Silva standing next to the wicket keeper, Kusal Mendes, captaining.
Someone on the
keeping.
Upper tier just walking across, distracting David Warner.
So Warner, that slip, deep third, backward point, cover, mid-off, the offside field, gets a full ball at the stumps. He'll get a run here, out to deep mid-wicket. Again, he'll turn for the second. He'll have to really hurry here. That throw comes in. It's not quite over the top of the bails, but Warner, immediately, he hadn't even finished the first run and was saying yes. It was just a dink through mid-wicket, but it went square of the fielder in the circle, and they've got a deep backward square leg out who was rushing around to it as well. And that is outstanding running to get back. 9 without loss. Warner on 4, Marsh on 5. 1 ball to come.
He's being busy. He's being busy just like he was in the field, Geoff. It's his intensity, his intent and attitude, approach in the field is what turned Australia around, their fortunes.
Kumara to Warner, who plays a pickup shot, soaring over the leg side, and it carries for 6. That is enormous, David Warner. That ball went longer. It went higher than long. But he got such good contact on it, hung it up there in the wind, that it sails away over the rope. That pickup pull shot that Warner plays, deliberate elevation, as much as he could get. He ends up down on one knee and sends it soaring into the night sky. 15 for none after the first over, chasing 210.
That was brave. Getting down on one knee. It's only the first over. And Lahir Kumar, he's quick. That delivery was about 147 Ks. And that's not an easy shot to play. But the moment he got himself into a good position, it was going to fly away with this, with the pace that Kumara does offer. Well, looking at that approach.
That is an extraordinary shot. He's dipping at the knees, getting under the ball, and then lifting from low to high. It's not even really a pull shot. It's a kind of hip-high scooping pull shot that we see Warner play.
Are they also thinking of clawing back on that net run rate? Because, as I mentioned, just the first over, first ball, Mitch Marsh aerial over mid-off, and this scoop shot just indicating whether, do the hard work early, get yourself going.
I think it's about the new ball as well. They recognised from their own bowling innings that scoring was much faster against the new ball than the older one. So Madhushanka will bowl from the association end. He's in now to Marsh, who's just playing defensively on the off stump. Happy to have a look at a good length delivery from Madhushanka. Kumara is the quickest option that Sri Lanka have.
You're right, yes. Now, Madhushanka, he's lanky. I like him more. If I'm writing a name on the team list, I would be writing Madhushanka's name first. He's young, and he's something different. A left-armer who comes on to you a little quicker. He is generally in the mid-130s to 140 mark, but will get it to swing. It's got a bit of variations later on. He'll only be better for the experience, Madhushanka, and can take wickets.
He bowls in, swinging into the pads of Mitchell Marsh, who defends back past the bowler, mid-off across the field. Are there more left-handed Sri Lankans than people from other countries? There are so many great left-arm Sri Lankan bowlers.
I think they're equally distributed. There was a time where we had almost every batter who came out was left-handed. That doesn't mean his strong arm is his left hand.
Yeah, you can be traditionally right-handed, as in you do most things. You sign your name with your right hand and bat left-handed. We see quite a few players do that. Goofy-handed, if you want to use snowboarding terminology rather. Coming forward, Marsh is defending out to point. 3 dot balls from Madhushanka. This is a good start.
Now, the length Madhushanka ball there was full. Now, it's a different and difficult angle that he bowls. He gets it to curve in, and hence Marsh respectful of that. But such a length from over the wicket by a right armer who bowls fast and straight, he'd be hitting it over mid-off. That's the difference a left armer gives you, and that's why he's quite important. A point of difference.
Madhushanka running up. Left arm over, a little bit of width, and Marsh lays into that one, but hits it hard in the ground to cover on the bounce. And this World Cup has had a lot of left armers opening the bowling, swinging the ball into the pads of the right-handers. We've got Trent Boult doing it for New Zealand, Mitchell Starc doing it, Shaheen Shah Afridi doing it, Madhushanka here.
Johnny
Topley.
Bairstow's wicket last night.
Topley, Farooqi.
Yep, Topley, Fazal Haq Farooqi, who started the rot for England last night.
Think it's a must. A left armour.
Every team must have one. Bangladesh, of course, have Sharaful and
Mustafizur. Jansen.
Yep, absolutely. Full, driven by Marsh, but he can't time it. The ball goes to mid-on. He was aiming through mid-off. Again, that swing in. It might just be the Dutch. The Dutch don't have a left-arm seamer, do they?
No, they don't have a left-arm seamer. And India don't have a left-arm seamer, but they do have
Jasprit Bumrah.
Kuldeep Yadav, who's very effective left-arm wrist spinner.
I was just thinking you don't need a left-armer if you've got Bumrah because he can do anything. He could probably bowl left-arm and it'd still be good. But yes, Kuldeep, he bowled terrifically against Pakistan. Madhushankar. Up to Marsh, who's fishing outside the off stump, and that one goes on with the angle, goes across him and nearly takes the nick. So, an exercise in contrast. Kumara gets punted for 15 off his first over, and Madhushankar starts with a maiden at the other end. Australia are predictably 15 for none.
It holds its line, starts on around off stump, but hardly gets to Kusal Mendes. It doesn't bounce. That's the variable nature of this pitch.
That's a lovely bit of bowling, though, to have that variation. Phil Long.
David Warner just hit 10 off that first over. He's changed his bat.
He's changed his bat?
Yeah.
Didn't like the...
Just came out now.
Would have hit 15 if he'd had a different bat. Might have gone out of the ground. It's a huge stadium here. I don't think anybody would ever have hit one out of this ground. Certainly not with the roof on. I think Shreyas Iyer has the biggest hit so far at the World Cup. That one against Afghanistan that went 101 metres, I think. Pretty much lost that ball. So, a bowling change. Theekshana into the action. Spin in the third over. This is the kind of stuff we're here to see. He bowls into Warner, who's driving the ball down to long off for a single. Theekshana, tell us about him. Interesting operator. He's got the finger spin. He's got the off break that turns in, the carom ball that turns away. Other tricks?
Well, he's got one delivery that he flicks out of the front of his fingers that tends to wobble through the air. So don't be surprised if he tries that here with Mitch Marsh on strike, because it'll curve in and a little quicker than usual. Generally, you see that. Mujib tries that. Mujibur Rahman.
He bowls just back of a length, and Marsh is able to punch a single out through the covers. No, he'll get more than that because the dive doesn't save the run. The attempt at mid-off can't get there. And the ball rolls all the way out to the boundary for 4. They're 20 without loss, Australia. Mitchell Marsh moves his score up to 9.
Length on offer, and that's what allowed Mitchell Marsh to play that. But Lairu Kumara took forever to get down to that, and it skids off.
He's not having a great night. 15 off the first over, dragged, and now he's let a boundary through. Theekshana bowls to Marsh, who plays respectfully, defensively, out to point. Well, we saw Mujib get a wicket with that carom ball, that flicked ball last night. It was the Harry Brook wicket, wasn't it? The one that went away.
He gets that one to wobble in, and the usual one they flick is basically a leg cutter, a leg spinner.
Theekshana. Back of a length outside off, allowing Marsh to cut 4. This is poor bowling. He's bowled too short consistently, and he's been punished for it on this occasion, out through backward point by the time it crosses the rope. Marsh up to 13. Australia 24 in the third over.
So it's the ends that's the problem. Lairu Kumara went for 15 from there. Now Theekshana 9 or 4. Whereas Madhushankar from the other end, he's bowled one maiden.
Well, it is.
Let's not say he's bowling maidens.
It's called the club end, so Marsh does wield a club. He drives the ball back to the bowler on the bounce. No run there.
Forced to bring Theekshana in at this stage. Basically, would have liked to have a few overs from Lairu Kumara and Madhushankar so he can delay Theekshana. The only experienced bowler. He's played only 40 ODIs for Sri Lanka, so in that sense, not heaps behind him.
Theekshana gets his line a little straighter and the length just a touch fuller, and Marsh just keeps it out of his pads to finish that over. 9 runs from it, 24 without loss. And I do wonder about that captaincy decision as well. Yes, Kumara's gone for 15, okay, but if you drag your main fast bowler immediately without saying, well, let's give you one more opportunity to get things right, often you do see players who get tonked in one over come back and find their way through in the next. Maybe the batters are looking to be more aggressive than they might otherwise be. You can lure them into something. Give your bowler an opportunity to redeem themselves rather than have them kicking dirt and feeling like rubbish fielding at mid-off.
Now this is going to be interesting. The left-armer against the left-hander, David Warner. He's been striking it nicely. Change of bat as well.
He's got a slip, a gully effectively, and a backward point. So 3 behind point on the offside, as well as a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg, and a deep third. The left armer bowls in, hits the pad, it's going down leg side and high, you'd think. No, Joel Wilson says that's out. Fingers up, Warner will surely review this.
Didn't get up at all, and got to David Warner a lot quicker. It just hit him, and I do think Geoff Wilson's got this right.
If it's swinging in, so initially on the angle of the arm, I thought going down.
I think it's straightened down the line. If at all, the question is height. But David Warner's on the shorter side, and it would be clipping. Look, it straightens.
Have a look at this replay. It's surely that's missing leg stump.
Coming out.
That's just, it is straightening, but since there's a fair bit of angle.
It's hit him below the knee roll, but of course he's on his toes. The front leg is in the air.
He's jumping. Warner is jumping on his toes, but this pitch has kept very low at times.
Since it's been given out, Geoff, it just has to clip. And
can it swing back enough to clip leg stump, or will it go down?
It just looks like he's on the crease when it's hitting him, and probably from the angle that we see it, in front of middle and leg.
Stand by, Joel. Just waiting on ball tracking.
So ball tracking will be coming up. Warner was surprised perhaps by the pace of that ball. He's got his front foot off the ground, his back foot on the ground, and he's stabbing his bat across the line of his pads, desperately trying to catch up with the ball. Misses it. Ball tracking is having a lie-in.
Ball tracking coming
hits him in
now.
Front of leg stump, and it's just shaping the leg stump. It's an orange light, and the first wicket does fall. Madhushankar, the left armer, maiden first up, wicket with his 7th ball. Warner has something to say, yelling back towards Mitchell Marsh, I think, although it might have been directed at the umpire. Johnny Bairstow was very unhappy with the umpire walking off last night after he got an umpire's call on leg stump. So Warner shaking his head as he goes off. Well, it's still out, and it's still a correct decision. If it's hitting the stump by not much, it's still hitting the stump, 24 for 1.
And if he's so disappointed, they should have called back Sadira Samaravikrama as well.
You're not wrong there.
Whose dismissal was celebrated, and that's the way it is. When it goes in your favor, it's all good. But when it goes against you, it's a different explanation or different expectation, isn't it?
It's a different explosion at the moment, or expectoration, as David Warner's walking off the field, very volubly talking to no one in particular but himself. There's nobody within earshot, but he still has plenty to say. Steve Smith coming to the middle. He's wearing that neck protector on the back of the helmet that Cricket Australia made compulsory, which he didn't like to wear before. It's a new model of that, it looks like. 24 for 1 as Smith takes guard in the 4th over.
Yeah, while we wait for Steve Smith to walk out, I've been noticing that, or rather Phil's just pointed out too, that the spider cams come down. It's not crashed down, they've taken it down just to be extra careful with it. The wind, probably they expect it to pick up once again. Spider cam, of course, runs on those cables coming from those high places.
Yeah, well, if it was windy enough, it'd be like a pendulum on a grandfather clock out there. It'd be rocking side to side. The seasickness cam.
And hypnotize the batters. I guess that's the chance Sri Lanka might have in picking up a few more here.
Well, it might hypnotize people at the ground, and people watching at home would throw up.
Slip and a leg slip.
Interesting.
The feel in the deep is that deep square leg.
Madhushankar up to bowl to Smith, who's hit on the pad. They're going up in an appeal. Joel Wilson doesn't twitch. He says no.
Surely he can't. That hit him almost near in his stomach, I would think. That was very high, but got onto him very quickly. He's getting the ball to move Move sharply, Madhushanka. Look at that seam position.
Oh, beautiful swing. It hit him up on the thigh above the flap of the pad, but so it was never going to be given. But Madhushanka, something to cheer about. At least you can
at least
mentally
excited.
Well, you can.
The energy is good.
You can give the batter the feeling that you're getting on top of them. You've smashed them on the pads early. Smith, he's been smashed on the pads plenty of times. He's seen it all. He gets a fuller ball, gets a little inside edge on it. The ball ends up at backward point where it's fielded, but this is difficult stuff at the moment. They have to get through this spell from Madhushanka, who's keeping his team in the hunt at 24 for 1.
That kept very low. That was skidding through, and if it crashed into Smith's pads, that would have been another one.
Well, Joel Wilson has got a few right today.
All hits the stumps, that's for sure.
So that low bounce, how much of a factor will that be as we go on through the evening? Madhushanka to Smith, who drives it to short cover. There's no run there.
He's been good. This is the reason I told you. I like this young boy. He's only 22, so he can only get better. He can get quicker. And experience will make him a much, much better bowler. And when the others around him also settle in and they bowl as a unit, that's when he'll be reaping proper rewards, because right now there's no real pressure from the other end, is it?
10 balls he's bowled, hasn't conceded a run yet. Marsh on 13, watching on as Smith dips at the knees, waits for Madhushanka, who's being driven, and again it's fielded at cover. 11 balls without conceding a run. He's taken the wicket of Warner. LBW scored 11 off 6 balls, David Warner. Quick time. Might be partly why he was so frustrated to be given out when he felt like he was hitting the ball well early. It's not always easy to start well. Did start well.
Steve Smith does tend to go across his stumps and work it onto the leg side. That's why they got that leg slip in place.
Madhushanka bowls and swinging in, striking him on the pad. He's up and appealing, and he's given! Steve Smith's given on naught. Joel Wilson's finger points away to the dressing room again. And Madhushanka has Sri Lanka well and truly in the mix for this game. They're only defending 210.
And he doesn't review. He went down very, very slowly towards Marsh. But Marsh saying, look, that's crashing in full and straight. Bit of late swing. That's what beat Steve Smith. But it was a great passage of play from Madhushanka. Bowling a line and length that has had him guessing. It's hit him on the back pad, hasn't it?
That's perfect swing through the air. That angle, left arm over the wicket, gets it to pitch in line, straighten down the line of the stumps. It's hit him low on the pad. And a double wicket maiden for Madhushanka to follow the maiden that he bowled with his first over. So after 4 overs, Australia 24 for 2.
And what about that? Did say that I wasn't very confident Sri Lanka is going to defend this, because this type of chase tailor-made for Smith and Marnus. Well, Smith's gone for naught.
Smith's gone for naught. Labuschagne has a lot of work to do. This is the kind of chase, the kind of target that might suit him, but 2 down for not many. Madhushanka getting the new ball to swing. How long will it take before they can knock the swing out of that ball? That will be the first question in the minds of these Australians.
And Kusal Mendis reacting. He's gone back to Lahiru Kumara. Now, Madhushanka cannot continue to do this alone. Of course, it's a different ball that they're bowling from the other end, Lahiru Kumara. That's the ball that's taken a bashing. Now, Madhushanka has not conceded a single run. So he'll be having quite a new cherry in his hand at the moment. So it could last a little longer at this stage. But Lahiru Kumara has to step up at this time.
Alternatively, Australia need Mitchell Marsh to play a couple of shots against Madhushanka and try to bruise up that new ball a little bit. He hits the ball so hard. 24 for 2.
But the way, the lines and lengths and the swing that Madhushanka is getting, he would prefer Marsh to come at him.
Absolutely. It's a battle of priorities at this point. But Kumara will bowl to Marsh first. Under pressure now. And he smacks it backward, a point for 4. Vintage Mitchell Marsh shot. He's so powerful through that area. Behind square on the offside. Crashes that big bat down on the ball. And the ball scorches away. They've got a couple of fielders behind point. Neither of them even moved by the time that flashed past them. 28 for 2. He's up to 17.
He's just fast and straight, Lairu Kumara, and the angle so much easier when the ball's not moving to pick up. We were discussing left armers and right armers. This just comes straight into his body. There was not a lot of width. It was on his front foot, riding the bounce. Deep point in place, deep square leg. There's no third man on the boundary.
Slip and a short third for Marsh, waiting for Kumara and getting it bottom edge, and Labuschagne doesn't call him through for the single as Warner did previously. The bottom edge just rolling back past the stumps to keep it quickly in. Kusal Mendes just getting a replay of the Smith dismissal, and yep, it pitches just inside the line of the leg stump, and it's taking out middle and leg. No doubt about that one. Steve Smith does love a review, especially an LBW review, but there was no point sending that one upstairs. 28 for 2 the score. Marsh on 17. Labuschagne yet to face.
And sometimes when it's hard, when the ball's doing a lot and you're not really sure, the best place to bat is from the non-strikers in, Geoff.
Kumara up to Marsh, who drives the ball along the ground. Again, it's very solidly hit, but they've got deep backward point out there. They'll turn for a second, run back on the arm, and that's excellent running from the Australian pair as well. The sweeper out there, but can't keep them to 1. 30 for 2 as Marsh goes up to 19. Phil Long.
And in his 23rd innings, that's Steve Smith's first World Cup duck.
Wow. Never been out for naught in the World Cup before. Steve Smith opens his account today. If you play for long enough, you'll make a few. Kumara, top of the mark. 7 in the ring. Deep square leg and deep point. The 2 on the boundary. Kumara bowls full. Driven by Marsh for 4. Through extra cover this time. He's peppering the offside boundary. And Kumara, he's a slot machine at the moment. 34 for 2 as Marsh goes up to 23 from 17 balls.
Just throw downs. Yes, he's quick, but that's of no use at this level. You've got to get the ball to do something, create different angles maybe. But the predictability of Kumara just playing into Mitch Marsh's hands. You said peppering. Sometimes it gives the impression that he's hitting his way. No, these are good cricketing shots. They're just leaning into it, but you know, Mitch Marsh, when he hits it, it just flies.
Short ball might be coming up, and if it is, it might be going out of the ground. Loves the hook shot. Kumara does bowl a little back of a length, but not a proper bouncer, and Marsh drops it away to cover point and runs through for a single. 1 ball to come in the over. Labuschagne will face his first. Australia 35 for 2. They need 210 to win. Marsh on 24. Warner was out. Smith was out. 2 wickets to fall. Both LBW to Madashankar.
2 wickets to fall, 35 runs scored, and they've all been scored from the same end.
There you go. We're in the 5th over of the game, and there hasn't been a run scored from the association end, they're calling it.
One's the run-making end, the other's the wickets end. Can rename them.
Kumara tries to finish the over well to Labuschagne, who flicks down the leg side. He might be caught. They're going up. So does the finger. 3 wickets fall.
He reviews
immediately. Australia, though. Goodness me, what a start this has been. Kumara's up. The Sri Lankan team gather. The Australian batters get together. Labuschagne has a big smile on his face, so he's confident. He's laughing about something.
He's got to know. He's got to know whether he hit it or not, and the reaction suggests that it's hit him somewhere, probably the thigh pad. Kusal Mendes had a long way to go to the leg side and took a brilliant take, though.
Reviewed one in Chennai that he hit. Marnus Labuschagne sweep across the line and nicked it.
Looks like he's missed this one, though.
This one has missed the bat, surely, and it's flicked. It's the old trouser pocket flick, which has got many a batsman sent down the river over the years before DRS, the old trouser pocket.
On the left-hand side and clips the thigh pad. Thank you.
So thigh pad is the call.
Umpire, Chris, I'm going to need you to overturn your decision. Your on-screen signal now.
And that will be overturned. So Labuschagne survives. Kumara has his Christmas present taken away. After 5 overs, it's 35 for 2. Marsh 24. Labuschagne yet to score. Carlos Brathwaite's come in to join us, and I'm immediately leaving so that Nikesh Rughani can take up the chat with him.
Oh, shades of last night. Shades of last night. Struggled to 200 odd. And then a left arm seamer starting a little bit of a collapse. Could we see another upset, Nikesh?
Well, the way Madhushankar's bowling, 2 for none from his 2 overs so far. Not a run scored from this end. And that last delivery from Kumara just striking the trouser pocket there of Labuschagne. So given out, overturned on review. Madhushankar then into Marsh, who punches this off the back foot square out towards the deep point boundary for 4. Well, he's played a couple of those so far this evening, and he's batting on a different pitch to everyone else.
Yeah, I think he's the key. I love the intent, though. I love the way he's come out tonight and trying to get on top of the bowling. I felt in the first couple of games a little tentative, and he's been served up some pies from Kumara, but that was a real good shot from Madhushankar, who's been swinging the ball back. But again, just real solid intent. He raced to 28 off 19, and I think he holds the key to get him off to a good start and ultimately get him over this 210. There's a chase.
Madhushankar was just a little bit shorter than he has been. This time goes full, wraps him on the pads, and that one perhaps just swinging down the leg side. There was a half appeal from the bowler, but he's still getting it to talk.
Yeah, Joe Wilson is under... He looks like he's under pressure. And obviously David Warner was visibly upset. But it was umpire's call, and I think he's more upset with the fact that probably Kushal Pereira was given not out when it was going on to hit. Then if you were sure that it was going on to hit as an Australia team, use a review. But you obviously couldn't be sure. You had 15 extra seconds than Joe Wilson did. You didn't review it. That's your fault, not his.
Indeed, as Madhushankar again gets one to swing in late and full to Marsh, who digs this one out well. It's almost like watching Wasim Akram in his prime, this.
He'll appreciate that compliment, I'm sure. And 6 wickets. Top 5 in the most wickets for this World Cup. Jasprit Bumrah 8. Mitch Santner and Matt Henry all share that top position with 8 wickets. Hassan Ali second technically with 7, and Madhushankar third, or wherever you look at it, 5th with 6 wickets.
Hassan Ali with 7 wasn't meant to be in the squad, was he? If Naseem Shah was fit, always seems to find a way on the big stage, Hassan Ali. World Cups, Champions Trophies. Madhushankar goes slightly wide this time. It's driven. It's slightly fumbled there at extra cover, so they'll get through for at least 1. And they will settle just for the single. Strange vibes, as we mentioned before, here in Lucknow at the stadium, with the entire bottom tier on both sides of the ground being evacuated, really, because of the falling debris from the tops of the roofs there. Some of those plastic hoardings being blown off in the strong gusts of wind that we had. Dust storm, sandstorm, bit of thunder, lightning, bit of rain as well. It's all been happening.
All sorts. It does make it look a little bit more packed if you look from the middle tier up only.
Yes.
You got a few sets of crowd or cluster together.
Madhushankar then into Labuschagne this time, who leaves one alone just outside off, and then sort of shadow plays the front foot drive and the forward defensive. This will be interesting as well. Marnus Labuschagne yet to get off the mark, just a couple of deliveries faced. Was initially given out down the leg side, but ball was nowhere near the edge of his bat.
I feel as though this is such an important partnership for Australia. Mitch Marsh obviously can get that run rate right down, and Labuschagne could be that anchor. He would ideally be targeting a 70 off 100 and 120 balls or so, and Radinka bringing the game home.
Madhushankar again goes full and straight, gets one to swing back in. Labuschagne flicks it away down to fine leg. He's coming back through for 2 as well. That's really good running. The throw was not bad into the keeper's end. Labuschagne was quick off the mark, called 2 immediately. So 7 from that Madhushankar over. A rare one. First runs that he's conceded so far in Sri Lanka after 6 overs, 42 for 2. Phil Long.
Now Mitchell Marsh's highest score in World Cup cricket. Played 3 games back in 2015. He made 23, a duck, an 8. In this World Cup so far, another duck, a 7. And tonight he's 29 not out. As I say, that's his highest score in World Cup cricket.
I remember being in Perth for the 2015 World Cup. And obviously the Marsh family originates from Western Australia. There's a cab driver telling me how good this kid is going to be in the future. It's taken some time, but he's getting there.
Yes, it's been quite difficult on him, to be honest. You always felt as though when you look at Australian domestic cricket, he always stands apart. We feel as though he was earmarked for that all-rounder slot, albeit being more of a batter for Western Australia and an out-and-out all-rounder. And it felt as though he got caught in that little mire, similar to Steve Smith starting as a leg spinner. I think he's now found his true calling as a batter who could add depth to the bowling stops as opposed to an out-and-out all-rounder. I think Cameron Green has come and taken some of the weight. Marcus Stoinis a little before him. Sean Abbott waiting in the wings, taking that all-rounder slot for themselves.
Bit of spin for the first time with Will Alagay into the attack with his left arm spin, round the wicket to Marsh, who drives down to long off, takes the single. This will be interesting because we saw Adam Zampa take 4 earlier. Maxwell was getting a little bit of purchase as well. And this guy, if he gets it right, can be very, very dangerous for this Australian lineup.
Yeah, he reminds me so much of Shakib Hassan. Just subtle changes of pace. If you watch it on telly, you wouldn't think anything drastic is happening. Looks fairly ordinary, run of the mill, but he's just one on one spot, pitching on off, turning away, and the other one pitching on off, similar length, but tracking straight back onto the stump. And that's the difference between hitting the middle of the bat and potentially beating the inside edge.
Well, they get into Labuschagne this time. It's full, it's driven, it's really well fielded in his follow-through. Diving away to his left there and saving at least a run. We'll need quite a lot more of that, Sri Lanka. Not many runs to play with here. 210 the target. And this time a little bit shorter with his length, and Labuschagne again defending off the front foot. 43 for 2 midway through this 7th over. Slip in place. A deep square leg. And a long off, the 2 men on the boundary. This time it's slung in a bit quicker and again defended by Labuschagne. The one luxury I suppose Australia have got is not a big target. They can take their time.
Yeah, that's why I think they need to get both these wickets. Mitch Marsh for the aggression and Labuschagne for the solidity.
Labuschagne this time works a way out to that fielder at deep backward square. Gets a single. 44 for 2. Good player of spin as well, Labuschagne.
Do you follow him on social media?
A little bit.
He does the strangest things.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just minus Labuschagne, isn't it?
Yeah, proper cricket badger. And he loves his coffee as well.
He does. He takes his coffee and coffee machine everywhere he goes. They are snobs, though, aren't they, these Australians? Got Geoff Lemon sitting to the right of me as this one's worked down the ground to long off to end the over with a single. 7 overs gone, 45 for 2. Australia. I remember when they were over for this summer in England for the World Test Championship first and then the Ashes, and all they did, these Australian journalists, was moan about the coffee in London, as if you can't get a single cup of coffee that's decent enough for them to drink, not just in London, across the whole of the UK.
And funny enough, most of the coffee snobs, they don't like the traditional chains of Starbucks, the Nero, the Costa.
Oh yeah, you can't
prefer
do
those
that.
little boutique coffee shops where there's a little bit more care, a little bit more attention, I reckon, rather than the run-of-the-mill chains. And I don't know the difference. I just order black coffee or Americano and I'm away.
As long as it's got caffeine in it.
I think there's more the caffeine than the coffee itself.
Yeah. Give you that little hit in the morning. Although in India, it's all about the masala chai.
Oh no, for me it's a cardamom.
Cardamom,
is the
okay.
winner.
Well, either one. At least you're going a bit traditional with it. Those small glass cups in the morning give you the wake-up boost you need. It's Madhushankar to continue. It's a big swipe and an inside edge from Marsh to short fine leg, no run.
I had a chai when I was here for the previous game. Very heavy in clove. Clove bite to it.
Bit of a Lucknow thing,
Yeah,
I
so.
believe. Although in most parts of India, you get the little small glass, almost shots of tea, really. They call it cutting chai, which is like half a cup of tea.
Well,
very sweet.
Well, in where we have the dining room there, actually, when I press my cardamom, it only fills the very small teacup halfway.
Yeah, yeah. Cutting portion, they call it. Madhushankar is in short delivery, and Marsh pulls out of the pull shot. Was initially looking to maybe pull or hook that one down towards fine leg. Got a little bit big on him at the last moment, so well left in the end. 31 from 26, Mitchell Marsh.
We talk about Rohit Sharma and his pull, but I think Mitch Marsh is right up there when it comes to playing the hook shot. And even the position he got into just now, where he got just beside it to be able to help it along if he wanted to, or really get up and under it and slap it for six, much like Rohit Sharma would. And you mentioned him growing up in Western Australia, learning straight at the whacker.
Yep.
Many a short ball he would have faced, but technically he's so sound. And remember my dad telling me about hooking. My dad is really short and loves to cut and to hook and to pull. And he'd always say he doesn't like the invention of helmets for the way it's taken the hook out of cricket, because they're accustomed on wet wickets, the ball popping to get inside the line of the ball and pick it up and help it, which is why fine leg became such a important fielding position. Now you find deep backward square because guys are more accustomed leaning into the ball and slapping cross batted. So it's almost a slap and a pull more than a hook.
Yeah, it was almost a bit of evasive action as well when you're playing that hook shot, because if you don't hit it, it's going to hit you.
So you get inside, and then much like Marsh did, if it raises a bit more than you want, you could always leave it, and if it levels out nicely by the shoulder, you can help it up or you can cover it down.
Madhushankar then charges in once more, goes a bit fuller this time, and it's defended to that short mid-wicket fielder for no run. So your dad was is a short man. Where did you get your height from?
My mum.
Your mum.
He used to be teased a lot at cricket. Obviously, I was young, I didn't understand, but there was a lot of reference to the milkman.
Okay.
But I can attest
uncalled for.
with how aggressive he is and how aggressive I am. Yeah, I don't think it was any jackets are wrong. I think I'm definitely his son, albeit getting my height from my mum and my granddad from her side.
Madhushankar goes full once more, and this is an inside edge onto pad from Marsh to short fine. Gets the single. There's a bit of chanting going on from some sections of the crowd, I think, over to our right there. Getting into the spirit of things. So a few yellow shirts in amongst that cluster there. I saw an Australian flag earlier.
There's one saying Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. Not sure if it was that or just some of the Indian fans chanting one or two of the players' names.
Well, Warner is a fan favourite in India now, isn't
big time, big time. Especially in Hyderabad for what he did with the Sunrisers. This is full outside off and swings back in. Labuschagne leaves it alone at the last moment. Good judgment, 46 for 2.
During COVID, he started to do all these dance moves, brought the family in.
Yes.
A few Bollywood brands probably reached out to him and got him to do all these face swaps with popular Bollywood movies and artists, and yeah, he had some good fun during lockdown, engaging with the Indian market and the Indian cricket fans.
Yeah, it's a massive market, and commercially makes sense, right? Madhushankar then to complete this over into Labuschagne, who flicks past short fine leg. There is a fielder there at deep square. He's not going to get round to it. It was Thikshana trying to cut that one off, but lovely timing there from Labuschagne. Brings up the half century for Australia as well. 50 for 2 after 8 overs, 210 the target, and just straying in his line a little bit there.
Yeah, nicely clipped away, and Spoke about that field change, square leg as opposed to fine leg, and you can see the athleticism or lack thereof from Tikshana. You're probably better David Warner and Marcus Stoinis could have probably gotten around to that one, but Tikshana didn't even get close. Nicely played from Labuschagne, just waiting until it swung back into him and then almost essaying a clip off the legs and not really trying to fight the swing but just playing it as it swung into him. Good technique.
Will Alligator to continue then from the far end, from the club end. And he comes round the wicket to Marsh, just back of the length, and it's guided, just backward of point, but there is a fielder there inside the ring, prevents the single. It's going to be a key 10 overs, you feel, from the left arm spinner. Did see a little bit of turn earlier on from the likes of Zampa and Glenn Maxwell. This time goes a little bit outside the off stump, and Marsh again can't beat the infield there in the covers. This is how you put the strangle on, isn't it? Just get through the overs quick, try and dry up the runs, create a bit of pressure. This one's a little bit shorter, and you don't want to bowl there to Mitchell Marsh. Pulls it just to the right of mid-on. Just picks his spot really, and away for 4 towards the Australian dugout.
Yeah, quality shot, waiting on the length. I think that's what done him there. A little bit of turn, and because of that turn they have a long off employed, so that second man is a long off instead of long on, and Mitch Marsh knew once he got a good bat on it, whether through or over, that'll be 4.
And as he responds, he goes a bit fuller, and it's just gently knocked into the offside. No run. 54 for 2 in the 9th over. Malalague continues here around the wicket. Again, slightly short outside off, and it's been cut away in front of point for 4. Again, Mitchell Marsh, you just cannot bowl short. It wasn't all that short, but just slightly back of the length. A little bit of width off it as well, and he punishes him.
Yeah, I would probably love to see a change of field. Have that long on back, have the mid-wicket in, and that's Will Alligator bowl really straight to Mitchell Marsh. If it does spin, it still can take the top of off, but essentially if you do drop short, you're asking him to pull to one of those 2 men or really back away and give himself room to play that punch that he loves.
Alligator goes short again, and once again it's been pulled in front of mid-wicket for 4 runs. Mitchell Marsh is having a bit of a ball here against the left-arm spin of Will Alligator. 12 from that over, 9 gone. Australia now marching on, 62 for 2, an early scare with the loss of those 2 wickets. This partnership now worth 38 runs from just 30 balls between Mitch Marsh and Marnus Labuschagne. And in a low chase like this, Carlos, I mean, that could be the game, really, this partnership.
You just have to get Mitchell Marsh out. He can take the game away from you, and you don't expect him to be the person to score 140, 150, but the rate of knots that he'll get his score at, even if he gets 65, 70, that'll break the back of the chase and allow Australia to walk the game home. So they need to get him out. Obviously, Labuschagne is a different proposition, just as important to get him out, but I think Marsh is priority at the moment.
Madhushanka to continue, wide slip in place, and this is a play and a miss from Labuschagne, expecting the ball to swing into him, but this one just going across the right-hander from over the wicket. Look, the biggest threat so far, Madhushanka, 2 for 12 from his 4.1 overs, but if the ball does stop swinging, then that threat might perhaps be gone.
Yeah, and it's good to see him still putting the ball in good areas, much like that last ball. Even if it doesn't swing and track back and hit the stump, with a slip in place, you give yourself the chance of getting that edge. But majority of his balls are hitting the stump. That's where it brings the other one into play.
This one just back of the length, and Labuschagne just defending off the back foot. We are, of course, at the stadium here in Lucknow, new stadium. Full name, Carlos, don't know if there's a longer name in world cricket for a stadium. The Bharat Ratna Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee Ekana Cricket Stadium in Lucknow. I mean, the in Lucknow bit is optional. It's pretty long. I mean, if anyone knows of a longer stadium name, do get in touch at BBC TMS on Twitter. Madhushankar in once again, short, and Labuschagne, well, he leaves alone and then plays the hook shot once the ball has gone way past him.
Well, talking about stadium names, my daughter's name is Eden, after Eden Gardens, for obvious reasons. I remember Pollard congratulating me on the birth of my daughter, and then using reference to Eden Gardens, saying that if his son had to be named whatever the name of the Hyderabad cricket stadium is, which is when he burst onto the scene with his 80-yard, that would be some crazy, ridiculous name, so he wasn't afforded that opportunity.
In comes Madhushankar again, and this time Labuschagne tries to steal a single. There, a point. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end. He puts in the dive. Throw misses anyway. That would have been tight with a direct hit. There's really no need to be trying to steal singles there into the offside at this stage.
And this is where you need to take your half chances as a team. A low total, little bit of hesitation, and if they'd hit, Labuschagne would have been gone. Those are what you need to capitalise on. You think that David Warner sprinting 25 yards and then diving and taking a catch, creating half chances or chances out of half chances and taking them. It would have been tight, back bounced a bit. Still think you'd have been gone. And Sri Lanka would be ruining that opportunity.
Madhushankar goes full, and this time Marsh drives to mid-off, does take the quick single. So it doesn't come in, and well, it looks as though it's been declared safe, I think, for the crowd to disperse from the top tier into the bottom tier, and there's a mass exodus from those top tiers at the moment. They're all trying to get front row seats here to watch Mitch Marsh and Marnus Labuschagne up against the Sri Lankan bowlers. More so from the left-hand side of the ground. There was in fact, they're coming from the right-hand side now as well. I mean, we've seen some crazy stuff here this evening. I'm just glad there's been no injuries reported or anything like that. Right, Madhushankar to complete the over. Goes full again, and Labuschagne defends this time to mid-off. 10 overs gone. Australia then chasing 210 for victory, are 64 for 2 after 10. I'll leave you with Carlos Brathwaite, and in a moment, Simon Mann.
Australia in the ascendancy, 64 for 2. Good power play. This is what you wanted. Attack the power play as though it's a normal game, regardless of the scenario. They've gone at 6+ and over, and they've now given themselves a quite easier path to victory in the second power play.
Sri Lanka, they had a strange innings really, 125 for no wicket, and then they lost the last 9 wickets for 52. Australia ramping up the pressure, 4 for Zampa today. Australia losing 2 early ones. Warner out for 11, Smith for 0. The left arm swingers of Madhushankar have not been able to build on that, Sri Lanka. Here is Tikshana going in, bowling a short ball outside the off stump, which is clubbed away out towards deep backward point. And there's 1 more run to the total. Marsh goes to 46 from 36 balls, and Australia 65 for 2 in the 11th over. It feels as though everything's quietened down weather-wise now, with the indication being, you know, with the spectators coming back to the bottom tier, that the organisers seen the radar and any storms, rain, lightning, dust storms,
sand,
whatever it is, gone. Yeah, ice, snow. Tikshana bowls, clipped away by Labuschagne through mid-wicket for at least 1, probably 2. Yeah, they're coming back to the second. There was a hesitation in the last over between these two that should have caused a run out, and there was a fraction of hesitation there as well. So there was probably 2 1/4 in that run, in that shot out towards deep mid-wicket. So they had a bit of slack to come back for the second. 67 for 2 in the 11th over. Tikshana, who is Sri Lanka's main spinner, goes in now to bowl to Labuschagne. Labuschagne back thick edging that through point for a single. Just emphasising Carlos's point about, you know, the field is back now, so there are more gaps. And that was a full shot really by Labuschagne, thickish outside edge, and he gets an easy single because there's a big gap between backward point and extra cover. Sri Lanka obviously need wickets. They need to bowl Australia out. but the field is just set back at the moment, and Australia can just work it around. The win predictor has Australia at 82%. There's 68 for 2 in the 11th. Deekshana bowls, pushes that through. Marsh stands up, forces it down the ground for his 47th run, and Australia to 69 for 2 in the 11th over. I suppose the other thing about the spectators coming back to the lower tier, imagine the organisers were going, we need to make this look a bit better on television, because it just looks as though, if you're watching on TV, it looks like there's no one in the ground. There's no one, or was no one in the bottom tier. Labuschagne waits. Deekshana bowls from short outside the off stump, guided away on the bounce towards backward point, and there is no run.
I just wonder if for Deekshana to Labuschagne, if it's possible to bring mid-on up and just test the ego a little bit of Labuschagne.
Yeah. Deekshana bowls. Labuschagne tries to force. Again, there's an easy single, despite the fact he doesn't time that at all. Goes out to deep cover. Well, Alagay is the fielder out there, who was dealt with quite severely in that over. Mitchell Marsh, he bowled 2-3 overs ago. Marsh muscled him out towards deep mid-wicket a couple of times. 70 for 2, Australia. They've had 11 overs. Marsh 47, Labuschagne 12. Listening on 5 Sports Extra in the UK, ABC Sport, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Listen app in Australia. And it's going Australia's way, as it needs to do for them, and I suppose the same is true for Sri Lanka. I suppose our expectations surrounding Australia are just greater because of the quality of their side, their World Cup history. And Sri Lanka, one of those outsiders in this competition, but you feel they should go well in these sorts of conditions. But they've lost their opening 2 matches. Pakistan and South Africa. Right, well, Alagay's into the attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men inside the circle for Alagay, and we've also got a slip in as well. So just 3 outsides. They have brought someone up now. Mid-on is up inside the circle, and Alagay goes in and bowls to Labuschagne, who waits to watches a slow turner, goes back and guides it out towards deep cover. Just allowed that to come to him, just straighten a fraction, and guided it away for a single.
Yeah, I love that field for Alagay. More so for Deekshana, he has a bit more mystery about him. You want to almost force Labuschagne to feel as though the only option is to try to get a single and potentially look to go across the line and get one over mid-wicket. But with Alagay, I like to see him bowl a little straighter as well. His threat is going to be attacking both edges, inside and outside, and potentially running onto the pad with the arm ball. Needs to keep it wicket to wicket.
The extra man out for Marsh. Well, Alagay goes in and bowls. Left arm round, and Marsh goes back and clubs him out towards deep extra covers. A diving save in the deep by Patham Nissanka. Keeps it down to 2. Such a strong player, Marsh. Muscling that away through extra cover. Takes him to 49. And Australia to 73 for 2 in the 12th over. So we've got deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and deep cover. The field's outside the circle. Alagay bowls to Marsh, who clubs that one away, and there's his half century. Hits it out towards deep cover. The Sanka is there again. Any reaction? No. I think the chap on the PA has got to draw the attention of the spectators to the fact there's a half century from Marsh. Marsh knew, he was sitting for the dressing room. They were clapping in the Australia dressing room. A half century for Marsh after 39 balls and 9 fours. Well, Alagay now bowls to Labuschagne, and Labuschagne can play that off the back foot as well, guiding it out towards deep cover. So only 2 Sri Lankans really in operation in this over. Well, Alagay the bowler, and Patham Nissanka on the deep cover boundary. 75 for 2, 12th over, 210 to win for Australia. It looked like it was going to be 300 at one stage. Sri Lanka were 157 for 1. Well, Alagay bowls to Marsh. Marsh is pushing that one, looking to guide it or drop it into the offside. Beaten. There's a bit of turn there for Will Alagay. I think, anyway, I don't think Marsh is holding the bat inside the line. I think he was just looking to push it. Yeah, he was just looking to push it into the offside.
Beaten.
Marsh composes himself, just walked away for a moment. Well, Alagay Bowls to Marsh, and Marsh is right forward that time, playing towards extra cover more cautiously than the ball before. He was just looking over the face and dab it a bit. End of the over from Mullalagay, 75 for 2 after 12 overs. Australia seeking to take down Sri Lanka's 209 all out.
Yeah, I prefer the last 2 balls from Mullalagay. Tighter, a little bit fuller as well. It looks like a pitch that if you bowl it into the wicket, it really sits up and just waits to be hit. You want to get it a little fuller than a good length and operate from there. Lengthwise, you want to be fuller, and line-wise, you want to be straighter. Ask them to hit across. Think about how many balls and how many LBWs we've had, and not only in this game, but in tournament overall. That is your line of attack, I reckon, with ball in hand.
Right, Tikshana's going to bowl a new over from the club end. And he bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne guides that away nicely, crisply towards deep cover. Australia, that's all they need to do really against the spinners for now. Just knock them around. We're not far away from having a completed match, so another 7.5 overs. Australia will be relieved when we get there because of some of the weather issues we've had today, because this is a game that, you know, looked at and thought, yeah, we've got to win this game. 76 for 2. Marsh on 50. Tikshana bowls. He plays French cricket there. Marsh dropping it away into the offside, getting the bat right out in front of the pad. There's no run. Tikshana in his 3rd over. Marsh steps away and then settles over his bat. Moves in to bowl to Tikshana to Marsh, and Marsh covers up, defends it back up the onside of the pitch. And there is no run.
I think what Sri Lanka can create in this little period is something where we see, similar to what we saw Kuldeep and Jadeja do in the game against Pakistan. Just rush through the overs, get through 5-6 overs with not much damage, and then let the pressure start to build.
Tikshana to Marsh. Oh, that keeps a bit low. Marsh trying to force into the offside, like a thick inside edge onto the pad there. Ball rolled away into the offside, and there was no run. Sri Lanka hunting wickets. Kusal Mendes captaining the side tonight, batting at 3 and keeping wicket. Hard work in these conditions.
Too much time between deliveries, get on with it, try to...
Tikshana bowls. Marsh pushes towards extra cover, and there's no run. Jadeja's very good at that, isn't he? Just getting back to his mark, turning, running in and bowl. Dot ball.
Within a space of 2 minutes, overdone.
Yeah. Running back and bowling it. You know, he's so good at it. You see it in the IPL sometimes. And in T20, you really feel the pressure building. There's Tikshana bowling. Marsh defending again into the onside to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 3 overs from Tikshana now. 0 for 16. And Australia, after 13 overs, are 76 for 2. But they are in control of this match at the moment. Sri Lanka need probably a couple of quick wickets here to really start to make Australia fret. Marsh 50, Labuschagne is on 15, Warner out for 11, Smith for 0. On a day that we've seen just about everything really. We've seen collapses and we've seen extraordinary weather. At the end of it, it looks like Australia are well placed.
Just watching Sri Lanka walk around in between overs, and someone needs to get to long on now. The batters are at the crease waiting. Someone is still waiting to run to mid-on or long on. Well, mid-on because it's Labuschagne on strike. Can they do that a bit quicker? Can they cut down those times between overs, between balls, and really ramp the pressure up? Field still being adjusted, batters waiting. So not only this eats into your time allotted and potentially puts you overs behind, but also gives the batters a little bit of breathing space.
Mullalagay bowls, Labuschagne back, stroking it up to long off the back foot. Easy single. Kumara lobs the ball in with Labuschagne on strike. There is that extra fielder inside the circle. Sri Lanka persisting with a slip for both right-handers, but the long on goes back for Mitch Marsh. And here goes Mullalagay bowls, and Marsh hits it off the back foot up towards long off for another single.
I think there's a sub on the field.
There is.
Karunaratne.
Yeah. He's the fielder at long on. Trying to work out who's off the field. These players slip on and slip off so readily. It's very hard to keep track of it. It's not like you see in football where they hold the big cards up, and you can see players coming on and off. I know that's permanent substitutions. Willalagay bowls to Labuschagne, and Labuschagne is forward, very cautiously there, playing it back to the bowler, who picks up. No run there. Sides are neck and neck at this stage in their innings, but Sri Lanka had that collapse. Tossed up by Willalagay, turned into the onside by Labuschagne. Just manoeuvring the ball to the right of mid-wicket for another single. 78, 79 for 2 in the 14th over. Long on goes back again. Labuschagne to 17 with that single. Marsh on 51. He's making Willalagay wait. He's breaking up his rhythm. Willalagay bowls. Marsh is back. There's a shout for LBW there. Marsh bends down, picks the ball up and lobs it to the keeper. And the captain behind the stump says, well, what do you think? Shall we go for this?
On first glance, it looks like it's sliding. We got to do... yeah, not much going for it, I reckon.
No, it did straighten,
yeah,
but it was hitting him outside the line of leg stump. 79 for 2, last ball of the 14th. Willalagay bowling to Marsh. Pitter-patter run-up bowls. Marsh back into his stumps, guiding this up towards mid-wicket. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 79 for 2, 14 gone. Marsh 51. Labuschagne on 17. It's time for a change. Geoff Lennon's coming in after a ball from Carlos Brathwaite.
I like the way Willalagay has tightened up his line, causing a few problems. Ball not spinning a great deal, but when you are wicket to wicket as a finger spinner, it's the subtle bits of lateral movement off the deck that could create a little bit of nick to the keeper, nick to the slip that's in place, or inside edge, or even beat the inside edge and go through the gate or onto the pad.
Start of a new over. It's Labuschagne on strike on the back foot, and he's cutting the ball away from Theekshana out to deep point for a single. Just need Labuschagne to do exactly what he's doing, tick it over. Marsh 51 from 49. Been super impressive today. Strikes the ball so cleanly. Such a sense of power every time he hits it. Phil Long.
And of course the first 50 by an Australian in this World Cup.
Now there's a stat. Theekshana bowling from the club end, fittingly, to Mitchell Marsh, who's on the front foot playing it back to the bowler. Even his forward defensive shot is hard. The solidity to the stroke.
The Bison?
Yes. Aptly named. He's a hugely solid chunk of human being. Theekshana bowls with width, cracked away by Marsh on the cut shot behind point. Will be fielded out there. They'll turn for a second. They'll have to hustle. There might be trouble at the striker's end. I think he's gone here. Mitchell Marsh throws his head back. The Sri Lankans are mobbing one another. There wasn't a second there, but the throw from the deep was quick and flat. They're having a look at this on the TV.
Striker's end.
First thoughts, Carlos?
Side angle, please, for the run out.
It's very close. Mitchell Marsh doesn't look too happy. He's actually walking back, and we haven't seen the replayers yet.
Well,
the Sri Lankans are in a huddle.
He must know.
Thank you.
He's out of the frame as the ball comes into the keeper's gloves, going backwards with the momentum, and Marsh is well short. Could that be a turning point for Australia?
Was that second run there? No. Was it necessary? No. I love the intent of dipping and looking, but then do you need to run that second run? I also want to point out the technique from the keeper, Kushal Mendes. And this, a few years in England, we saw this come into play where keepers take the ball in front of the stump. They have that back leg by the stump, and you catch the ball in front of the stump and drag it onto the stump. And it's so easy for that back leg to disturb the bails or your elbow on route to the stump. But Kushal Mendes very skillfully and very technically getting into a really good position. And I heard James Foster talk about it. It creates more direct hits. So actually they didn't have to let the ball pass the stump, catch it, and then take it back. He dragged it from the throw on its way to the stump. He caught it, ripped the bails off, no time wasted. And it's good skill from Sri Lanka. Even the throw being one bounce, hitting the edge of the square, skipping on to the keeper. Everything about that run out from a Sri Lanka sense was fantastic, and that is what you talk about, turning half chances into run-outs, into opportunities.
So he's run out for 52. He gets the first run of the double credited to him, and then he's dismissed attempting the second. 81 for 3 is the score. It was Karunaratne with the good throw from deep backward point. It wasn't a direct hit, but it was the next best thing, and as Carlos Brathwaite says, taken in front of the stumps. We saw Josh Buttler using that method over the last few years. The idea being that you cut down on time, you take the ball in front of the stumps and pull the gloves back. You're not waiting for the ball to pass the stumps and then taking it forward again. So Carlos Brathwaite will take a break. Russell Arnold is back to join us at a moment of celebration for Sri Lanka. A good piece of ground fielding.
Yeah, they needed that, and the wicket they needed because Mitch Marsh was the one they were struggling to bowl to. His counter-attacking approach put Sri Lanka under tremendous pressure. As with Manas, though, they're able to get through a couple of overs. And now, making inroads, Josh English is the new batter. That'll leave Maxwell, Stoinis, and another 110 runs, though. They've got to have to field and bowl better than they have been doing now to actually defend this total.
Well, the pressure on Josh Inglis will be considerable. He's come into the team after one match of this World Cup. Alex Carey started the tournament, dropped after one game. Inglis came in, failed against South Africa, bowled by a beauty from Kahisa Rabada. I think he was out for 5 from memory. 81 for 3 now the score, and a job falls to him batting at number 5 in this order to try to take them closer to that target. Just having a look at that replay again. The second run, he goes for it immediately, Mitchell Marsh. He's heading back for it, and they did run really well in the innings up until that point. They were judging it well. Maybe just weren't anticipating such a good throw. It was right by the stumps.
And what Charmika Karunaratne also did was he hit the pitch on the side, and he did skid off quicker. It was Mitch Marsh's call. On the turn, Manas stopped and looked, thinking, oh, hey, you're coming, so I'm going. That's what Manas did there.
Yeah, Mitchell Marsh, there was no hesitation. He was always steaming back for the second, but it hasn't worked out for him today. He played so well. A bit like Gurbaz last night, it always feels like a waste when a player's really smoking the ball and then they end up dismissed in that fashion. So Tikshana will bowl to Inglis, who's edging past the slip. He'll get runs here. He might get 4 of them. The ball rolls down to the rope and he will get a boundary. Streaky, but he's in the book. 85 for 3 Australia.
It did fly off the edge, but very, very wide of Dhananjaya De Silva. Sri Lanka got 6 in the circle. New batter, right thing to do. And one that's pitched up. Inglis has no clue what to do. He's on the back foot. It hits the bottom edge. Actually, it's not a catch. It goes straight down and skids past Dhananjaya De Silva.
Tikshana in to Inglis. A bit of air that time. He drives it and he'll beat mid-off. That's another misfield. Is that Kumara again? Waiting at mid-off. Tumbles across to his left. And goes over the top of the ball.
Really poor fielding because you don't need that at this stage. And yes, the one back of the hand going wrong, a juicy full toss around knee height, which English hits straight to mid-off, and the fielder dives over it. So just not good cricket from Sri Lanka. They can't afford it either.
89 for 3, and Inglis steps away and then defends with a straight bat. His back foot outside the line of the stumps. That's a dot ball to end an eventful over. Wicket, boundary, dot after a single and a dot to begin. 89 for 3 is the score after 15 overs. Australia chasing 210 to win after they hauled Sri Lanka back. They were none for 125 earlier today. Ended up all out for 209. Crystal Pereira 78, got a couple of reprieves. Nisanka 61. After that, it was Sri Lanka, the next best, with 25. Adam Zampa took 4 wickets. Denied the chance for 5. I thought that was odd to take him off later in the game. He'd only bowled 8 overs.
But watching him on the boundary line, he did have something like an ice pack under the T-shirt. So probably they just held him back because of a side strain.
Start of a new over. And then Sibele Lage looping the ball up. It's driven down to long off by Labuschagne. They were literally putting him on ice, you think?
I would think so. He just looked a little uncomfortable at that stage, and you know how important Zampa's going to be for Australia right through the tournament. Now, for one reason, I don't mind a single off that first ball.
Why?
Inglis.
We'll come back to that.
To ball to Inglis.
90 for 3. Inglis propping forward and playing defensively with hard hands, the bowler Fields. Phil?
Marnus Labuschagne's faced the first ball of the last 5 overs and hit each one for a single.
Perfect. Perfect one-day batting. Melalage around the wicket, the left armour, curving it in. Lots of loop, tantalising Inglis, who defends on the front foot.
And slower. Now, Melalage settling in. This is what we know of Melalage. But when Mitch Marsh was there, it was a challenge to get that length. He's so tall.
Round the wicket again, a little faster, outside edge along the ground again. Inglis finding that a profitable shot today. He'll pick up a couple. It's pulled up just inside the boundary. And they'll add 2 to the score. 92 for 3. Inglis up to double figures already.
Edge for sure, but not a catch because it went straight down. I just wonder whether now he moves wider. Dhananjay De Silva was trying to suggest, is he standing too fine? Because every edge is just going very wide.
Melalage bowls to Inglis on the back foot, shoveling it out to short mid-wicket, no run. He went wider and then went back again. Dhananjay De Silva, he's shuffling around all over the place there.
Trying to figure out where to field. Well, Mitch Marsh, which is long stride, this length that Melalage is bowling.
He bowls a little fuller. He's cut away, stopped at short cover, no run.
Effectively to the other batters. Will be a juicy full toss for Marsh, and I guess that's where Melalage struggled to find where exactly to pitch. End of 16, 92 for 3.
Well, Sri Lanka with that little opening from the run out. Inglis has made 10 off 8, but they haven't been convincing runs. Labuschagne 19 off 26. He was happy to just tick the board over while Marsh was there, but might have to be more proactive now.
That's what you'll get from Marnus. He went back into test match batting mode, letting the ball go, waiting for the bowler to bowl onto his pads to work them away. And I think that's what he needs to continue to do and just get closer to that score.
There's no real need to hurry tonight. They just need to get a win on the board, the Australians. Labuschagne clips a run, square of mid-wicket.
Did you note that down, Phil?
6 overs in a row.
93 for 3 after that first ball single to Marnus Labuschagne, or if you've been listening to the Rugby World Cup, Labuschagne, the way we should be pronouncing it by the Afrikaans style.
But Labuschagne is his choice.
He's made the change himself, just to make life easier in Australia, I think. Theekshana bowling to Inglis, who's defending on the front foot. Propping forward, trying to get the read of this pitch. It's a bit different if you're Josh Inglis. You're used to playing domestic Australian cricket. Suddenly you're facing Theekshana and Melalage, spinners in the middle of luck now. He gets a run down to long on, punched off the back foot this time.
He's trying to get on the back foot on every occasion, English, but what I see him doing well is his weight is in front. He's staying low and getting the front leg out of the way. So always looking to play with the bat, even though he's not judging length perfectly.
94 for 3. Theekshana up to Labuschagne, who just drops the ball away towards cover, goes with the stroke. Gets through for one more. 95 for 3.
Just a bit more intensity needed in the circle from Sri Lanka's point of view, because those cannot be singles. The fielders just slightly on their heels, as they've always been, not helping themselves, building that extra pressure.
Slip still in place. Dhananjay De Silva waiting on the pads of Inglis, and he's flicking it away through mid-wicket. Should be a couple here. They turn for the second, and Labuschagne, once bitten, twice shy, says no, go back. Let's not risk it. We don't have to hustle for the 2 here. It's only the 17th over. We need 210 to win. That's 104 away. We've got time and overs on our side. They only need 3.4 and over from here.
That was being greedy. Faster and towards the pads, trying to hit him in front.
Inglis up to 12. Labuschagne on 21. Faced the last ball of the over from Theekshana, who slows it up in the air a little, and Labuschagne opens the face and gets a run behind point. 97 for 3 after 17 overs. Russell Arnold, former Sri Lankan all-rounder with us. Do you think, is Inglis playing on the back foot because he's not sure what the ball's going to do off the surface and he wants to try to give himself time to play it off the pitch if he's not reading it out of the hand?
That's what he's doing, but in playing spin, you're taught to try and play off the back foot, create that extra pace, extra space, and also create doubt in the bowler's mind about the length he's bowling. You just come onto the front foot only when you need to. Because the pitches are slower, you can try and get back onto that or rock back. So he's trying to stick with that theory.
Well, Alagay wide on the crease, arcs it in at the stumps, and Labuschagne's able to drive the ball down the ground, single off the first ball of the over. How many is that? 7 in a row?
7 overs in a row he's faced the first ball, and 7 overs in a row he's hit it for a single.
98 for 3. Labuschagne up to 23. So Alagay is a left-arm spinner. He's bowling around the wicket to this right-handed pair, and varying the delivery of the angle of delivery on the crease. He's bowling in at the pads of Inglis, who's pushing the ball to mid-wicket. Won't score.
We haven't seen a lot of turn, but now and again, just a wee bit. Whenever Alagay's gone in the air, that's when it's gripped.
Inglis tapping the bat. Wide on the crease again. Alagay's driven down the ground for 1 to long off.
No, he really had to come onto the front foot, but Alagay trying to skid one through. Went fuller, just as Theekshana tried in the previous over. They're searching for that wicket. Alagay into his 6th. Theekshana has bowled 5. Madhushanka has bowled 5. So where does Mendes go from here on? That's an issue. And hence you can see they're trying to find another opening. But I guess it'll come down to patience and working to a plan.
99 for 3. They're chatting, the keeper, captain, and his spinner, who comes in to bowl to Labuschagne, who drives him hard on the bounce to cover. Crowd catch, they all go up.
Yeah, Mendes getting that unorthodox position in. That'll also try and help keep Manas on strike, build a few dots, change Phil's stat.
In again, angling in at the stumps, and Labuschagne's able to drive it squarer of Dhananjaya de Silva at cover. Get through for 1. Raises his team's 100 for the loss of 3 wickets in the 18th over. So they're scoring at a decent enough clip, Australia.
Played it very late and opened the face of the bat to pick that gap, Manas.
They're at exactly the same score Sri Lanka was after 17.5 overs. There you go. They were both 100. Sri Lanka without losing a wicket. Drops the ball away behind point. They race through for a single. Labuschagne called that well from the non-striker's end after Inglis pushed the ball behind point. He had a good view of it. Inglis didn't, but Labuschagne ran to the danger end and called yes immediately. 4 singles from the over, 101 for 3, 18 overs bowled. Australia need 210 to open their account in this World Cup.
Beautifully bowled by Alagay. He dropped the pace for the first time into the 70s. Went way in the air, and you saw it turn, saw it bounce. Inglis trying to drive, was surprised by it. Picked up an edge, was aerial. Of course, it fell safely, was able to pick up a single, but that's what you want to be trying to do as a spinner. That's where your opportunity will come.
Looks like we'll have a change in the bowling here.
Charmika Karunaratne
into the side, into the squad, into the 11. Karunaratne.
He got that smart throw in to dismiss Mitch Marsh, which would boost his confidence.
Absolutely. A couple of Karunaratnes in the squad. Dimuth not playing as the backup bat. Sri Lanka's test opener for many years. But Charmika Karunaratne, the all-rounder, coming to bowl. And he's dropped short. It's a pull shot here from Inglis, but he misses completely.
No, he's a different sorts of bowler, Charmika Karunaratne. Right arm all sorts, you could say. Can bowl a heavy ball, short ones, or deliveries into the pitch, run the fingers over. So you'll have to be a little bit wary of what he might be dishing out. In the same way, a few freebies as well, pies too.
Inglis waits for him. Karunaratne back of a length, and there'll be no run there, just dropped away to cover. Would there have been a temptation, do you think, just to keep the spinners operating? They were bowling well in tandem, keeping the score down.
No, the fact that they've got through a lot of the overs, it's prompting the change, and Manas is picking off those singles. Inglis getting onto the back foot. So now what Mendes would be thinking is, okay, let me see, or let me try another option. If I can get another wicket, I have more overs of Velalage, I have more overs of Theekshana to probably go at Stoinis and the likes.
Karunaratne outside the off stump and playing across the line. Inglis gets it down towards mid-on along the ground.
But if the Australian batsmen get through a couple more of Velalage and Theekshana, they're milking them at 4-5 and over, it just opens up. There's nowhere that Kusal Mendes can bank on. That's how this attack is at the moment for Sri Lanka.
Karunaratne bowling from the club end of the ground here at Lucknow, the Ikana Stadium. And he drops short. He's cut away with venom this time by Inglis. A couple of bounces. It skims like a stone on the surface of the water. And over the boundary rope, a deep backward point. 105 for 3. And Inglis up to 18.
Yeah, that was a hit-me delivery. Cross seam, width on offer, and he just hits the top of point. You will never find anyone behind point or behind that fielder at point or anyone nearby. That's the perfect gap to pick. Extra pace on offer too. The quickest he bowled, quickest delivery he bowled.
Karunaratne bowls to Inglis. Fuller, and it's in at the stumps. Inglis pushing the ball down to mid-on. Not wanting to do anything more drastic, more attacking than that. 105 for 3. 1 ball to come in this over. One thing that the captain won't have to consider is who's bowling the 50th over, because there won't be a 50th over today. Either he takes the wickets or Australia get the runs. You'd think well short of that.
So his ploy of going with his better bowlers or wicket-taking options is the right one. You try and get those wickets. But since it's just slowed down a bit on that front.
Karunaratne in to bowl on a length. Inglis drops it to point, runs immediately. There's a soccer attempt there, the kick at the stumps from Asalanka running in from point, and unsurprisingly he doesn't hit one stump from side on with a side foot volley because he's not a yard off the line, just trying to drop it into the bottom left corner. Right, 19 overs gone. 106 for 3 is the score. I'm going to leave you with Russell Arnold. Nikesh Rughani is coming in next.
Good little partnership building after the dismissal of Marsh, who ran himself out, really. 25 of 27. Manas just keeping it simple, knocking it into gaps, making sure he's rotating that strike, and that's exactly what he needs to do at this stage. Get closer to that target. Just 31 overs remaining, and when you're about 50-60 runs away, then maybe you could think of that net run rate and try and play a few extravagant shots. Velalage.
In he comes, and this has been just defended off an inside edge into the leg side by Inglis. No run, 106 for 3 then into this 20th over.
Now, something that I thought he'll do a lot earlier in his spell, Velalage has finally started doing that. He's going in the air and slower and slower.
Yeah, floats that one up as well. This time it's been flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket. They take the single on this occasion. It's been a busy start here to this innings from Josh Inglis, 20 from 22, allowing Labuschagne just to hold up his end. 24 from 32 for Manas, who's back on strike now. Calmer conditions here after the earlier storms, and this has been driven down to long off for another single. Had quite the scare, didn't they, Australia, with that double wicket maiden earlier on from Madhushankar, but then that ball just stopped swinging, and it was that partnership really of 56 between Mitchell Marsh and Marnus Labuschagne, which put them back onto the front foot as a single is taken here down to long on. But still not out of the woods yet, Australia, you'd say, given the conditions here, given what happened in the first innings with Sri Lanka and the start they got off to.
Yeah, you just don't know what can happen. But Sri Lanka need to be smart if they make whatever that happens in their favour, turn it in their favour.
Short extra cover in place now, and this one is flicked away to short fine leg.
Now something like that, 6 in the field, short fine leg, short mid wicket. They're now on the 1. So if there's a good ball, the Australians have been very good at dropping it and running. So now they're stopping that, making them hit the ball.
This time again trying to find the gap there on the leg side, Labuschagne, but the single wasn't on. So a couple of dot balls to finish off that over. 20 gone in this Australian chase. 210 the target. They're 109 for 3. Last man out, Mitchell Marsh. Brilliant bit of fielding there, but maybe a suicidal piece of running from Mitch Marsh. 52 from 51 balls. Looked in really no trouble at all up until that point. He's playing some lovely shots, 9 fours in that innings, but as we saw when Sri Lanka were batting as well, it just takes 1 or 2 of those moments of brilliance and those inspirational moments in the field to get the side going. Can Sri Lanka kick on and get 1 or 2 more, because this partnership is slowly building as well, worth 28 runs, and 21 of them have gone to Inglis.
The first 3 balls he faced, he got a couple of boundaries. One he nicked through, the other one a full toss, which he slammed through the legs of Karunaratne. That's Dimuth Karunaratne, the sub.
This is Jamika Karunaratne, who wraps Inglis on the pads. No run, ball thuds away into the offside.
On the higher side, so the initial excitement quickly died down from Sri Lanka's point of view. Now where does Mendes go from here? I probably think he'll have to turn to Madhushanka for a couple of overs. I do see him loosening up at third man, trying to give the captain an indication. Hey, maybe it's time to try me on, because you don't have to plan for 50. I probably think they need to plan for 40 overs. If he sniffs something, Mendes.
Karunaratne goes full again, and this time it's been flicked just wide of mid-on. Good bit of fielding there on the edge of the circle, just prevents any extra runs. They get through for the single. There's plenty of support in here for Sri Lanka, both from the locals, Russell, and some fans that have travelled over from just south of India. Not heard any of the brass band, which is quite famous down there, isn't it?
The Papare bands.
Yes.
As you'd know it, sometimes at various different venues there are restrictions on what you could bring into the grounds. And I doubt you're travelling with it.
You never know. You'd be surprised at what some of these fans travel with around the world, whether it be drums and brass instruments and things like that. But good to see fans who have travelled over from Sri Lanka to support their side here. At the moment, they're up against it though. 110 for 3. Australia, 100 more runs required. Nearly 30 overs to do it in. Short one down the leg side from Karunaratne. Good pace on it, but didn't get the direction. Signalled wide.
Yeah, he bent his back, didn't he? And wanted to get it going. He bowled it way too short. There was more risk of him injuring himself, meaning landing it on his toe. That's how short he bowled it, and it just ballooned over.
Well, Kusal Mendes taking that way above his head in the end as well. He could take high and down the leg side. Karunaratne tries once more, goes just back of a length this time. It's been flicked away to short mid-wicket. He wanted the single, Labuschagne, but was quickly sent back with a loud shout of no. It's the last thing they need now, another run out, the Australians.
Yeah, just hold your nerve. That's all that's required. Manas, of course, has been searching for those singles. He's been doing it very, very nicely, rotating the strike. Dushan Hemanta, the sub who's on the park. I'm just trying to figure out who's not on, looks like.
Karunaratne goes fuller this time, and Labuschagne presents the full face of the bat. Karunaratne fielding in his follow-through once again.
Looks like Kusal Perera is the fielder who's not on the field at the moment for Sri Lanka.
I hope it's nothing too serious. See the 2 dugouts on the opposite side of the ground to us. The Sri Lanka one still with its full roof intact. The Australian roof blew off during that storm a little bit earlier on. Labuschagne this time working one off the hip to short mid-wicket. This time they do get through for the single pretty comfortably. So 98 more required, just over 29 overs to do it in, and it's almost that sense of inevitability really from the crowd, at least, who've gone very quiet. Lots of Sri Lankan supporters, as I mentioned earlier, as this partnership builds.
Yeah, for some reason the fielders were all pushed back onto the circle for that particular delivery, and Manus was up to it. He just thought, I'll keep it simple, let me drop and get across.
Final ball of the over is again dabbed, and Inglis was looking for that quick single into the offside towards point. It's not there, so dot ball to end that over. Karunaratne with 2 overs, none for 8 so far. Thank you for now to Russell Arnold, who leaves us for a short while. 112 for 3 then after 21 overs, 210 the target. And Phil Long still with us, and Phil, this partnership building nicely between these two.
Yeah, this partnership up to 31 now. The comparison at this stage, Sri Lanka were 121 for no loss, Australia 112 for 3, but that Sri Lankan score doesn't even tell half the story, does it? As we mentioned earlier, they went from 157 for 2 to 209 all out. What's their last 9 wickets for 52 runs?
It was quite a dramatic collapse there. At one stage on for well beyond 300. When that opening partnership was going, it was worth 125, and then Kusal Mendes came in, the man in hot form at this World Cup, and even just before this World Cup, averages over 50, or did, against Australia from his 11 innings in ODI cricket so far, but wasn't able to deliver yet again. And that did really start the collapse. Dhananjaya de Silva into the attack with his off-spin round the wicket here to Labuschagne, who just flicks to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. The MC trying to G up some of the fans.
It was ridiculously loud in Delhi last night. Very loud.
De Silva in again, slightly wide of the off stump, but it's missed by Labuschagne, who's attempting to cut that one just backward of point. I mean, it has gone a little bit quiet here, hasn't it, Phil? Maybe they do need a bit of G'ing up.
Yeah.
Maybe a wicket would do that. Or some boundaries here for Australia. Full delivery, flicked away just out of the reach of that fielder there at short mid-wicket. It was airborne for a little bit of time, but they get the single down to long on. Field is very much spread out square on both sides of the wicket, but they've got a couple of men in saving the single there at a short extra cover, a short mid-wicket. Short fine and short third are also very close, but this one's worked off the back foot out towards deep cover. Another easy single taken. This is all they really need to do at this stage, the Australians. Plenty of time left in the game, and you can see with each single that is taken and each over that goes by without a wicket, the Sri Lankans getting slightly more frustrated out there. This time a dot ball played to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, Manus Labuschagne's moved from 10 to 17, to 27, 17 singles.
This time another single to Labuschagne, just punched off the back foot out towards deep cover. He'll retain strike, 3 from the over, 115 for 3 Australia after 22 overs. At the same stage, Sri Lanka, they just lost their first wicket, 127 for 1. There you go. We've not heard enough of these tunes, Phil.
It's more like it.
A bit of Bollywood or a bit of Bhangra. Can't quite make it out, but some of the crowd getting into it at least. And there we go, some shots of the Sri Lankan supporters with their faces painted in the colours of the flag. They've got those brilliant shirts on from the T20 World Cup, where it kind of looks like a beach setting, doesn't it, with the sand and the light blue and the dark blue of the deep ocean. So Aaron Finch is back in alongside us, and Finchy, a couple of scares here for Australia early on, but
absolutely there was.
They've settled down now through another partnership here as Karunaratne continues. It's flicked away out to deep square leg by Labuschagne for another single. He seems to not be letting any of this affect him, Manus Labuschagne, as he takes one in the midriff there. with the ball, the throw coming back in off the boundary towards the non-striker's end. Thankfully, not too much damage done. He's played well. He's been knocking it around nicely, and that's all he needs to do.
Yeah, absolutely. He's played risk-free cricket up to this point in time. Maybe a half chance last over off the bowling of Dhananjaya De Silva at mid-wicket. The fielder was just leaning right when if he was in a good, strong position, he could have been half a chance to have a leap at it.
Karunaratne into Inglis this time, who punches off the back foot, but straight to backward point. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end as well, with Labuschagne backing up. And the dot ball, 116 for 3 then in the 23rd. And yeah, when you're defending a low total like that, you need to take every half chance that comes your way. 210 the target.
Yeah, you do. I mean, Josh Inglis, he started off scratchy too, didn't he? So that would have given Sri Lanka a lot of hope. And then he's fought back well. Got a couple of boundaries as well, which will make him settle down and feel nice about his game.
This time gets a short one, Inglis. He pulls high up into the air, out towards a vacant deep mid-wicket area. The ball sort of almost plugs in the outfield. There's no real timing on that. He gets through for a couple of runs. Kind of sat up nicely, but maybe just off the toe of the bat, that one, but knew he was hitting into a vacant area there. Do you think there's pressure on somebody like Josh Inglis replacing Alex Carey in this side?
Yeah, I do, absolutely. It's a position that was so talked about because it's not very often that keepers get changed, particularly in a World Cup after one match, when of course there's not an injury. So he needs this innings for himself as much as anything.
He faces up here once again to Karunaratne, and this time a nice guided shot down to deep third. Gets down the other end with another single. He's been busy, 26 from 30, 3 boundaries in that. Streaky one, of course, as well.
Yeah, his first 2 deliveries, I think he played back to a full ball off Tikshana, bottom edge for 4, and then a nice juicy full toss that he was able to punch through cover. That sort of just got him going, and you could tell that he was nervous, and no doubt any World Cup game that you play, everyone's nervous to a point, but like I said, just for his own mindset.
So Karunaratne runs in again. Another short delivery. Doesn't quite get up that high, and Labuschagne does well to pull it along the ground to deep mid-wicket. Takes another single.
I think because he's been travelling around so long with the squad, best part of 2 years, with maybe even longer, with a lot of COVID bubbles and extended squads that were being taken around. He was in his prime, I think, well, playing the best that I'd seen him play during that period, but then just probably lost 2 years of cricket because you couldn't just get in and out of tours quickly, so you couldn't get back and play a Shield game or a Big Bash game.
This time just sways out of the way, Inglis, of a short delivery outside off, and it's been signalled wide for being over head height, and also 2 bounces for the over now as well from Karunaratne, who's trying everything here, but looks a little bit frustrated at the moment.
No, I think what made Dilshan Madhushanka effective with that brand new ball is he just did what everyone expects him to do. He pitched the ball up and he swung it back down the line. David Warner's a 50-50 call that went in his favour. That's what Chamika Karunaratne just needs to be mindful of here. Don't need to try too much. There is a little bit in the surface, whether it be sideways or up and down. Do the basics well.
Here he comes to complete this over, and it's been punched out towards deep cover by Inglis. He'll retain the strike. He moves on to 27. Australia, after 23 overs, are 122 for 3. 88 more needed from the final 27 overs. In terms of Josh Inglis, just back to the sort of pressure he might be under coming into the side to replace Alex Carey after just 1 game in this World Cup. I mean, when you are at a World Cup, there's obviously a lot of paper talk, a lot of social media talk and things like that back home. When, you know, a big call like that has been made, there'll be some people in favour of it, some against it. Everyone will be debating this kind of decision. You as a captain, when you were dealing with situations like that, what was your advice to your team ahead of big tournaments like this? Was it just don't read the papers, don't go on social media, or is everybody sort of individually different like that?
Everyone's individual because, I mean, people use social media differently. Some people use it as a marketing or PR machine. Others just scroll through. So you can't put a blanket rule on, right, no social media, no reading the newspaper. Everyone's different, and you have to accept that. But I think there does come a point where you know as a player if there's going to be articles written about you or there's something controversial that's happened in the game.
De Silva is in, and this one's been defended by Inglis, no run.
I think you just have to be aware of that and understand when you should read it and when you shouldn't.
De Silva continues round the wicket here, floats one up just outside leg, and it's just out of the reach with a lap sweep shot of the keeper there. It's heading down towards the fine leg boundary. Gurunaratne cuts it off. They'll get back through. Did they run 3 in the end? I think they did, yeah.
That's
3 for 3.
That's incredibly close. Good proactive wicket keeping from Kusal Mendes. As soon as he saw Josh Inglis go down and shape up for that lap, he was off. He takes a couple of steps to his side, almost crab shuffles back and across to his left, sticks out the left hand, and it just beats him. It's where the subcontinent players who grow up facing and wicket keeping to so much spin are so good in that position.
De Silva fires one in a bit quicker, and it's been whipped away by Labuschagne this time, out towards deep mid-wicket. They take the single. I mean, it would have been some catch. It went pretty quickly up to his left, but his left glove wasn't a million miles away from it, just an inch or two.
From memory, Josh Inglis got out like that recently.
Maybe Mendes did his homework, as this one is a play and a miss just outside the off stump. Inglis drawn forward into that one, just whizzes past the outside edge. The one that goes straight with the angle from around the wicket.
Yeah, it's what makes these part-timers so cagey. The ability to slide it across, and then we saw last over a few holding in the wicket.
This time floated up from De Silva and flicked with the flick of the wrists out towards deep mid-wicket by Inglis. Another single taken. 5 off the over already. 1 delivery remaining. So ticking along nicely here, Australia. 83 more required, with just over 26 overs to do it in. De Silva into his 2nd over here, the part-time off-spinner. Again floats one up. This time Labuschagne can't beat the infield there at mid-wicket. Dot ball. Australia then, after 24 overs, are 127 for 3. A few more thoughts from you, Finchy, on particularly how Marnus Labuschagne has approached this run chase, and then Simon Mann will take you through the next few overs.
Yeah, I think this is a really good situation for Marnus. I don't think it demands a huge amount from him in terms of being overly aggressive. He's allowed to play the game at his own tempo, and a lot of people will talk about a situation where Australia need to improve their net run rate. You've got to bank the win before you can start thinking about the net run rate and when you get close to that. So I think from a partnership perspective, the 2 that he's had so far with Mitchell Marsh came in and it started off quickly. Josh Inglis, it started off quickly and didn't allow the game to just settle, didn't allow Sri Lanka to build momentum and build pressure on the Australians.
Right, 127 for 3. Here is Kumara in for his 3rd over. It's been expensive so far. That one is forced away by Inglis into the offside. And there is no run into the onside. Actually, he's looking to hit that offside, went onside. 127 for 3. Under the lights here in Lucknow, the crowd allowed back into the lower tier now. We've been told by the ICC that no one was injured earlier when the banners came down from the roof and what have you. It was a really strange, surreal situation with spectators running for cover underneath the roof of the stand in the top tier. Kumara bowls to Inglis. Inglis pushes that away towards backward point, and there's no room to shot. The stump's the non-striker's end. It's backed up. Labuschagne back behind the line. 127 for 3. Everything's quietened down. There's still a breeze. I can see that those banners being ruffled by the breeze. There's one of them still draped down in front of the scoreboard away to our left-hand side, the giant screen.
Yeah, and there's a couple to the right as well. With some repairs go on overnight, I'd imagine.
You can get up there and do that if you want. I don't know what you're doing tomorrow. Do you want to pull the banners back up? I'm not sure I would like to. Kumara bowls. That's a lovely, delicate shot from Inglis down towards the fine 3rd boundary before allowing the ball to come to him, bending at the knees to that short ball and guiding it over the top of a notional second slip down to the boundary. Really nicely played. No chance for Madishanka, who's on the deep third boundary. Beautiful stroke. Takes Inglis to 35, 131 for 3.
Very good stroke. I think growing up at the WACA, or playing majority of his professional career at the WACA, it's a shot that in the shorter formats you become really accustomed to, using the pace. Kamara's bowled fast tonight, but he's been straight and he's been back of a length. Australia's been able to hop into it.
He's gone for 30. He's bowled 2.3 overs. That one's outside the off stump, forced away off the back foot by Inglis, out towards deep extra cover. They've gone for 1 quickly. They're coming back for the second. It's good running. Throw comes in the non-striker's end. They're not going quickly there. 133 for 3. Inglis moves to 37. And a confidence-boosting innings for Josh Inglis. Into the side, replacing Carey. A bit of scrutiny on that, especially after the defeat in the last game. He's come out tonight and he's scored nicely. Quickly as well, quickly enough. Anyway, 37 or 39.
Yeah, that 4 brought up the 50 partnership between these two.
133 for 3 in the 25th. Kamara rushing in from the club end of the ground. Short ball pulled away, down towards fine leg. 1 bounce to the field, down a fine leg who fumbles it. And therefore they come back for the second run. A hint of top edge in that shot. And Aaron was mentioning that Kamara's bowled quickly, so if you don't quite get it right, it's going to fly away.
Yeah, just hurried on to Josh Inglis there. Wasn't able to get a full extension and hit high on the bat. Lucky that that doesn't fly away down to fine leg.
135 for 3. Inglis goes to 37. 37 or 39? 39. He hadn't put it up yet on the scoreboard. Here's Kamara bowling another short ball. That's high in the air. This is going for 6, I think. It is. It's gone for 6 over deep backwards square leg. Well, that went about as high as it went long. Right underneath that and helping that over the deep backwards square leg boundary. Magnificent blow. And Kamara bowling quickly but disappearing quickly as well. 6 more to the total. 141 for 3. And Inglis up to 45 from 41 balls.
Very good shot. Expecting the short ball, just taking it on. It wasn't the worst short ball. It was well directed. It was a nice height. But that's out of the middle. It's not the shortest boundary. Got the short ball over that right shoulder of Josh Inglis. And as a right-hander, it can always be a bit more difficult to control from that line. But that was a long way back.
Right, here's Dhananjaya De Silva beginning a new over. Goals to Labuschagne, who manoeuvres that away through extra cover for 1. They are coming back for the second. The ball's in the fielder's hands there. Can't prevent it. The second run. It was Nissanka who was onto it. They ran when he had the ball in his hand, but they got back no trouble at all. 143 for 3.
Marnus Labuschagne breaks his run of singles. He moved from 10 to 31 in singles before that too.
Dhananjaya De Silva bowls to him again. He manoeuvres the ball away, giving himself some room, taking it off the stumps, guiding it out towards deep cover. Nissanka's there again. It's a single to Labuschagne. The score goes to 144 for 3. They've had some problems tonight with the scoreboards and just keeping tally. The scoreboard away to our left and right has gone blank. That one, Dhananjaya De Silva floats onto the pads there of Inglis. He turns it away towards deep mid-wicket for a single. 145 for 3.
Yep.
In the 26th over. Back with Inglis. Dhananjaya De Silva's bowling right arm round the wicket with his off breaks to the right-hander. And he tries to fiddle a single into the offside there. Doesn't really get far enough away from him, Labuschagne. The keeper and captain comes out from behind the stumps to stop it and then goes over on his shoulder. And he just, well, the last thing they need here, Sri Lanka, is another injury. They've already lost their captain and some of their main bowlers. And Kusal Mendis just fell on his right shoulder, I think awkwardly there. His hand went out. He would have just felt it jar his right shoulder, and the physio's on the field. It looked innocuous, really.
Yeah, I think with so much dew on the outfield, just as he dived and grabbed the ball with his right hand, just kept sliding and just stretched out that shoulder, but he waved off the physio, which is a really good sign.
Yeah, that's good. We'll lose 2 captains. 145 for 3, 26th over, 210 to win. Dhananjaya bowls, pushed away into the offside by Labuschagne, picked up at extra cover, and there is no run. Well, we're still looking for a close game in the World Cup. We've had some drama, but we haven't had a close game yet. It doesn't look as though this one's going to be it. Dhananjaya the silver bowls, and Labuschagne finds a gap there on the onside at mid-wicket and trots through for one more run. 146 for 3 after 26 overs, so 64 runs are required. So what, they get it down to about 30, 35 and then go full bore from there. Do you think, Aaron, next or 20 or 30, okay, score as quickly as you can and then really go?
Yeah, I think so. That's the way that you have to look at it here. I mean, 60, what did we say it was, 66?
64.
64 is still probably a little bit far out, particularly with some wobbles that the Australian middle order has had.
If you were to lose 2 quick wickets here, suddenly 150 for 5, and you might feel the pressure. You still should win, but...
Yeah, and I think with Theekshana still with 5 overs up his sleeve, he's a class bowler. So you don't want to expose that lower order with too much work to do.
Right, here's Kumara, who raced in the last over, went round the park a bit, but he has got some pace about him. Bowls straight ball. Labuschagne offers the single, and they go for it, and the shy comes in at the non-striker's end. It hits Labuschagne as he runs to the non-striker's end. They're through for the single. That was really sort of, he was negotiating the single there. He sort of said, go on, do you want to go? I'm happy. And Inglis said, yeah, I do as well.
I think what we might be seeing here, Marnus Labuschagne feels really comfortable at the crease, so he's almost said, right, I'm backing myself to steer us home no matter what happens here. Josh Inglis, you be more aggressive and try and break the back of this now.
Kumara bowls to Inglis inside edge onto the pad. The ball rolls away into the offside towards backward point, and there's no run. Well, Labuschagne 36 from 53. Inglis 46 from 43. He's played far more aggressively. Labuschagne holding it together. The glue player, if you like, the sort of player you don't really have so much in T20. Some teams do, but it's sort of going out of fashion a bit. But in 50 over cricket, yeah.
Good players are still good players, aren't
they? Yeah, you need them. Kumara bowls to Inglis, who drives towards extra cover, and there's a shot. The stumps are going to get overthrow here. The throw missed, and it's going out towards deep mid-wicket, and they're coming back for a bonus 2 runs. It was Lanka who threw the ball at the stumps and missed.
That was strange.
Yeah, because he was never going to affect a run out there, was he?
I think he was standing back in his crease. It was more of an attempt to rough up the ball, try and get a little bit of reverse swing, and Shamika Kunaratne standing at mid-wicket had no idea and ends up with a chase back out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. What does that go on the wagon wheel as?
That's a good point.
A shot to mid-wicket or cover?
149 for 3. Here's Kumara bowling, and it's played by Inglis up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Looking to hit that offside, went to the onside. Would you have to sort of get a protractor or something out and just draw it as a right angle, isn't it? Yeah, it's a weird one, that, isn't it?
A backwards L. Short cover to deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, you have to draw 2 lines, I reckon. One sort of out and then one across. Well, as the stats become more sophisticated as time goes on, you're going to have ones for overthrows. 149 for 3, 27th over. Kumara bowls full, driven down the ground for 4 by Inglis. Nice shot, there's his half-century. And it's come in very good time as well, in the circumstances. Coming in under pressure, focus on him. 52 from 46 balls, 5 fours and a 6. Australia's 150 is up. 153 for 3 in the 27th.
That's a great shot, all balance and all timing. Slightly over-pitched by Kumara. See what extra pace does. Allows you to just stand and hit the middle of the bat. Wasn't a bad ball by any stretch, but he just half played forward, hits the middle of the bat and races past mid-off.
Yeah, really fine stroke. Kamara's gone for 47 now. Last ball of his over. Goes in to bowl to Inglis. Inglis gets a... trying to manoeuvre that away into the offside. Inner part of the bat, the ball goes away up the pitch on the onside, and there's no run. Just a thought in my mind. We've got we've got a Yorkshireman sitting next to me and a Yorkshireman out there as well in Inglis.
Yeah.
You played up at Yorkshire, didn't you?
I had 2 years at Yorkshire in county cricket, which I don't want to rub it in, but we won 2 county championships during that period.
You can rub it in if you want.
My 4 years I had at Surrey, 2 county championships, maybe one actually, one, which I wasn't there to do. I was there to try and win T20 titles for the club. But yeah, Josh Inglis, born and bred.
What age did he go to Australia to live? I knew this once, but I haven't got that note with me.
14.
Yeah, that's in my mind. It was about 14. Yeah. 153 for 3. Australians used to give England stick for taking players at sort of 12 and 14. I think, was it Matt Pryor came to England at 11, something like that, 11, 12. Andrew Strauss, sort of similar age. 153 for 3. Actually, Andrew Strauss was born in South Africa, then went to live in Australia and then came to England. Right. Well, Allegay, he's going to bowl. And he goes into Labuschagne. Labuschagne opens the face and hits this straight to short third.
We're allowed to have one back, aren't we, after a couple of generations?
Well, you got Labuschagne as well.
From England, I'm talking.
Okay.
You can't have it all one way.
Labuschagne on 36.
Mid on up inside the circle is something to note here.
Yeah.
And now
he's going back.
Well, that's just wrecked my conversation, hasn't it? But also a good move here. What they've done is they've moved mid on back onto the boundary. They've taken one of their extra covers, put him into first slip. There's a huge gap. There's only 3 men on the leg side.
Yeah, here's Will Allegay bowling, and Labuschagne guides that towards extra cover, and there's no run. Yeah, so 6-3 offside field, and asking Labuschagne to play against the spin if he wants to turn into the onside. Need a wicket here. Need 2 or 3 really, Sri Lanka. Well, Allegay pitter-patters in and then tosses it up, and there is the slog sweep from Labuschagne for 4. Well, the invitation was there and he accepted it and hit it wide of long on. 4 to Labuschagne takes him to 40 and Australia to 157 for 3 in the 28th over.
Yeah, it's a risky shot still, so Sri Lanka wouldn't mind that. It's a ball that's pitched on middle and leg stump and straightened down the line. But you have to look at the risk and reward. It's a high risk and a high reward, not a real lot of risk there, with only one man at short 45 inside the circle.
Taking the slip out now, put him to mid-wicket. Labuschagne goes back there and tries to force that into a gap on the offside. Hits it straight at extra cover, really moving around the crease there, Labuschagne. Going towards the square leg umpire and taking it off the stumps. 53 to win for Australia. Bags of time to get them. Well, Allegay goes in and bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne, just getting the bat down in time on that one. It just straightened a fraction, guides it down towards short third, and there is no run. Australia moving towards their first win in this year's World Cup. 157 for 3. Last ball of Allegay's over. Slow left armour bowls, and Labuschagne defends into the onside towards mid-wicket, picked up by Dhananjaya De Silva, and that's the end of the over. 157 for 3.
Left armour back into the attack now. The man who did the damage with the brand new ball, Madhushankar. Can he do it again? Can he find that opening for Sri Lanka? Get 2 new batters in the crease. As we've seen all throughout the day, it's not the easiest wicket to start your innings on. You're always the most vulnerable then.
Well, he had Australia at 24 for 2. He got rid of Warner LBW. That was a marginal LB. I'm sure if you asked David Warner, he'd say it was marginal. It was umpire's call. Given out by Joel Wilson, who's standing in for the ill Alex Wharf today. The Steve Smith one, though, was the old Stuart Broad celeb appeal. He was running down the wicket, celebrating it before the umpire had given it out, because it was absolutely plumb. It was full and swinging in. And Steve Smith caught in front, out for naught. So Madhushankar 5 overs, 2 for 14. Good time for a hat-trick.
He showed some really good skill in that first spell.
Goes in now to bowl to Inglis. Oh, he nearly gets through first up. He seemed to keep a bit low outside the off stump. Inglis tried to force it into the offside, past the inside edge, and through to wicketkeeper Mendes.
Yeah, he showed an ability to swing the ball back down the line, but then also have the nous to be able to run his fingers across it when he felt like batsmen were starting to get on top of that. He's been really impressive in this World Cup so far. Wickets at regular intervals.
Well, Sri Lanka needs something special from him again. Goes in now and bowls to Inglis. Inglis turns that away into the onside towards mid-wicket. What sort of pace are we looking at from Madhushanka?
135.
Yeah, 135, which in English money or UK money is about 83 in terms of miles per hour. What do you have in, I don't know, what do you have in Australia? Miles per hour or kph?
Kilometres.
Yeah. Yeah, we're still wedded to the miles.
Yeah. All I know is that if someone's bowling 90 mile an hour, they're getting it through all right.
Yeah, definitely.
That used to be the benchmark, didn't it, for a genuine quick.
Madhushanka's coming in round the wicket now from the club end of the ground, the dressing room end. Moves in and bowls to Inglis, who comes forward, walking push up towards mid-on. And there is no run.
How is Sri Lanka looking to get a wicket here? They've still got the 4 men patrolling the deep point in a regulation third man, fine leg, deep backward square. Their men in the circle are very close. Man at backward point, short cover, mid on and mid off are always on the move.
Back with Madhushanka, bounding in from that far end to bowl to Inglis. Inglis heaves that away on the drive, out towards deep cover. Goes out there on the bounce. When Alligay comes round to pick up, sends the ball in. So what's it like as a captain's situation, when you feel the game is going away from you? I mean, it's not easy, is it? You could probably see that most people who are here could see Australia well on top in this game. What do you do? What do you think as a captain?
You go back to who you think is most likely to strike on a wicket like this. So I like the fact that he went back to Kumara, because it's extra pace, extra bounce.
This one from Madhushanka is out, caught at mid-wicket. Labuschagn's gone, pulling away, miscuing, and Madhushanka's come back. He's picked up his 3rd wicket. Well, there you go, just what Sri Lanka wanted, just to give themselves a bit of hope in this game. It's still Australia's game, really. 158 for 4. They need 210 to win, but that is the 4th wicket, and we're in the 29th over. And Labuschagne is on his way, just the door opening a fraction.
And it's just been the case for Australia time and time again. It looks like things are easy. Manus Labuschagne looking to pull, and it just skids off the surface, and he's gone for 40, but he's never looked in control of that shot. Ballooned off the splice of the bat. Easiest catch for mid-wicket.
Labuschagne out for 40 from 60 balls. It looked like he was going to be able to bat through. He was just controlling things out there. Inglis playing the shots at the other end. But now he has gone. Not a bad player to replace him, mind you, as Aaron Finch goes back to his television duties. Glenn Maxwell making his way out to the middle. It's 52 to win from 21 overs. Australia will give themselves a very large kick here if they don't win this game. They've done enough hard work. But Sri Lanka have chipped in with a wicket. They probably need to chip in with 2 more to give themselves any chance. 2 more before Australia score another 10, something like that. Mind you, we've had one huge collapse today from Sri Lanka, 9 for 52, second big collapse of the World Cup. And you consider that Pakistan collapse in Ahmedabad the other day. That was even more spectacular in a way. It was 8 for 36. Right, we have a double change here. Carlos is here. Phil's got something for us, and then it's going to be Geoff Lemon to pick up the commentary.
Yeah, Josh Inglis, 53. Second Australian to get a 50 in this World Cup. That's the highest score so far. He's gone past Mitchell March's 52, and that partnership worth 77, making it Australia's best partnership of this World Cup so far.
1 ball to come in this over, and it is Glenn Maxwell on strike. Madhushanka bounces him, and Maxwell goes down on 1 knee. Well, he won't mind that particularly, because it means he gets out of the over and he doesn't have to face any more fast bowling for the time being. A lot of teams like to bump Glenn Maxwell early. I think it's a way to keep him quiet. He's so destructive against spin particularly. Not as though he can't play fast bowling, though. It's a bit of a missed idea, miscalculation from some teams, but it has worked from time to time. Sometimes he can't help himself from playing the hook shot. 158 for 4 after 29 overs. Labuschagne, the man dismissed just now. caught at mid-wicket for 40. So Inglis up to 53. He's played really well after being brought into this team. Only made 5 in the last start here against South Africa, but he's made 10 times that now. Marsh made 52 at the top of the order. It'll be Inglis on strike. Geoff Lemon and Carlos Brathwaite, your company. Evening, Carlos.
Good evening. I think this is where Sri Lanka needs to strike. Bang, bang.
Theekshana comes in a bowl over the wicket, driven back to the off-spinner on the bounce by Inglis. He's been going at a very tasty strike rate, just over a run a ball. Well, they'll have to strike very quickly if they have any hope of getting through Australia here. They've only got 52 to defend. Theekshana darts it through, drops short. He's done that too much today. And Inglis cuts him out to deep cover. They'll only take 1 run. Now here's where it gets interesting. Time for a little hashtag Maxwell ball. He likes facing spin, and well, as Aaron Finch said on his way out of the box, one way or the other, this will be over quickly.
Maxi ball, stay tuned. But like Theekshana, just felt as though they've been waiting for this opportunity to break a partnership, to get Theekshana in.
Theekshana, my mail says, doesn't like bowling to Maxwell very much. Finds it difficult to bowl too. But you never know what you're going to get with GJ Maxwell. He has a look around at the field. He's got a slip in place, backward point, deep point. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, the boundary riders. Theekshana bowls to him and he drives circumspectly along the ground, trying to get it down to long on for a single. Instead, short mid-wicket dives across and saves. Maxwell enjoys that. For some reason, finds it very hilarious on the camera close-ups. He's chuckling away like he's front row at the comedy festival. 159 for 4. Theekshana to Maxwell, who defends, coming forward. His back foot comes all the way around outside the off stump as he faces that ball with both pads together. 2 to come in the over. Theekshana has only conceded 1 run from the 4 deliveries so far. Up to Maxwell, who drives and edges, slices it away past the slip, past the short third, and it rolls away for 4. Well, he was aiming that more through cover, but he gets the thick edge and he's off the mark with a boundary, as so often in his batting career. 163 for 4.
Exciting, isn't it? I think he did intend for it to go behind, I mean, I think it's a false shot still, but I think he meant it to go behind square. All is well that ends well from an Australian point of view. He's got a boundary and the slip has moved out of place.
Yep, so we've got a backward point and a short third now on the ring, and Maxwell pulls bottom edge straight to short fine. Well, that was a false shot as well, as he was looking to hit that square of the wicket on the leg side. In the end, he manages to survive. It's a dot ball to end Theekshana's over. He's bowled 6 of them, none for 36. Inglis 54, Maxwell 4, Australia 47 runs from victory. 163 for 4. Phil Long?
You mentioned this might be over quickly. Glenn Maxwell, the only player to score more than 500 runs in World Cup cricket at a strike rate of over 150. Not only that, next in the list is Joss Buttler, and his strike rate is 122, so he's clear by a considerable margin.
Joss Buttler doesn't want it enough, clearly. Well,
get on with it, Joss.
He didn't help last night. He faced out a maiden last night, Joss Buttler, from, was it from Naveen? Before he got castled in Naveen's next over. Start of a new over here, and it's Madhushankar bowling in at Inglis, who's getting a run out to point. Just holds his bat in the way of the ball, more than swinging at it. His score's up to 55, 164 for 4, Australia.
I've been really impressed with Inglis so far. I think when he came out, I think he had a streaky edge when he first
couple of
balls.
them,
yeah. But he had real positive intent, like real busy body type. And you felt as though Labuschagne was just meandering along, and he just came and gave the innings that impetus. And you think if he'd had the same approach as Labuschagne, now Labuschagne is gone, they'd probably had 20-25 runs, and Sri Lanka would have felt a lot more in the game than they currently are. So I think, albeit he's got to 50, he's reached a milestone, but I've really enjoyed the way he's reached that milestone, the way he's gone about his innings.
Maxwell moving a security guard away from in front of the sight screen. Marashenko left arm over, and Maxwell drives and hits the bowler in his follow-through, who kicks it away to mid-off in the end. That's a curious turn of events. So he's decided to come left arm over to try to spear it in at the toes or the ankles of Maxwell, who smokes the drive. Might have got 4 for it, except it just clips the bowler's heel, I think, and flicks away to the other side of the wicket to mid-off. So it's an unorthodox way to save runs, but it's worked on this occasion.
Good teamwork. Teamwork makes a dream work, something like that.
Marashenko bowls to Maxwell, short, hooks it, top edge, it's over the keeper and it's safe. And, oh, that is a horrible bit of fielding. That's Kumara again. They can't hide him anywhere in the field. He's let boundaries through it at mid-off, and now he's down at deep third for Maxwell. He's set fairly fine. Had plenty of time as that ball was hanging in the air to come across, and somehow he's just fumbled it at his ankles as he's tried to pick the ball up at long stop directly behind the wicket-keeper.
But as the ball was in the air, he thought it went to mid-on, and then it was coming this way, and he peeked back down and saw Kumara. I don't think he moved.
He was very late trying to get over there, but he still got there in time. 168 for 4. Marashenko to Maxwell, short ball, and he just ducks under it and has a long look at the umpire and says something along the lines of, goodness me, because maybe thought that should have been a wide as it went over his shoulder. Almost down the leg side. Umpire says no. That was close enough to the line of leg stump. 168 for 4. Single in the boundary from the over. 2 balls to come. Always something happening when Glenn Maxwell's in the middle. Marashenko, 3 for 20. He bowls full and slams down the ground for 4. That's the shot that Glenn Maxwell loves. Clears the front foot and clears out the attempted Yorker. Over the bowler's head, away it goes. 172 for 4. Maxwell up to 12.
And attempted Yorker, as you mentioned, but I think it's good planning from Glenn Maxwell. I think he sold both of his short balls for the over, Marashenko. So Glenn Maxwell, knowing the area will generally be in, has to be below shoulder height, of course. Just got back into a real baseball-like stance and waited and reacted to a fuller length delivery and catapulted it back over his head.
Marashenko to finish the over. Maxwell opens his stance, and that's a baseball shot. That's gone for 4 over mid-wicket. This time the length was the kind that a baseballer might enjoy for a big hit over left field. And Maxwell is doing what Maxwell does. 16 off 10. He's hit 4 boundaries. He's only dealing in 1 denomination. And the score up to 176 for 4 after 31 overs. Australia need to get to 210.
A nice dose of get on with it was served as soon as Maxwell stepped foot onto the crease. And talk about difference in, I guess, pace and also quality. Remember batting Geoff in the 2019 World Cup, and when he sold his first 2 short balls, I felt as though, similar to Maxwell, you can just line up and wait. But actually, it was around heart height and still is threatening. Marashenko's have been unable to find that length or potentially be challenging.
Tikshana bowls to Inglis. Lots of loop on that delivery. It lands full outside the off stump, and Inglis plays it to point. Won't get a run here. So Maxwell at a strike rate of 160 so far. Inglis going at exactly a runner ball, 55 from 55. Tikshana, the right arm off spinner with his variations, bowls in at the stumps, driven down to long on by Inglis, keeps the runner ball momentum going.
And Inglis has been quite good. Hasn't had much opportunity to be ultra aggressive, but you could sense that since Maxwell has come in and tried to really tee off, that he's almost assumed the role that Labuschagne had in their partnership, just ticking over the strike.
177 for 4. Tikshana to Maxwell, who slams him over the leg side, and that is gone. That has been dismissed. It is on another plane of existence as we speak. It might have hit a plane as it was going over the ground. Down on one knee, huge slog sweep, and cleans it out. The Augean stables of shots. 183 for 4. Maxwell up to 22 from 11. Strike rate of 200 now.
90 meter 6. And it is a massive playing area. And it cleared the boundary quite comfortably into the stand, where the fans have now retreated back down to the lower level.
Well, they might need to retreat back up if a few more of those come. He tries to go again, whips the wrists across it. He's hit on the pad as he steps across to the offside. Theekshana appeals, nothing doing. These are big boundaries, but beyond the boundaries, there's another sort of 10 to 12 metres or so of grass. Then there's a moat, a sort of trench to stop people getting onto the playing arena. Then there's a walkway, and then there are the seats. And that shot went all the way back into the seats. That last ball hit Maxwell in the stomach in the end as he tried to repeat the dose. 22 off 12. Australia 183 for 4. They only need 210 to win here. So they're closing on it, 27 runs away. 2 balls to come in the Theekshana over. Bowls to Maxwell, who comes forward and defends on the front foot, just to say, look, I've got it all. And then he practices a reverse sweep for good measure.
But you can see what he's trying to do the ball before, because mid-wicket has come a lot straighter after the slog sweep. So he's just trying to get inside the line, use the pace of Theekshana, and hit it more square mid-wicket to square leg area.
Theekshana to Maxwell, who does exactly that, sweeps it. Huge. Over deep backward square leg for 6 more. Maxwell, unstoppable. He goes up to 28 from 14 balls. 2 runs a ball, no worries at all. 189 for 4 after 32 overs. And Australia need just 21 runs to win.
Exactly that. You talk about power, you talk about the ability to play certain shots, and sometimes we forget the planning aspect. Only 4 fielders outside. He knew as soon as that man came straight at mid-wicket, there's a lot more real estate, square and behind square. Theekshana's bowling at a good pace. What's my best option? Just getting inside the line of the ball, and then he almost only needs to help it. But he's good enough to go a step further and really lay a bat on ball and go for 6. How dare Phil Long say that I only strike at 150 in World Cups? I'll go all the way to 200 strike rate.
We're having a drinks break here, it looks like, after 32 overs, with Australia at 189 for 4. That field was interesting. They had a deep point, long off, long on, and that straightish deep mid-wicket. Now, if you're bowling to Maxwell, you know that if you're bowling spin, particularly if you're bowling off spin, where it's more likely to come in, yes, the carrom ball might go away, but is he more likely to be hitting to long off than he is to be hitting to deep backward square? In my experience of watching him bat, that seems not likely to be the case. And if you leave that room open for him, you're just inviting him to play that shot where his strength is between long on and deep backward square leg, that wedge on the leg side where he enjoys setting up to hit the spinners over that side of the field.
And that's why he's such a great player of spin, because he has so many options. Because there will be people that say, yeah, I have seen Glenn Maxwell use his feet and hit balls straight back over, or stand and deliver and hit balls over long off. And then you think if you bring the sweeper on the offside, he can reverse sweep, he can switch it, he can ease down inside the line and hit over deep square as he did, or he can slog sweep for a massive 6 in front of square. So it's him having all those options that's made him the player of spin. But I think where maturity comes in is knowing when to play them. And we've seen over the last 3 years or so, he's gone from that guy that has too many shots almost to using all those shots and that wide range to put fear into bowlers' heart.
And particularly having him come out to bat at this period of the innings when you are only allowed 4 out. Like, that's a big win for the batting side in a way. Not that they're 4 wickets down, but that it's brought Maxwell to the crease before the 40th over, where you don't have the 5th player out. If he's teeing off towards the end of the innings, you've got 1 more option to protect the fence.
Correct, and I think that is why, for me, they saw the Australian lineup would want to play. You'd want a quick start from Warner and Marsh. We want Labuschagne and Smith to, consolidate. And then there's Inglis that I think is very dynamic, and he's proven so tonight. He can come in and up the ante, or he can, play a sack of fiddle. But then Glenn Maxwell coming in at 30th over is opportune for him and his skill set, because he has 10 overs of those 4 out, potentially spin bowling, and we know how dangerous he is in those last 10 overs. Even if you have 7 men out, he can clear the boundary. So I think this is perfect for him and his skill set, and Australia will be hoping that he gets this role more often than not.
Yeah, I think the idea with Maxwell at this World Cup is that he will float in that batting order so that they can deploy him against spin during this period from overs 30 to 40, somewhere in there, depending when wickets fall.
So you reckon if they're 1 down or 2 down in the 31st over, and the spin twins are on, he will come ahead of Josh Inglis?
Good chance that that'll be the case, I think, yes. They'll look to target him against certain bowlers rather than at a certain number in the order, would be my guess. Madashankar will continue. He's bowling left arm around to Inglis, who cuts the ball away out to deep point and says, I might as well give Glenn Maxwell the strike. Well, another way to look at it is you might as well keep him for the spin, but he certainly scored quickly enough against Madashankar in the last over, even if not all of the shots were convincing. The slam down the ground and the one over mid-wicket certainly were. 190 for 4. Inglis up to 57, doing his job after being called into this side to replace Alex Carey, who, well, Carey's chances of getting another game at this World Cup are pretty slim right at the moment. 57 off 57 Inglis. Madashankar over the wicket to Maxwell, strikes him on the pad. Ball goes out to point. There's no appeal. Madashankar produced some magic earlier in this innings. A wicket maiden where you knock over David Warner and Stephen Smith. Something not a lot of players would have done in their careers. Got that new ball to swing the left armour. Straighten down the line of the stumps. He bowls now to Maxwell, just back of a length, and Maxwell sets up to play that baseball shot again, but doesn't get it cleanly. Ball only rolls out to mid-wicket, just inside the circle, and he goes through for 1. Maxwell up to 29 from 16 balls. That strike rate has crashed to 181.
Get on with it. But I think that length is slightly better, and I think the difference with that length in this over versus the last over as well is that if you know you saw the 2 short balls, then you know the area it's going to be in. With him having both short balls left in the over, still there's just a little half second of delay that would have rushed the batter there.
Madashankar to Inglis, who plays an uppercut to deep third, and Kumara is not confident to come in and try to attempt the catch. He hangs back and gets that on the bounce. Now, a fielder who was feeling good about themselves would have charged at that ball, would they not?
Yeah, you prefer to see fielders. It doesn't always work. Sometimes you can have the Falcon where it just bounces and hits you the chin or whatever, but he actually went backward.
Yep.
You're in a game, the man is on 57, the in batter, you've got to be trying to be taking that as a half chance and turning that into opportunity. That's a potential wicket taking.
Madashankar is not happy. The look on his face.
I wouldn't be either. Kumara wouldn't be happy if he was the bowler.
Yep. 192 for 4. Maxwell backs away and plays a cross-batted swipe at a ball outside off stump that he seemed to be trying to hit through wide long on. It doesn't work, surprisingly. Doesn't make contact with it outside the off stump. Josh Inglis impassive at the far end, leans on his bat and chews his gum. 1 ball to come in the over, 3 singles from it so far. Maxwell ended up playing that from about 2 feet outside leg stump, and the ball wasn't too far away from off stump in the end. Madashankar will feel that he's in the game here. Round the wicket, bowls full, and Maxwell gets a bottom edge through to the wicket keeper on the bounce. Kusal Mendes comes in, has a chuckle with his bowler as he cleans up. Well, he's cleaned up tonight, Madashankar, 3 for 31 off 8, only 3 runs off that over. The problem is that none of his bowling compatriots have come to the party. The other wicket's fallen from a run out. Australia, after 33 overs, 192 for 4. They need 210 to win. 18 from 102 balls. You would think that should be within their grasp.
And you're looking around the field for what options would Kusal Mendes have. Karunaratne not exactly going to prize you out. He's the ball that will build pressure. Tikshan has been off. Walalage has been off. He's now been brought into the attack. And the man he'd probably turn to is Kumara, and he's having a wretched day in the field.
Well, he's down at long on at the moment, Kumara. Walalage, the left arm spinner, is going to have a bowl to Inglis, who drives it away, sliced, he's caught it backward point. On the juggle by Theekshana. Doesn't take it cleanly the first time, parries it up, and then grabs it on the rebound and has a smile of relief, as much as celebration on his face. It probably won't change the results. It'll be quite the effort from here if Sri Lanka can take another 5 for fewer than 18 runs. But Inglis is out. And that's another wicket in the Sri Lankan column.
21st fault shot for a while from Josh Inglis. Looking to just time it over extra cover. There's always that pocket of space between the sweeper on the offside and long off. Intercepted by extra cover, form a nice little triangle, nice little slice of pie. And he's just trying to essay over that fielder in the circle. Beaten in flight, I reckon. The length is a bit further back than he anticipated, and as a result, just getting a leading edge of sorts, a kind of slice, and just popping up to point.
Just poked at it really in the end, just prodded at the ball. So he's out for 58, which will be his career best as well in one-day cricket. I think his previous best was 50 even. In ODI cricket, he's only played a few games. This would be game number 10, would it, Phil?
Game 10, yeah.
There we go. Sometimes your pre-match reading is worthwhile. 192 for 5 is the score. Maxwell on 29. Be joined by his good friend Marcus Stoinis. One of these slightly hiding to nothing periods as a batter where you come out and okay, you could bash 12 quickly, which no one will remember, or you could get out for 2 and everybody will hold that against you and they're tallying up your average for the last 12 months or whatever it is.
100%. It's almost like Glenn Maxwell have done well enough to get himself a little bit out of that twilight zone. He could actually get 35 not out, 40 not out.
Yeah, Maxwell can make something of this. Stoinis, well, the best he could do is, I suppose mathematically he could make 23. Yeah. Well, he's going to make a couple of them here. Make that 4 as he gets down low. And he goes. Hard sweep out in front of square leg. That Marnus Labuschagne style, what he calls the straight sweep, where he brings the bat flat, parallel to the ground and hits it with great power. Not looking for elevation, looking to play it down. Rolls the wrists, 196 for 5. Stoinis has 4 from 1.
He could improve his strike rate. It's at
True.
400 now.
He's at 400. Can he bump it up?
Hard taskmasters in this commentary box, isn't it?
Velalage. Around the wicket, the left arm spinner, backs away, Stoinis cuts, and he'll take a run. He might turn back for the second as it beats short cover and goes out to the sweeper in the deep. They will get 2. Strike rate will come down to 300. Marcus Stoinis, 6 off 2 balls. Maxwell's at 161 with his 29 off 18. They'll probably be feeling fairly relaxed out there with just a dozen runs required to win. Granit Velalage. Round the wicket, the left arm spinner on the leg stump, and Stoinis is trying to turn it down to fine leg. Doesn't make contact, it hits the pad. Won't get an extra. 198 for 5 remains the score. Stoinis 6 off 3. Two balls to come in this over. 16 overs to come after that. So Australia will notch win number 1 for their campaign shortly. Velalage sweeping, and Stoinis is hit on the pad well outside the line of off stump. So the strangled appeal from Velalage doesn't get any support. And he bails out of that question to the umpire. Joel Wilson has fired a few today, but he's not going to fire that one.
Don't expect him to be on David Warner's Christmas card list.
Hey, it was hitting leg stump. Here goes Velalage backing away. Stoinis cuts past back with point for 4. The runs are coming quickly. Stoinis is up to 10 from 5 balls. Maxwell 29 from 18. To do the honours, ice the cake, apply the coup de grace. I'm going to leave Carlos Brathwaite with Nikesh Rughani.
It's good batting from Stoinis, showing good batsmanship. From the first ball he came out, you see him looking to get very low in his stance and essay the sweep. Did it once off his very first ball, unsuccessful on the second occasion, and on this occasion then just peeping forward, realizing the length was not there for the sweep, rocking back and slapping it past point.
Well, Australia nearly there then. 8 runs required here. All of 96 balls to do it in. I think Glenn Maxwell might be thinking 2 deliveries to try and get this done and dusted and improve that net run rate just a little bit more. 202 for 5 after 34. A couple of early scares, but then Australia have managed this run chase well. Madhushankar is in. Maxwell moves his front leg out of the way, tries to slap it past mid-off, doesn't quite get the desired contact. And there's no run. 29 from just 19 deliveries. And with news, Carlos, that cricket is on his way to the Olympics in 2028. This is the kind of cricket I think neutral Americans who don't know much about the sport would be quite intrigued about seeing some of these baseball-style hits into the crowd.
Yeah, start the tape from when Maxwell walks to the crease.
Yeah. That's the way to sell it. Madhushankar into Maxwell once more, short, and he swats it away out towards deep cover. Just the single this time. He's walking through for that one. A little bit annoyed at himself for not getting it away to the boundary. By the looks of it, over to Marcus Stoinis.
It's always fun to watch Glenn Maxwell, but I just feel as though so much happens with his hands, and that he almost respects that, and he does all sorts with his feet. Remember him batting spin and batting on middle and off and just reverse sweeping and switch hits, and now he's just getting to this stance where he's almost chest on with the ball and just allowing his hands, whether full or short, to get through the line of the ball and get real access and real power through the shot.
7 to win then. Madhushankar is in. It's full to Stoinis. He flicks away well. Backward of square on the leg side. There's a bit of work to do for the 2 fielders here, and they do it pretty well in the end. Bit of a relay effort. And Stoinis is back for 2. Australia 1 hit away then. Mahela Jayawardene there in the Sri Lankan dugout, resigned to yet another defeat in this Cricket World Cup. It's going to be 3 from 3 for Sri Lanka, who really just weren't at the races today with their middle order in particular after that brilliant opening stand. Madhushankar in short, and that surely would be called wide. It bounces in front of Kushal Mendis as well. The slower bouncer, but overhead height, and wide, and 2 for the over signalled.
Yeah, so again, not sure I'll be planning the next 3 balls now. You know you can't come short. Could expect to see Stoinis probably peering forward and cause a change in the field. Long on has gone back from mid on, and third man has come up. Lahiru Kumara. I was going to predict if he bowls that length ball slow again, then you could see a baseball slap straight back.
Fine leg now coming inside the circle as well, so got long on and long off back on the rope. Is it a double bluff? We'll wait and see. Madhushankar in once more. It is a full delivery, and it's slapped down the ground to long off. Another single to Stoinis. 3 needed. Doing it in 1s and 2s at the moment.
The boundary is always just around the corner with these 2.
And what about that innings from Josh Inglis as well? A little bit scratchy at the start, but 58 at pretty much a runner ball. That'll do his confidence some good.
Yeah, the selectors as well, you make a call at that after one game in the World Cup and it don't go so well to begin with. You're always peeping over his shoulder, not anymore.
Madhushankar is into Maxwell this time, who cuts away out towards point, gets the single. 2 to win. Maxwell shaking his head. He's not happy with that. Doesn't like running the 1s. Why would you if you can hit the ball as far as he can? So Stoinis surely be looking to finish it off with this delivery.
Well, there's too many men outside another one is coming up now.
Yeah. Third was going out on the rope, but he's been brought back in. Lahiru Kumara. Madhushankar rather into Stoinis, and it's flicked away down to long on, so we'll go into a 36th over this one. Scores are level, 209 for 5 from 35, 1 to win for Australia here, and very important win, Carlos. Hugely important. They're not used to being 0-2 at the start of any World Cup, especially probably since the mid-90s onwards, really. You just expect all those great Australian sides first and foremost, but even this Australian side with so much talent within their 15 or 14 or 13, however many you want to say now, with Travis Head injured and, you know, one or two other permutations, but within their squad they've got some real gun players.
Yeah, they're not sure how much rhythm they will get, but they'll take a lot of heart from where they were, how they fought back with the ball, and then how they executed the run chase. Important players getting knocks, English kind of cementing them, and a lot of play. Mitchell Marsh getting off his first World Cup 50 and actually getting some impetus into the game. Smith and Labuschagne still probably not at the tempo that they'd want. If Sri Lanka had gotten up to 300 odd, they would have posed a bigger question, but I think a lot of pieces of the jigsaw coming together, and they can take heart from the fact that they can start to peak at the right time.
Well, Allegay then is in, and Stoinis gets a really full delivery, which he can only dig out and get back down the track to the bowler. So Australia still waiting to wrap this one up. Stoinis on 14, Maxwell at the other end, 31 from 21. Well, Allegay in once again to Stoinis. This time it's smashed down the ground. It's gone away for 6, way over long on. And Australia wrap up this victory by 5 wickets. They beat Sri Lanka, who have now lost their opening 3 matches of this Cricket World Cup. And that is a hugely important win for Australia, who stay alive in this 2023 Cricket World Cup. Stoinis finishes not out on 20. Maxwell at the other end, 31 from 21. A couple of really good innings from Mitchell Marsh with his half-century, Josh Inglis with his 58 as well. Marnus Labuschagne played well for his 40 to keep things ticking after the loss of those 2 early wickets in David Warner and Steve Smith. It wasn't the most fluent victory, Carlos, but they've done it. They've got the 2 points on the board.
Yeah, it won't be one that you look back and say, oh man, everything fell into place as we want. They had enough adversity, and I think that's what they'll take from it. It wasn't the most fluent. It wasn't a quote-unquote traditional dominant Australia win, but we got ourselves over the line. We got 2 points in the bag. We got a first win, and there's certain little pieces coming together quite nicely. So I can see Pat Cummins on screen. He'll be a happy man. It'll be a sigh of relief all over Australia. You think back to 25 overs probably, 100 odd without loss, and you're just wondering, will it be Australia L again? And they can confirm it's an Australia W. However, they got there, and they got there quite convincingly in the end, with quite a few overs to spare, just under 15.
Yep, so 5-wicket victory then. And I'm just going to ask you, before I hand over to Simon Mann, they've got Pakistan up next. How do they approach that one?
But I think they have, unfortunately, they have a template that absolutely has to work, especially with batting hand. Certain players have to come off at certain times for other roles to fit in nicely, and they'd want a good start again. I think Mitchell Marsh, as well as David Warner, obviously is key to this batting innings. And then they need a score, someone to get an 80-90 century to really feel as though the batting lineup has kicked off in the World Cup. They've gotten over the first milestone, couple 50s, but they want a more complete batting performance against Pakistan.
The two teams shaking hands out there, and Australia winning this match by 5 wickets. The crowd wending their way home after an extraordinary day for some of them, having to flee at one point. We'll come to that in just a moment as we round up the action today from Lucknow. So Australia have won their first game at this World Cup at the 3rd attempt. Again, they really had to win today. They've beaten Sri Lanka by 5 wickets with 14.4 overs to spare. Some consistent scoring after they bowled Sri Lanka out for 209 from 43.3 overs. Sri Lanka at one stage, though, 125 for no wicket. And then the collapse, Cummins taking a couple of wickets, and Zampa getting in on the action. A run out as well, and Stark also picking up a couple of wickets. So an efficient job done by Australia. Ultimately 209 all out, Sri Lanka. And then Australia, after a delay, we had half an hour break for rain, and then we had another 20-minute delay because of lightning around the ground. Finally, we got underway, and Australia not really tested. They were 24 for 2 when Smith was LBW to Madhu Shankar, and you thought, can Sri Lanka get back in the game? No. Marsh played really well, making 52. Labuschagne, 40 from 60 balls. He tried to hold everything together. Inglis, important innings for him, making 58. And Maxwell, 31 not out from 21 balls, played some extravagant shots when he came in, storing his 20 not out, ending the game with a 6. We have a statement from the ICC. The background to that is that they say that no one was injured after banners fell off the roof of the stadium today. High winds whipped up during the first innings, which ripped tournament branded banners from the stadium roof and hoardings from stands. Play was briefly suspended as the winds also whipped up. A lot of dust as well. Spectators were moved from the lower to upper tier before being allowed back in the second innings when the winds dropped. The ICC statement: spectator safety is paramount, and we will ensure the venue authorities and signage supplier take any necessary steps to ensure it does not occur. It does make me think what would have happened if this had been a full house today. We'll get back to that in a moment. Let's go down to the presentations with Pommy and Bangry.
And Mr. Prem Manohar Gupta is the honorary treasurer of Uttar Pradesh Cricket Association, and it's him who's going to hand over the trophy. Adam, how did you feel out there, first of all?
To be honest, not great. Yeah, been sporting a bit of a back spasm for the last couple of days, so yeah, try to get through this one. But yeah, I feel like I've felt better, I've bowled better, but sometimes you have those days.
I guess that explains you getting 4 and not carrying on, because you came out of the attack pretty much straight away. And we saw you putting, I don't know what it was, around your back when you're on the boundary.
Yeah, well, I think that was the captain's decision, mate. He said we're going to chuck the off-spinner on against the lefties, so yeah, chance of the five for gone. And yeah, I don't reckon I would have bowled after that anyway. My back was pretty sore.
Okay, so tell me how you feel the ball is coming out and how you've gone, this being game number 3.
Yeah, look, personally not at my best. Yeah, I felt like, particularly last game, I could have bowled a little bit better. You know, my role's to take wickets, and haven't quite been doing that to make it easier for the death guys. So yeah, to be honest, I feel like I'm a good critic of myself and feel like I can be doing better. But yeah, nice to be on the better end of the result tonight.
Yeah. Anything you did differently today?
No, not really. Just it took me a little while to get into the game today as well. As I said, didn't feel at my best again, but yeah, just got to try and keep that wicket-taking attitude, do what I can. Doesn't matter if I leak a few runs, to try and make it easier for those guys to bowl the later overs. So yeah, it's just the attitude, trying to get wickets.
And from game to game, same story, kind of rinse and repeat.
Yeah, well, Risvin, I wish it was that easy, but yeah, it's the same role next game. I think we've got a really big game next one against Pakistan at Bangalore, so that's going to be a tough one. But yeah, same for me, trying to get wickets.
Okay, well bowled today. Congratulations on the prize.
Man. Cheers.
There we go, that's Pommy and Bangwa with the player of the match, Adam Zampa, taking 4 for 47 today. Really honest interview as well, honest assessment from Adam Zampa. I'm still struggling a bit, but you know, I didn't do much different today, but I picked up 4 wickets. And we've seen him struggle of late in the back end of that series in South Africa and the start of the World Cup. So important wickets for him and for Australia today, because you feel in Indian conditions you need your main spin bowler to be effective. Carlos Brathwaite is with me, and so too Geoff Lemon. How about that, Carlos?
Yeah, I like honest interviews like that. Don't like to hear the media trained, very vague, very bland, very defensive answers. And it's good to hear a player, albeit having success, appreciate that there's a bit more that can go into it. And we cast our minds back to the ball before that wicket, and myself and Geoff, I think we can admit, we're manly enough to admit that, you know, we started having a conversation. Could Adam Zampa potentially be dropped? Could Maxwell and Travis Head be the spin combo to take them throughout the back end of this World Cup? And then David Warner sprints 20 odd meters, takes a diving catch, and 4 wickets later, he's man of the match, and the whole perception has changed. But he will know that he isn't delivering the ball the way he would want to. It isn't coming out the way he would want. He's not landing it as consistently as he would want. And then you find yourself as a spinner who's supposed to be attacking in a more defensive mode. That's not a situation he wants to be in. So good self-awareness on his part, and I hope that due to that self-awareness, he can get it right and put in some performances with the ball moving forward.
And I think that interview reflects that he has been struggling in the previous couple of games as well. I wonder if that back spasm problem that he's talking about has been a factor in the previous couple of matches as well, or whether it's also just the strain of carrying the responsibility. You know, coming into this tournament, if you're Adam Zampa, that you are the one specialist spinner picked by Australia. You're going to be expected to play all 9 group games, and you need to take wickets through all of them if your team's going to have a chance. That's a lot of responsibility to have to shoulder, especially in India, where you know that spin is going to be a big factor, and you know that you'll be playing several teams who are very good players of spin. So whether that sort of affects you physically, sometimes the mental side of strain can manifest in the body in different ways, and that might be something that might be a factor that's played into his physical condition as well, and having to feel like he's battling through that.
We'll leave the BBC coverage for tonight. We will be back with you on Friday night. In fact, we'll be back with you every night on the ABC. Listen out, back on local radio and ABC Sport Digital on Friday night. Big game now for Australia, taking on Pakistan, but a win on the board for Australia. First of the tournament, they've beaten Sri Lanka by 5 wickets. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thanks for your company tonight, but enjoy the rest of your night.